Our story begins at the Sin Financial Building, where Chandler, the hero of our story, works. Chandler is furious and asks his boss why he can't put his name on the project and get his due commission. The mean boss contemptuously replies that everything done by employees belongs to the company, and the company listens to him. Our hero clenches his fists in rage upon hearing the answer, and the sarcastic, "Logical, isn't it?" The guy flies out of the boss's office, saying that working for this company is idiotic. Our hero, without thinking twice, began to collect his things from the desk. The colleagues try to calm the guy's ardor. One of them reminded him that the boss has power, and the second asked how the hero will help his girlfriend with her paralyzed father. Chandler looks at a framed photo of him and his girlfriend smiling happily. Having packed his things into a box, the guy tells his colleagues that after his parents died, they left him a house and a car, which he plans to use as a taxi driver until he finds another job. With no one to stop him, Chandler walked down to the parking lot without any problems. The guy was almost to the car, holding a box of things in his hands when he received a new message on his phone. On his phone screen, he saw a message from his girlfriend, in which she said that she had decided to break up and go after her dream. Not believing his eyes, our hero immediately called the girl. But in response, he heard that the number was unavailable. Tears of frustration flow from the guy's eyes, and he asks into the void why this happened to him. But Chandler pulls himself together, polishes the car until it shines, and starts working as a taxi driver. And orders come in immediately. After accepting the order, the guy sees a request from the passenger to arrive as soon as possible at the specified address. Chandler pulls out of the parking lot, stepping on the gas to get there faster. Upon arriving at the destination, the guy calls the passenger and hears a female voice in response, which says that she needs another 20 minutes to get ready. The guy gets angry and asks why she doesn't call a taxi when she's ready to leave, to which he hears a threat. "If you cancel the order, I'll file a complaint." But Chandler is not a coward and responds to the threats. "Do whatever you want. I'm canceling the order." As soon as he ended the call, he received a message that a complaint had been received against him. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widen in surprise. Right in front of him, a beautiful girl in a revealing Chinese-style dress appears in the car. The girl says that the host has been detected, the connection condition has been met, and that for a bad review, he is being rewarded with a connection to the system. Chandler, shocked, declares that he has never heard of an award for bad reviews. A beautiful girl explains that the system can reward the hero after connecting, and for every bad review, he will receive various rewards. And then our hero understood what he was being offered, and without a second's hesitation, he agreed to connect the system. The beautiful stranger pressed her lips to our hero's and announced that the connection had been successful. The girl said that a guy needs to receive bad reviews from people who look weird or behave badly, but he can still receive good reviews. For the first bad review he received, the system gave our hero 28% of the shares, and he became the second shareholder of the All-Island Hotel Group and was supposed to come there for dinner. Our hero was surprised at how powerful the system was, that it immediately gave such a big gift. Immediately, the guy receives a new order at the very same hotel where he received the shares. Chandler is sure that this order was created specifically for him so that he could collect the contract for receiving shares, and he happily accepted it. Our hero arrived at the order, where he saw a long-legged beauty who called a taxi. Having made sure that it was her driver, the girl got into the car and slammed the door. Chandler drove onto the road and began fulfilling the order, heading to the specified location. When the guy looked in the rearview mirror again, the girl became indignant and asked why he was spying on her. Our guy was a little confused and replied that the girl probably didn't know how to drive. Otherwise, she would have known that he was looking not at her, but at the road behind him. The beauty got angry when she heard this remark and told the guy that he was inexperienced and slow. In retaliation for such rude words, our hero stepped on the gas and began to accelerate faster and faster. The girl, not expecting such a turn of events, became frightened and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chandler's car was speeding up more and more, and the girl tried to calm him down by telling him that she was wrong and asked him to stop. With tears in her eyes, ready to burst into tears, the beauty repeated that she was wrong. As the car accelerated even more, the girl grabbed the door handle with both hands and began begging the driver to stop because she was scared. But our hero had no intention of stopping and told the girl that she could leave alive if they didn't get into an accident, or he would let her go if she called him dad. Unable to bear it, the girl burst into tears and, stuttering, called our hero Papa, Daddy. Having heard the right words, Chandler began to stop, pleased with himself. They arrived at their destination, the All-Island Hotel, and our hero announced that the girl could leave. After getting out of the car, the girl was shaking and threatened our hero to leave a bad review and call the police. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Chandler, visible only to him, stating that he had completed the mission and the system was offering him the Xing Financial Company as a reward. The guy was very happy about this news, because this was the same company where he used to work, and now he would be able to resolve problems with his evil boss. Our hero, pleased with himself, entered the All-Island Hotel, where he had an appointment to discuss the transfer of shares. At the reception, he met his dissatisfied passenger. When she saw the driver, she was puzzled. "How dare you follow me?" the girl exclaimed in confusion. With a satisfied grin, the guy replied that her father had already taken his place here a long time ago and moved on. The guy showed the message on his phone to the employee, and she replied that his seat was at table number 8 and that he would be shown there. She also handed him a document on which the share acquisition agreement was written. The hotel employee came out to see our hero off, and the former taxi passenger looked after him with displeasure, thinking that she would never forgive him. After showing Chandler to his table, the employee brought him coffee and informed him that his food would be ready soon. While sipping his coffee, Chandler suddenly noticed a recent passenger who walked past him. The girl shook hands with the guy at the next table, and they started talking, and our hero realized that it was a blind date. Our hero was taking another sip of coffee when the door to the hall swung open. 3 people entered the hall: a balding, short, middle-aged man and 2 beauties on either side of him. Having noticed our hero, the blonde told her companion that he was her friend and went to say hello. But, approaching the table where Chandler was sitting, her friendliness disappeared. The girl began to ask why he was here, since they had already parted with Faye, and asked him not to follow her. Chandler was cold and replied that he was not that low. He was not interested in girls like them, and if they were not ashamed to spend all day with men over 40, he felt sorry for them. These words made the blonde in the red dress furious, and she slammed both hands on the table. The balding man, hearing the noise, asked the blonde what happened. Turning to the man with an innocent smile, the girl said that everything was fine and asked him to move on. But the man didn't believe the blonde. He and Faye came closer. The man, as if by accident, showed off an expensive watch and asked Chandler who he was. Our hero answered with a smile that he was Faye's ex and that they had just broken up today. And he also asked how long they had been sleeping together. The balding man touched Faye's face with his fingers and asked if the guy was telling the truth. Faye began to tearfully tell her that they had broken up a long time ago. But our hero was still stalking and intimidating her, and even decided to come here, to the hotel. The man smiled at the girl, asked her not to cry anymore, and promised to sort everything out. The man put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked up to the table, telling our hero that he was irritated by the harassment he was receiving from his girlfriend. The man turned to the waitress who had approached and asked her to call the hotel manager. Faye approached Chandler and told him to leave, saying he would get into trouble. And at the next table, the passenger who had left a bad review thought to herself that the situation had reached the point of absurdity, and that our hero would no longer be able to get out of it. The guy sitting with the former passenger noticed where she was looking and asked if she knew our hero, to which she replied that he was just the taxi driver who brought her here. She started complaining that the driver had a terrible character, that he almost killed the girl, so she left a bad review about him. The guy got angry when he heard the story, stood up abruptly and promised the girl that he would teach the driver a lesson. The girl tried to stop him, but the guy had already approached the table where our hero was sitting. The guy asked with hatred whether he had brought the brunette to the hotel and whether he had abused the girl while they were driving. Chandler was calm and immediately answered, "Yes, what's the problem?" "My name is Lewis. I'm on a date with this girl. If you apologize to her, I'll forgive you. But if not, I'll throw you out," the guy said. Chandler continued to calmly drink his coffee and asked the guy who his father was. Lewis said that his father is the chairman of investment. He is going to invest in All-Island, and if he asks, our hero will be blacklisted. "Okay, let's see how you do," Chandler replied, smiling relaxedly. The disputants heard the hotel manager approaching them hurriedly. The fair-haired guy went straight to the balding man and asked why he didn't warn him that he was coming. Then he saw Lewis and smiled widely, happy at what a great day it was at the hotel. A man complained to the manager that he had come to the hotel to cancel his girlfriend's birthday party, but her ex was bothering them and asked him to throw him out. The guy immediately joined in, saying that our hero had bullied the girl he was on a date with and had also asked her to kick him out. The manager tried to make a joke and asked who had been so reckless that he had made them both angry. The man and the boy simultaneously pointed at our hero, who continued to calmly drink his coffee. The manager became nervous upon seeing him, as he immediately recognized that he was in front of a new shareholder, about whom he had recently been informed. The manager quickly made a decision and ordered security to throw the man and the boy out and forbid them from coming back to the hotel. Both did not believe what had happened and reminded the manager that the man was the hotel's food supplier and the boy was from the family of the future investor. The manager leaned over to Chandler and introduced him as the second largest shareholder in the all-island hotel. The balding man and two girls next to him did not believe what the manager said and asked in unison. The former passenger was also surprised and concluded that our hero was definitely rich, since he dared to behave so arrogantly. Chandler approached the manager and informed him that the services of the man and the boy would no longer be needed, and asked them to be thrown out. Faye, looking at the situation, began to doubt whether she had done the right thing by abandoning our hero, and decided that she needed to apologize. Faye fell to her knees in front of her ex-boyfriend and began to ask him for forgiveness, assuring him that nothing had happened with her and the man. The blonde pushed Faye away, accusing her of being mercantile, and asked her to look at her, calling herself pure. Chandler wasn't interested in the girls and thought they were clearly looking for a fight. The balding man tried to justify himself to our hero, claiming he didn't know that Faye was already dating him, and assured her that he didn't want to create a conflict. Chandler placed his coffee mug on the saucer with a clink. The guy asked the manager irritably why those two were still there. The manager readily responded to our hero's words and called security, ordering them to take the man and the boy out. Security led the blonde and the man away. The girl continued to reach for our hero, and the man shouted that he had made a mistake. The manager leaned over Chandler and informed him that Lewis was the son of the investment chairman. But Chandler was adamant. "As long as I'm here, you don't need their investment." "What are you afraid of, manager?" the guy asked. The manager ordered that Lewis be blacklisted and never allowed into the hotel group again. Lewis screamed at them not to touch him and pointed out that the second shareholder and the investor were not the same thing. Lewis approached the brunette and suggested that she eat somewhere else, walking away from our hero's table. Chandler noticed that Lewis liked the brunette and decided to take her away from him so that he would no longer be proud of himself. Chandler got up from the table and walked towards the departing couple, calling the brunette. Approaching the girl, our hero plucked a flower from a vase standing along the road. Chandler handed the flower to the girl, apologizing for his joke on the way to the hotel, and invited her to sit and chat at his table. The girl paused, thinking, because since this was a blind date, maybe she should stay with the one who was more influential. The brunette approached our hero, giving him a chance to make amends with her. Lewis lost his temper over this situation and started yelling at the girl, asking if she understood what she was doing, and that this whole situation only happened because he decided to protect her. But the brunette replied that Lewis did it only for himself, and that she did not ask him to stand up for her and start a fight. Lewis resorted to threats and promised to cause trouble for the girl if she stayed with our hero. Chandler walked closer to the girl and put his hand on her shoulder, telling her that everything was okay. With the sweetest smile, the guy sat the brunette down at the table and promised that if this fly, Lewis, caused her any trouble, he would sort it out. But Lewis could not calm down, and with a scream, he swung his arm, intending to hit the girl. Our hero intercepted the hand before it could harm the brunette. "How dare you hit women?" our hero asked with undisguised hatred, holding Lewis's hand. The manager and security guards immediately arrived and ordered the guy to be thrown out of the hotel. Lewis didn't let up, promising to tell his dad everything and that he would definitely deal with them. Chandler filled the glasses with red wine. The guy handed the glass to the brunette and offered to get to know her formally, introducing himself. The girl also introduced herself and promised to delete the bad reviews so that she could start over. Chandler smiled and offered to leave a review as a memento of their early acquaintance, raising his glass. They clinked glasses, delighted at their new acquaintance. A man and woman at the next table who had been watching the whole mess were amazed at the arrogance of the rich people and thought that it was good to be rich. The brunette asked with a smile on her face what Chandler's family did. The guy said that his parents died a couple of years ago and that he is now a taxi driver. The girl, in turn, said that she was from a small town and worked in a luxury store. She wanted to stay in this city, so she was forced to go on blind dates. Our hero was delighted by the girl's sincerity, saying that every person strives for a better life, and such aspirations are not shameful. The girl was pleased by the guy's understanding, and she offered him another drink. The girl took several large sips of wine, and her cheeks began to glow. Blushing even more, the girl confessed why she behaved that way in the taxi. It turned out that she had 2 dates, and on the first one, the guy took her to the cinema, where he tried to kiss her. Chandler assumed that the girl behaved this way because she didn't like the guy, to which the brunette was indignant, not understanding how one could kiss on the first date. Our hero reasoned differently. It doesn't matter what the number of the meeting is. The main thing is that there is an atmosphere, and if there is one, then you can allow yourself more. The brunette disagreed with our hero because she didn't understand how anyone could want to kiss on the first date. After listening to the girl, Chandler stood up. He slowly began to approach the girl, and she watched him intently. Dear YouTube viewer, I tried hard to make this video for you. Help me realize my dream and gain subscribers. Subscribe to the channel, leave a comment and like. You are the best. Have a nice day and good luck. Our hero slowly leaned towards the girl and gently took her chin in his fingers. The guy kissed the brunette quickly, so that she didn't have time to say a word. After a short kiss, he turned around and, telling the girl that he was staying in room 1280, left. Taking a sip of wine, the girl did not understand why she did not resist when the guy kissed her. The brunette wondered why he told her his room number. Maybe he was inviting her, and she herself was ashamed of her thoughts. And at this time, our hero came to his room at 1280. He happily took a shower after such a hard day and, wrapping a towel around his hips, walked into the room. Suddenly, he heard a knock and looked at the door in surprise. Without getting dressed, the guy opened the door and saw a brunette standing there. He didn't even have time to ask why the girl had come when she pressed herself against him in a passionate kiss. She pulled away from Chandler, blushing, and looked into his eyes, not knowing how to explain her actions. All the girl could say was that she was very hot, touching her chest. Then it dawned on Chandler, and he said that the girl was drunk. The girl touched the guy's bare torso with her fingers, enjoying the cubes of his abs, and realized that she could not restrain herself. Our hero picked up the brunette in his arms and carried her to the bed, warning her not to blame him for what was happening. He kicked open the bedroom door. Having laid the girl on the bed, he pressed his lips to hers, which made the girl unable to bear it, and she moaned, hugging him around the neck. 2 heated bodies merged in an embrace, their bodies covered only by a carelessly thrown blanket. The next day at the same all-island hotel, Chandler woke up and saw that the girl had already left without saying goodbye. Stretching and rubbing his eyes, the guy stood up, throwing off the blanket. On the snow-white sheets, there remained only a red mark, showing that the girl had given him her first time. Chandler was taken aback, not believing his eyes. Looking at the bloody trail on the sheets, he glanced at the bedside table and saw a note and an envelope with money there. In the note, the girl said that she would return next month when she was paid to lay him down again. But in the meantime, she asked the guy to rest and gain strength. Chandler said thoughtfully that this girl was quite interesting. Our hero arrived at the financial building of Sin, which he received as a gift after the first bad review. He introduced himself to the guy at the entrance and said that he had come to pick up his things. The guy happily shook our hero's hand, introduced himself as the office manager, and said that he would get everything ready now. 2 office workers who were watching the guys began to whisper that the new boss was very young and wondered if there would be any changes after his arrival. The manager handed our hero a yellow folder. He said that the documents were inside and asked to check them. Chandler did not check them, saying that he trusted the manager and that he would need their help in running the company. The manager was pleased with such trust and called 2 female employees standing nearby to greet the new owner. The girls bowed, saying hello, and our hero suggested that everyone return to work. The guy approached the manager, inquiring about the people renting the 15th floor. The manager sat down at the computer and began looking for information. He said that the boss who rents the floor is running out of lease at the end of the month. Chandler suggested that the manager go to the 15th floor to discuss the lease. They entered the elevator, which took them to the 15th floor. At the same time, the manager received a call. The manager said he had other tenants calling him, and Chandler said he would go first so the guy could answer the phone. On the door, there was a gray sign with the name of the company, Sin. Chandler walked into the office and instead of greeting everyone said, "Hey, looks like everyone's in place," surprising his former colleagues with his appearance. A colleague in glasses approached him and offered to talk to the boss and manager to get his job back. But our hero refused. Chandler yelled at his boss to stop hiding and come out and talk to him. A bald man appeared behind him and asked why he was shouting and whether it was even possible to shout in an office. With disdain, our hero says, "You went out. I thought you would be too scared to go out," and asks about his commission. The boss offers his terms. He will pay $10,000 for 10 months if our hero closes one deal a month. But Chandler disagrees and reminds him that he was promised 20% for the successful consideration of the case. The boss laughs and asks where the evidence of this agreement is, adding that he can tell us about other agreements, for example, that our hero promised to work for free. Chandler turns to the staff and asks if they have heard the proposal. The bald man looks angrily at his subordinates and asks who heard that he promised to pay commissions. One of the colleagues says that he has never heard of such a thing, and most likely Chandler sent it out incorrectly. Our hero is surprised by his colleagues' lack of understanding because their boss could do the same to them. A former colleague advises Chandler to apologize to his boss and return to his job as soon as possible. The boss also offers the guy to return to work and recognizes his talent, and says that he is going to go downstairs to talk about the rent. A bald man complains that it is difficult for him to take care of all the employees, and a former colleague agrees with him. Our hero picks up the phone in his hand and says that he came to work to earn money, but he can't even get what he earned. Is that fair? The boss, seeing the phone, shouts at his colleague to quickly close the door. The hypocritical colleague quickly closes the door. The manager outside the door is talking on the phone and, seeing the door closing, begins to worry about our hero. The boss says that if Chandler deletes the recording, he will let him go. The man takes the edge of the monitor screen standing nearby with his hand. He throws the monitor hard on the floor, smashing it into pieces. The bald man says that it was our hero who broke the computer and that its cost was deducted from his salary. But Chandler points to the phone in his hand and reminds him that the recording is still running. Our hero reveals that the recording is saved to the cloud and that even if he deletes it, the data will still be saved, causing the bald man to become furious. The colleague who has been sucking up to the boss all this time rolls up his sleeves and suggests that they beat up our hero first and then delete the recording. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, causing the boss to cool his ardor a little. The bald man opens the door, behind which stands the manager, and asks in surprise why he personally came to them, since the man was going to come down to him himself. The manager says he came to Mr. Yang and asks why he locks the door in the middle of the workday, worrying about his boss. The man doesn't understand which Mr. Yang the manager is talking about. The manager points to our hero, revealing that he is Mr. Yang, the new owner of the company, shocking the bald man with this news. The manager quickly approaches the guy, worried that something had happened to him and complaining that he shouldn't have answered the call. But our hero says that he came just in time. The bald man still doesn't believe what he heard and asks what he means when he says that Mr. Yang is the new boss. The manager reports that our hero paid $2 billion and is now the owner of this building. The boss and colleagues are shocked by this news. They don't understand why Chandler worked here, where he got the money, and why he bought this building. The sneaky colleague asks the manager if he's really talking about our hero, thinking he might be mistaken. The manager yells at his colleague, "Do you really think that I don't even know who's in charge here?" The boss changes his attitude, shakes our hero's hand and admits that he did wrong, and agrees that he should be punished for his actions. The bald man offers to double our hero's salary to forget about this misunderstanding. The manager overhears the conversation and asks if Chandler really worked here and that he hasn't been paid. The manager turns to the boss, reminding him that the lease states that they must work in good faith. Otherwise, as a punishment, the lease will be terminated, and they can demand triple the rent. Our hero smiles and plays the manager a recording where his boss offers him to work for free. The bald man asks to forget about the past and is ready to pay 3 times the commission to settle the situation. But our hero declares that he only wants to get what he wants and doesn't need anything extra. Chandler is about to leave, leaving the manager to handle the matter at his discretion. The bald man shouts to the guy, "Wait!" The boss asks why our hero wants to get rid of him, since he has already admitted his defeat. Chandler states that he never leaves his enemy a chance and suggests that he get out of the way. The bald man doesn't give in, asks to discuss everything, but our gentleman refuses. The boss turns to his subordinates and offers $50,000 if they help him. Everyone sits silently in their places, No one wants to help him. The bald man offers double the amount if they take the phone from our hero. Chandler laughingly asks if the boss really thinks that any of his colleagues will believe him after what happened to him. Looking at the situation from the outside, the manager clutches the phone in his hand. He dials the number and quietly asks for security to come up to the 15th floor as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, two people are hurrying up to the 15th floor. The two girls who were previously on the first floor do not understand why they were called to the 15th floor and are worried about our hero. The manager points to a bald man surrounded by security guards and asks who would dare touch Mr. Yoon. The bald man was so nervous that sweat appeared on his face and he frantically wiped it with a handkerchief. Chandler leaves everything to the manager's discretion, and he assures him that he will do everything. Chandler approaches his coworkers, offering to take what they deserve before their boss goes bankrupt. Colleagues began to complain that the boss did not pay overtime and forced them to enter into dubious contracts. A colleague who recently wanted to beat up our hero suddenly declares that he always hated the boss, but was afraid to say anything against him. Chandler watches as his mean coworker gets angry, complaining about his boss, and is amazed at how fickle he is. The door with the modest sign "Sin" is now covered with tapes that say "Sealed." The boss, taking away his things, threatens to get even with our hero, and he, in turn, says that the boss himself is to blame for what happened. Our hero turns to his colleagues and announces that he plans to open an advertising agency, offering them jobs. Colleagues are happy to announce that they are very eager to work for Chandler at his new company. Our hero looks at the very colleague who wanted to beat him up and kicks him out, not intending to work with him. The colleague falls to his knees and begs to be accepted, and says that he is ready to help him in the trial of his former boss. But our hero is adamant and says that he sees no point in working with someone who was his former boss's loyal dog. Kicking him hard, our hero drives his former colleague away. Chandler hands over control of the new company to his former colleague Susie and suggests that everyone take a half-month vacation and contact her with any questions. Susie became nervous, telling Chandler that she had no experience and was afraid of messing things up. Our hero consoles her and says that these are normal feelings. The girl cheers up and promises to do everything in her power. All his colleagues bow to Chandler and thank him for everything he has done for them in the last hour. The boys say a warm goodbye to our hero, seeing him off. And once again, our hero finds himself in the parking lot of the financial company Sin. "I'm done here. It's time to get to work," he says, approaching the car. He gets behind the wheel and takes a new order, which is 500 meters away from him. Pressing the gas pedal to the floor, he rushed forward towards the new order. There are already two people waiting for him on the street, a guy and a girl. Our hero takes a closer look and recognizes the girl as his former classmate. Coming closer, he is convinced that it is definitely her. The girl opens the door and they sit in the back seat of the car. The girl recognizes Chandler and greets him joyfully, and our hero asks who she is hanging out with. The girl replied that he was her boyfriend and introduced our hero, telling him that he was the best student at the institute and mentioned his beauty. The guy looked at Chandler, asking if he was popular with girls. The classmate replied that he was very popular and regretted that our hero already had a girlfriend. She asked the driver if they had broken up yet, and if they were planning to get married. Our hero began to slowly stop the car, announcing that they had already parted ways. A fellow student asked if our hero regretted turning down so many girls at the institute. Chandler recalled that he turned the girl down, not understanding why he was raising the issue now. The girl clung to her boyfriend and declared that she didn't regret it one bit, because thanks to this, she didn't live such a miserable life, hinting that our hero was just a driver. A classmate said that our hero not only rejected her, but also humiliated her. Chandler said he didn't remember what he said then, and if it was rude, he apologized. Taking our hero by the shoulder, the guy offered him to quit his job as a taxi driver and join his company, seeing how sincere he was. The girl was delighted with this offer and told him that her boyfriend works in an advertising company. But Chandler immediately rejected the offer and, opening the car window, declared that he liked working as a taxi driver. The girl was indignant when he opened the window and asked him to quickly turn on the air conditioner, as it was very hot in the car. Our hero refused, since the order did not include air conditioning, and suggested that the girl say a few kind words to him, or turn on the air conditioning herself. The guy in the back seat yelled that if he hadn't met his girlfriend, he wouldn't have been so kind to the driver, and demanded that the air conditioning be turned on immediately. The girl tried to calm her boyfriend down, as he could distract the driver, which could lead to an accident. A classmate said that they were old friends, And if our hero closed the window and turned on the air conditioner, she would forget about everything and would not leave a bad review. But our hero calmly replied that he would not be frightened by a bad review. The guy in the back seat screamed furiously, "Stop right now!" Chandler slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. The guy from the back seat got out of the car. "Get out of the car!" he shouted, kicking the car fender. But our hero had no intention of going out, and, wishing the couple to enjoy the sun, he drove away. The guy ran after our hero, waving his fists, but he was unable to catch up with the car. Under the scorching sun, the guy instantly started sweating and asked his girlfriend where they were. They looked around and realized that they were on a bridge, and they couldn't call a taxi here because stopping here was prohibited. The guy pulled his phone out of his pants pocket with a sharp movement. "I'll file a complaint." The man hoped that our hero would be fired after this. Our hero was driving further and further from the bridge when he received a message from the system, which informed him that for a new bad review, he would receive 2 million. Chandler looked at the message with satisfaction, thinking how unpleasant it would be to be on the bridge right now. The guy heard a notification from the chat, picked up his phone, and saw that his former classmates were discussing him. The conversation was started by the same girl he dropped off on the bridge, and the rest joined in the condemnation, discussing our hero and not understanding how he started working as a taxi driver again. Chandler pressed the brake pedal when he arrived at the right place. Sipping tea from a glass, he calmly replied that he had quit his previous job, was now working as a taxi driver, and was not ashamed of it. He then sent a recording of what happened in the car to the general chat and to support. In the chat, everyone started discussing Chandler's former passenger, considering her superficial and arrogant. Walking across the bridge under the scorching sun, the girl was outraged that our hero posted a video of his trip, and everyone condemned her. The guy yelled that he was going to kill our hero and offered to lure him to a party in order to make him look bad there. The girl snuggled up to her boyfriend, delighted with the idea. With a precise movement, the guy throws the coffee cup into the trash and sees an invitation to dinner from that same classmate. Chandler smiles and replies that it all depends on his mood that day. Our hero squints against the scorching sun, imagining a couple strolling across the bridge in such heat. After such heat, a heavy downpour began. But our hero continued to work and, having arrived at his destination, called the passenger. In response, the girl asked how she would get to the car in such rain, and our hero asked to wait for her there. He took out the umbrella he always keeps in the car for moments like this. Running up to the girl, he asked if she was his passenger. In response, the girl stated that there was a lot of water on the ground and she could not walk on it. Our hero didn't lose his composure and said that he didn't have any services for the disabled. The girl pointed to her shoes, said that they were very expensive and she did not want to ruin them, and in general, many people would want to carry her in their arms, but Chandler only suggested taking an umbrella and walking to the car on their own. The girl snatched the umbrella from the guy's hands, calling him stupid. Having opened the umbrella, the girl finally reached the car on her own. Already in the car, she started threatening to give him a bad review if he behaved like that again. And our guy, not listening to the threats, asked her to buckle up. The downpour intensified when our hero announced that they had arrived, and the girl started talking again about how she couldn't walk on water, otherwise she would get her shoes dirty. Our hero explained to the girl that he was in a car, not a helicopter, and could drive closer. The girl refused to listen to the guy and promised to leave him a bad review if he didn't bring her closer. Our hero said he didn't care, but the girl refused to get out of the car. Without thinking, our hero turned off the car. He took an umbrella and got out of the car, saying that the girl could stay there. "I'm going to have a bite to eat. Goodbye." The guy waved his hand, walking away from the car. The girl went out into the rain, promising to sue our hero. Without listening to the girl, the guy walked past her. He got back into the car and started the engine, ignoring the girl's surprised look. As he was leaving, the guy deliberately drove into a puddle, splashing the girl with water. Chandler laughed and thought that there would always be people like this girl in this world. The guy reached up and pulled out a thermos mug. With annoyance, he realized that the mug was empty and the tea had already run out. As always, a girl in a Chinese dress suddenly appeared in the car, announcing that for his new bad review he would receive a reward. Tea from the mother tree. Our hero never ceases to be amazed at what a wonderful system this is. Taking the girl by the chin, he asked why there was so little tea, only 50 grams. And the girl replied that it was very expensive tea. The price of tea is so high that it cannot be bought for money. Chandler was shocked at how expensive this tea was. Our hero got out of the car and took tea out of the trunk. He was surprised by the price of tea. 10,000 for a small package. The tea smelled amazing, and since the guy had 50 packs, he decided to try one. A message from the system appears in front of him, informing him that he has received another bad review, and that as a reward, he will receive a villa, the documents for which will soon be delivered by a courier. Calculating in his mind that the villa costs more than 500,000, the guy wonders why he left him a bad review, sipping delicious tea. Having finished his tea, Chandler put the mug back. A red-haired beauty in a short dress appears in front of his car. The girl jumped into the front seat and the guy asked, confused, what she was doing. The girl took out a wad of money and said she was ready to pay. Our hero explained that online taxis work differently and that she needs to order a ride online. The girl got angry and suggested that the guy just drive the car. She said she wanted to go for a ride in the car today when a guy in shorts approached them. He started knocking on the window and demanding that our hero open the door. The girl began to threaten that if the guy opened the door, she would bite him to death. Chandler asked her if she knew this guy, and she said she didn't. Our hero asked the guy if they knew each other. The guy shouted in rage that she was his girlfriend. Of course they knew each other. The girl replied that this was not true, and that they had met for the first time today on a blind date. The guy shouted that it was a lie, and said that the girl's family owed him money, and the girl had to pay him. The girl told our hero directly that if he gave her to this guy, he would become an accomplice. The guy on the street shouted that this was none of our hero's business, and that he should open the door. Chandler suggested that the girl call the police because he didn't want to get involved in the fight between them. The girl started calling our hero names, calling him an idiot who was no use at all. Chandler got angry and said that her father started this situation and it was up to him to deal with it. And all he could do was call the police. A guy on the street kicked the car from the passenger side. He started tugging at the door handle, shouting for the girl to come out, and she tried to push him away. The girl asked our hero to save her, but he insisted on calling the police. The girl said that even if they called the police, her family did not have the money to give to the guy. The guy grabbed the girl by the hair through the window, trying to pull her out of the car. Pulling the girl towards him, the guy offered our hero to take them out of town, where he would let him play with the girl too. Chandler inserted the key and started the car. A guy on the street started threatening our hero and promised that even if they left, he would still find them, because he was a famous person. Chandler stepped on the gas pedal, saying he didn't care who he was. The car drove away, and the guy continued running after it, cursing at our hero. The guy walked up to his car, preparing a plan for revenge. The car was driving along the road and the girl kept thanking our hero. Chandler said that he was not interested in the girl. He would drop her off nearby so that she could call a taxi to the desired location herself. Suddenly, a black car cut them off, blocking their path. The guy from the black car started threatening to kill our hero if he didn't stop. The girl was scared, because if he caught up with them, it would definitely be the end for her. Chandler gripped the steering wheel, trying to avoid a collision and escape pursuit. A man in a black car was driving behind, but lost control and his car flipped over. The girl turned around and laughed because her pursuer had crashed the car. Our hero pulled up to a bus stop and demanded that the girl get out of the car immediately. The girl, who had straightened her fiery red hair, offered Chandler to take her home. In exchange, he would get her first time. Our hero became angry at this proposal, and once again demanded that the girl get out of the car. Having called our hero a coward and a bastard, the girl got out of the car. She continued calling him names as Chandler drove away. But he didn't go to work, but to his new villa. A man met him, handed him his documents, and offered to park, after which he would show him the villa. Chandler followed the man and entered the door. He liked the villa immediately. He just needed to move his things here. At that moment, the guy received a call. He received a call from the All Island Hotel, inviting him to a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Our hero returned to All Island, apologizing for being late. Upon entering the office, our hero introduced himself and thanked for the meeting. One of the men showed our hero his seat and said he was pleasantly surprised that the new shareholder was so young. The guy was introduced to a man with a mustache, Vince, the chairman of the All Island Hotel. Another man, Gene, turned out to be an investor from Sky, and they got together to discuss his investment. Chandler wondered why investment from Sky was needed at all. The men immediately began to discuss what had happened between our hero and Jean's son. Vince asked the boy if he was offended by the children's ignorance. Chandler said with displeasure that Jean's son had seriously insulted him, and he was not going to forgive him so easily. Vince suggested that Jean's son apologize to our hero and give in for the sake of their future. But Jean didn't understand why his son should apologize for simply standing up for a girl. Chandler asked the chairman if there would be any discussions other than Sky's investment and was told no. Chandler stood up and stated that he did not agree with Sky's investment in the All-Island Hotel. Our hero headed for the exit, declaring that he still had things to do. Chandler didn't listen to anyone and left the office. Jean was furious because he was going to invest money. But instead of help and gratitude, he received insults. Vince tried to calm Jean down, promising that he would talk to our hero later and try to work things out. But Vince still insisted that Jean's son apologize, and the man said he would talk to his son. And again, our hero goes down to the parking lot where his car is parked. He slowly approaches the car and turns off the alarm. "I finally found you," he hears a male voice behind him. He sees the same guy who was chasing him in a black car, with a crowd of suspicious guys. Chandler was surprised how the guy found him, and he replied that he promised to find our hero anywhere if he took the girl away. Rubbing his fists, Chandler wonders if the guy really wants to fight him. In response, the guy raises a bat and says that he will not deal with our hero, but will smash his car. All the guys start frantically smashing the car with iron bats. Chandler takes out his phone and starts recording the carnage. The guy with the bat says he can afford to pay for the damage, but he wants our hero to lose his livelihood. A red sports car screeches to a halt nearby. A girl quickly gets out of the car. This is the same red-haired girl that our hero took away from the guy with the bat. She asks if he has really gone crazy. The girl is perplexed why the guy is crashing the car, because she promised to stay with him that evening. The guy with the bat replies that he just wants to ruin our hero's mood, because he broke his heart. He accuses the girl of falling for the taxi driver and says that he is going to kill her in the evening. The girl states that she is communicating with the guy only because of a debt, and under other circumstances, she would not even look at him. Suddenly, Lewis appears in the parking lot and asks what happened, and our hero approaches him with interest. Lewis rubs his bruised cheek and says the answer made him apologize to our hero. Chandler suddenly became happy and hugged the confused Lewis. Our hero asks if Lewis's family is rich, and he replies, "Of course." Chandler points to the guy with the bat and asks if Lewis knows him, and Lewis reveals that his family has invested in several of their companies. Our hero says that he is ready to forgive Lewis if he does something for him. Lewis asks in surprise what he wants. Chandler offers a deal. If Lewis lends the girl's family money, he will allow them to invest in All-Island. Lewis asks in surprise why our hero doesn't lend the money himself, since he has a huge capital. But our hero points to the wrecked car and says that he still works as a taxi driver. Lewis is shocked and assumes that our hero is from some secret family, but he asks not to talk about it. The guy gives in and says that someone from the girl's family can come to him tomorrow for money. Chandler approaches the girl, relaying Lewis's words and saying that this is to help her in her current situation. The girl jumps on the guy with joy, hugging him with her long legs. The guy with the bat asks, confused, why Lewis's family is lending money to the girl. Lewis throws up his hands, explaining that Chandler is the second shareholder in All-Island and that he cannot do otherwise. The guy with the bat is shocked that our hero is the second shareholder. Lewis whispers to the guy if he can't see what's going on. The other guys throw down their bats, thinking they're up against someone dangerous. The guys that the offended guy brought are outraged because he made them crash his car, and because of this, they could get into trouble. The offended person holds out a cigarette from the pack as a sign of reconciliation. He tells Chandler that if he had known that he was the second shareholder in All-Island, he would never have behaved like that. Our hero asks if he really thinks it's that simple. Two police officers run up to them, asking what is going on and who reported the crime. A red-haired girl waves to the police and informs them that his friend's car is damaged. The suspicious guys immediately give up the one who brought them, saying that it was he who ordered them to smash the car. The policeman approached the offended guy and asked why he had crashed someone else's car. The guy introduces himself and says that our hero stole his girlfriend, so he decided to take revenge on him. The police officer asks if he is willing to pay compensation. The guy, crossing his arms, says that compensation is only possible by court order. The police officer tries to reason with the boy, explaining that property damage is a criminal offense that cannot be solved with money, and the boy again tries to say who his father is. The policeman replies that he doesn't care who his father is, and repeats that the boy committed a crime for which he must be punished. The guy agrees to pay for the car and offers $100,000 as compensation. But Chandler says he did not agree to the settlement and will take legal action. The guy raises the price to $200,000. Because the car was old and not worth more. Our hero points to his car and says that he doesn't want money but justice. But the guy doesn't care. He's not afraid of a criminal record. Because he doesn't need to work because his family is rich. The police approach the guy and ask him to come with them to the station. The whole company goes to the police and our hero finds himself in a negotiation room. The policeman introduces the man, says that he is the boy's father, and he immediately declares that our hero wants a lot. Chandler laughs at the resemblance between father and son and reiterates that he plans to go to court. Father offers $500,000 as compensation. Chandler starts to get angry, repeating that it's not about the money. The man offers $1 million and adds that if it weren't for the difficult times for the company, they would have spoken to him differently. Chandler tells the officer that he wants to leave, and the officer asks him to sign a waiver of agency. The man tries to stop Chandler from signing the papers. The father suggests meeting at another time and asks not to ruin his life. Our hero takes the papers and asks if the man has finished talking nonsense. When signing the document, he says that creditors have been threatening him since childhood. With the signed papers, he declares that he is not afraid of the man's threats. "See you in court," Chandler says, walking towards the door as the man yells at him to come back. From the police station, our hero went to the real estate agency. At the entrance, a girl meets him, hands him the keys, and asks if he has any questions about the price. Chandler takes the keys and says he agrees to the market value. The girl informs us that the house will be handed over to our hero and that he can call if he needs anything. The guy left the agency thinking that he needed to buy a new car to continue working. At that very moment, he receives a call on his phone. A girl in a Chinese dress appears in front of him and informs him that a new complaint has been received and the bonus is being launched. Chandler is glad to hear this news. The girl informs him that a luxury car that looks like an ordinary one is waiting for him in the parking lot, so that he can continue working as a taxi driver. The girl hands over the keys, and the happy guy says that the system is very caring. With the keys in hand, Chandler decides to go home and rest. Our hero arrives at his villa number 1. He sits in a chair by the pond, eating ice cream and enjoying the comfort of his new home. In the distance, 2 figures can be seen on the balcony of a neighboring villa. This is the owner of villa number 8, Iola, to whom the manager came, inviting her to dinner. The girl asks the manager if she has found out about the owner of villa number 1. The woman replies that the security guards found out that the new owner is a young guy in an ordinary car. He doesn't look like a rich man. Iola became interested, thinking that the guy might be from a large family. She asks the manager to take 2 bottles of wine and take them to villa number 1. As a greeting from villa number 8. There is a ring at the door of villa number 1. Chandler opens the door and the woman says she is from villa number 8. She hands over a bag of wine and says that the owner has decided to give him a small, neighborly gift. Chandler asks what the owner's name is. The woman says the girl's name and asks what our hero's name is. Chandler introduces himself, thanks her for the gift, and invites the woman in. But she refuses, explaining that she only came to give the gift. The manager says goodbye and returns to her villa. Iola asks from the doorway how everything went. The manager says that our hero is a very good and well-mannered guy. He thanked her for the gift and promised to come back for a return visit. Iola thanks the manager for the information and lets her rest. Our hero looks at the clock, which shows 10 in the evening. He thinks it's too early and decides to go for a walk. In his new car, our hero drives through the evening streets of the city on a new order. He drives up to the cinema building. The car stops near the couple. Our hero says that he is their driver and asks them to buckle up. The girl says that she is a student and asks him to take her to the dorm in 15 minutes. Otherwise, she will not be allowed in. Chandler says that according to the navigator, they still have 20 minutes to go, and it will be difficult to make it on time. The guy in the back seat asks him to take his girlfriend as quickly as possible so she can make it. But he thinks he deliberately stayed late in the hope that the girl won't make it, and she'll have to spend the night with him. Unaware of the guy's hopes, our hero steps on the gas to make it on time. The girl sincerely thanks our hero, but the guy is not happy with such a promise. The guy declares that if our hero doesn't make it in time, not only will they not pay, but he will have to take them back. The girl, perplexed, asks why the guy said that. In response, he whispers that he deliberately scared the driver so that he would hurry up. Chandler says that since he promised, he will definitely make it in time. because he himself studied at this institute and knows the shortcut. The girl was delighted that the driver also studied at this institute and bombarded him with questions about where he studied and what his name was. Chandler introduced himself, and the navigator reported that they had deviated from the route. The guy started to get nervous, asking why our hero had deviated from the route. Chandler explains that this route will save them 5 minutes and get them to the dorm on time. The girl is happy that they got such a driver and asks to tell him his number in case they need his help again, ignoring the upset guy. The car arrives at the girl's dormitory building. The girl quickly runs out of the car. She waves to the caretaker and asks him not to close the door. The girl thanks our hero and says goodbye to him, happy that she made it in time. Chandler turns to the remaining guy and asks where to take him. The guy smiles slyly, says he will make a repeat order, and asks to continue the trip. Suddenly, a message appears on the screen that another bad review has been received. Chandler wonders who left it, and since it's the first order today, it turns out that the guy in the back left it. Immediately, the hero sees a system message informing him that he has received a real combat skill that begins to work right now. Chandler feels with his whole body that this technique has some kind of superpower. Chandler turns around and asks why the guy left a bad review, since he delivered the girl on time. The guy smiles maliciously and asks our hero to drive the car further, and that he will explain everything later. Chandler brought the guy to his destination and asked him again why he left a bad review, but he doesn't answer and says on the phone for the guys to come over. 3 hooligans run up to the car, start smashing it, and demand that our hero get out of the car. Chandler turns to the guy again, trying to understand what's going on. Here, the guy finally reveals that he deliberately delayed the girl so that she wouldn't have time to spend the night with him, and our hero ruined his plans. Chandler still doesn't understand why the guy was trying to persuade him to take them faster. The guy flies out of the car, cursing. He kicks out the car's side mirror and demands that Chandler get out. Our hero reflects that he has just received new technology and will be able to test it on the hooligans. The guys with bats surround our hero, intending to finish him off quickly. Chandler stops the guy and asks him to wait a minute. The guy thinks our hero is scared and suggests that he get down on his knees to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, they will beat him up. Chandler points to a street camera that will record the attack and suggests they go somewhere where they won't leave evidence. The guy with the bat laughs, deciding that our hero has resigned himself to his fate. Chandler walks forward, rubbing his fists, and the crowd of hooligans follows behind, unaware of anything. Suddenly, our hero turns around. The only sounds heard in the quiet residential area are the groans of the hooligans being beaten. Chandler leaves without a scratch, leaving behind the beaten hooligans. One of the hooligans threatens the guy who called them that he will be responsible for what happened and pay the medical bills. The guy agrees that our hero was very strong and tries to justify himself by saying that he didn't know about the guy's strength. A car drives up to a crowd of hooligans. Our hero calls over the guy who started the fight. The boy starts to beg for mercy and fear and asks not to beat him to death. Chandler assures him that he won't hit the guy, and he comes closer. Our hero grabs him by the lapels and shouts that he owes him a new car, and the guy agrees. Without saying another word, our hero leaves. The girl he drove to the dorm calls him and asks if our hero drove her boyfriend home. Chandler claims that the guy gathered a crowd to beat him up and advises the girl to break up with him. The beaten guy was walking down the street when he received a call. The girl immediately started screaming and asking why he decided to beat the driver. The guy yells back that he's angry because they started flirting right in front of him. "Are you crazy?" The girl screamed in rage. Not listening to further screams, the guy lowered the phone, cursing. He decided to file a complaint against our hero in order to take revenge. Thanks to the complaint, the system gave our hero another reward, a body strengthening, and asked him to say when he was ready to receive the improvement. Chandler was pleased with the complaint he received and the new gift from the system. Our hero finally made it home. He lay down on the bed and asked the system to begin strengthening, and it responded immediately, informing him that the process had started. The boy's body began to fill with extraordinary strength as the system started the process. After a few seconds, the improvement was complete, and the system reported that, excluding external factors, our hero was now the strongest man in the world. Pleased with the improvement he had received, Chandler suddenly noticed that there was a smell in the house. He guessed that this was the legendary meridian cleansing. The next day, at Villa Number 1, Chandler went out for a jog and met a girl on the way. He said hello, guessing that it was Iola, and the girl also immediately realized that this was the owner of Villa Number 1. They shook hands, and our hero thanked her for the gift, which he really liked. Chandler said goodbye to the girl, wishing her good luck in training. Watching the boy run away, the girl thought that he was quite suitable for the role of a son from a large family. And our hero tried to think of what to give the girl. It dawned on him, and he decided to give that very tea. The doorbell of Villa number 8 rang. The manager opened the door, inviting our hero to enter. Chandler held out the bag, saying he wanted to share his tea with him. The manager was surprised by such a gift. A girl appeared on the second floor, drying her wet hair, and offered to treat our hero to some wine. Chandler greeted the girl, and the manager said that the guy had brought them tea and offered to make it. The girl liked this proposal and offered to boil water. Chandler handed the package to the manager with a smile and said that he couldn't stay because he had to pick up his car. Iola hurried down and asked what our hero was doing. Chandler said he worked as a taxi driver and, without giving me a chance to ask any further questions, said goodbye. Hearing these words, Iola began to doubt whether our hero was really rich, since he worked as a taxi driver. The manager opened the package and asked the girl what kind of tea she thought it was. Iola replied that she didn't know and suggested taking it to an old friend who knew about tea varieties. The manager agreed with the proposal and went to find out what kind of tea it was. Iola was surprised how a taxi driver could afford Villa number 1. Our hero arrived in his new car for his next order. Arriving, he saw the same red-haired beauty whom he had recently saved from the guy. Chandler smiled at her and asked if she had ordered a taxi. The girl opened the door, not understanding why our hero bought himself such an ordinary car. The girl sat in the front seat and suggested that the hero should have bought himself a sports car. The girl crossed her legs and asked the guy if her legs had become more attractive. The guy replied that if the girl remained silent, she would score 99 points. But if she spoke, then only 59. The girl was surprised by such an assessment, and the guy changed the subject and asked her to buckle up. The car was driving along the road when the girl said that she was inviting the guy to lunch at a restaurant, but he refused because he needed to pick up his car. Chandler says the girl clearly wanted to get him drunk so that she could then go back to the hotel to continue the evening, and the girl doesn't deny it. But Chandler adamantly replies that he doesn't want to have dinner. The girl is outraged that Chandler can refuse such a beautiful and smart girl, and begins to suspect that he has a problem with his sexual orientation. Our hero pressed the brake pedal, announced that they had arrived, and asked the girl to get out if she had nothing else to say. The girl got out of the car, irritated that our hero was not interested in girls and convinced that he was gay. Our hero arrived at the next order and saw a man saying something to a frightened girl. Our hero announced that he had arrived, and the girl waved her hand at him. However, the man did not want to let her go and asked her to pay. But the girl refused because it was not her fault that the bicycles fell. But the man did not give up and blamed the girl for causing the bicycles to fall onto the parked car. Our hero pointed to the street camera and asked if they would like to watch the video to resolve their dispute. The girl was delighted with this idea, because this way they would find out what had happened. The man approached our hero, saying that he noticed temporary registration plates on his car. The man threatened to smash our hero's car if he continued to interfere, and the boy realized that the man was simply extorting money from the girl. Such an arrogant man shouldn't intimidate a girl, said our hero. The man was indignant. What does this have to do with you? Chandler replied that the girl ordered a taxi and he arrived to pick it up, but the man was holding them up, and he again offered to watch the video from the cameras. Suddenly, a bat appeared in the man's hand, and he said that he had warned our hero. The man asked if our hero really thought he wouldn't crash his car. Chandler pointed to the car and said the man could wreck it if he could afford the repairs. The man laughed and said he could easily buy several of these cars. The man rolled up his sleeves, and the girl asked not to involve others in their affairs. Our hero took the girl by the hand and asked her not to stop him. He hugged the girl and said that he had already dealt with such bastards before. Let her do what she wanted. The girl blushed in our hero's arms and apologized for dragging him into this. Chandler smiled widely at the angry man and told the girl not to worry. The man swung the bat, saying that if he didn't smash the car, he would be ashamed of himself. But suddenly the man saw something and stopped. He noticed in time that the car was very expensive and thought that he would never be able to pay for it in his entire life. Chandler asked irritably why the man had stopped and suggested that he continue. The man threw down the bat, telling our hero that he had misunderstood him. With an apologetic smile, the man admitted that the wind had most likely overturned the bicycles and that he had questions for the girl. Our hero didn't understand the refusal, because the man was going to be forever proud of himself if he crashed his car. But the man admitted his guilt and suggested that the boy and girl go about their business without further delay. Chandler walked the girl to the car and offered to sit down. Sitting in the car, the girl thanked our hero, and he modestly noted that if she had not called a taxi, he would not have been able to help. The girl could not understand why this man suddenly became so kind. Chandler didn't understand either and assumed it was a sudden change of mood. Having arrived at the required building, our hero announced that they had arrived. The girl introduced herself as Juno and invited our hero to have dinner with her and her friend. But the guy refused and wanted to have a good time. Juno asked for the guy's phone number so she could call him when she needed the car again. They held their phones close to each other and exchanged numbers. The girl got out of the car and watched our hero's car drive away. As Chandler drove away, he suddenly realized that he was hungry. The car stopped, its polished bumper shining. Our hero entered the cafe and asked the waitress to take his order. As soon as he sat down at the table, he heard the sound of a received message. It was Juno who wrote that something had been added to her wine and she was asking for help. The room was in the same building where our hero sat. The guy approached the waitress and ordered her to check as quickly as possible what was happening in room 302. Just as the waitress was about to leave, someone entered the room. A familiar man entered, and behind him, two girls were dragging Juno, holding her from both sides. And our hero realized that the request was not a joke. Juno, with a red face, asked to let her go, and the girls promised to take her to the dormitory. Our hero tilted his chair slightly in the direction of those who entered. He kicked the chair hard towards the man who had earlier smashed his car. The man was shocked to meet our hero again, and he asked why he had freed himself so quickly. The man did not want to answer and demanded that the guy get away. The man shouted at the girls to follow him, but our hero stopped them. Chandler asked the girls who they were and what they were doing with Juno. The girls stuttered and said that Juno had been drinking too much and they were just helping her get to the dorm. Then why did she send this message? The guy asked, showing the message on the phone screen. The man and both girls were shocked by what they saw and clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The girl began to justify herself by saying that she was really her neighbor, and the man suddenly declared that he was Juno's boyfriend. Our hero called the police and told them to come and sort everything out. The man lost his temper, accusing our hero of deliberately making things more difficult. Suddenly, the man started running away, leaving behind the girls he came with. The girl pushed Juno into our hero's arms and said that she had nothing to do with it. Chandler lightly patted Juno on the cheek, trying to bring her back to her senses. The girl opened her eyes and asked our hero to take her away from here. He took the girl in his arms and asked the waitress to open the room for him. The door to the room swung open. Chandler sat Juno down on the couch, and the girl continued to ask him to save her. After handing the girl a glass of water, Chandler asked what she was doing there. The girl said that two friends invited her to dinner. When she arrived, the man was there too. Juno saw him and was about to leave, but he offered her some juice, which made her dizzy. Chandler said that her drink had been spiked and asked why she drank it in the first place. The girl jumped up from the sofa and indignantly declared that she would contact the police. Chandler supported her and, taking out his phone, said that they would not let the bad guys get away. A police car drove up to the place where our hero was. Juno left with the police, and our hero hoped that the man wouldn't get off so easily this time. Our hero returned to his villa and met the manager of villa number 8 near it. Chandler asked what she was doing there, and the woman was glad that he had finally returned. The woman explained that Iola was inviting him to dinner and had come to ask if he would accept. Chandler said that he was very tired today, but he would be expecting them for dinner at his place tomorrow evening. The manager agreed and promised to prepare several dishes for dinner. The woman returned to villa number 8, and the girl asked why she came alone, to which the manager replied that the guy refused. She told the girl that the guy had invited them to dinner the next day, and the girl was surprised that he was the only one who dared to refuse the invitation. Iola agreed to pay him a visit. Our hero received a call from Juno. She said that her neighbor confessed to everything, but the girl is sure that the man forced her to do it, and our hero promised to deal with him. The next day, our hero arrived for another order, where a couple was waiting for him. The guy sat in front, the girl in the back, and our hero asked them to buckle up. Suddenly, the guy in front took off his shoes, and a stench filled the car. Our hero, holding his nose, asked the passenger to put on his shoes and fasten his seatbelt, but the guy refused to put on his shoes and said that he was tired and wanted to take a nap. Chandler asked the passenger again to put on his shoes and said that if he did not agree, he would be thrown out of the car. The passenger began to threaten that if our hero continued, he would give him a bad review. The girl in the back seat said that the taxi driver had no right to complain about foot odor. Chandler got angry and repeated that if the man didn't get his shoes on, he would throw both of their cars out. But the passenger said that he was not going to get out and that our hero could not do anything to him. Chandler immediately got out of the car. He opened the passenger door where the guy was sitting. Our hero grabbed the guy by the hand. With one movement, he threw the passenger out of the car. The girl started screaming and calling for help. People began to gather, and the girl continued to ask for help and asked to punish our hero. But our hero told what happened, and a man passing by smelled how strongly the passenger smelled. Everyone around started judging the guy because he behaved so inappropriately in an expensive car. The former passenger didn't understand what kind of expensive car they were talking about, and then he noticed the make of the car. The girl didn't understand if the car was really expensive, and her boyfriend said that it cost $1 million. The girl immediately began to apologize to our hero and offered to treat him. Her boyfriend was shocked by the girl's behavior, but she told him to come back without her. The guy got angry at the girl, asking what she was talking about. The girl drove the guy away, saying that he never listens to her. Our hero asked the girl to remove her boyfriend's shoes, and the girl agreed. She threw the shoes out of the car, and then she sat down in the front seat, offering Chandler dinner. Chandler thanked the girl as he opened the car door. After getting behind the wheel, our hero asked the girl to get out and wipe the rearview camera. The girl happily agreed to fulfill this request. But as soon as she got out, our hero hurried away, and the girl shouted after him that her purse was left in the car. Chandler threw his purse out of the car without stopping. The guy with smelly feet laughed as the girl was thrown out of the car. She slapped him and called him an idiot. The girl got angry, asking if the guy didn't understand why she did that, and he rubbed his cheek in confusion. The girl said that she was trying to beg forgiveness from our hero. The guy hugged the whining girl, glad that she did so, and the girl asked him to leave a bad review for our hero. The guy grabbed the phone and left not only a bad review, but also a complaint. After such passengers, our hero went to the dry cleaners to wash his car. While sipping his coffee, he saw a message that a new bad review had been received. The girl in the Chinese dress appeared in front of the guy again and said that he would receive 32% of the shares of the Baoqing Hotel and $5 million, making him the second shareholder. A satisfied guy asks if the system can compensate for the damage caused by smelly feet. He receives a message from Vince telling him to come to the Baoqing Hotel at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The guy is pleased with his luck. On his return home, he was met by two cooks. Chandler was surprised what they were doing here. The cooks report that they have received orders from Iola to prepare dinner. Chandler invites them into the house, intending to do the dishes. He opens the door, letting the cooks into the house. Chefs are shocked by the luxurious dishes and knives in the house. The chef warns the other guys to be careful. He scolds the cooks to be more attentive, and they agree. They continue to discuss our hero and are surprised that even the faucet in the house is gilded. Chandler asks the cook if he needs to buy anything for tonight's dinner. The cook assured our hero that there was enough food and he didn't need to worry. Chandler thanked him for the work he had done, and the chef was glad to hear it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Our hero opened the door and invited Iola in, saying that her presence made the house more beautiful. The girl said that it was a great honor for her to be visiting our hero. The manager followed the girl in, and Chandler said that he didn't expect her to invite the cooks, and the woman explained that these cooks worked in their hotel. Iola looked around and estimated the paintings hanging in the hall at several million, realizing how rich our hero was. The guy filled the glasses with wine. He invited the girls to a table set with magnificent dishes. The girl asked Chandler what kind of food he liked, and he admitted that he had never tried such dishes. The guy said with a smile that this food was the best he had ever tasted in his life. After hearing this story, the girl decided that Chandler was from a rich family, but decided to leave it to experience a poor life. Iola asked Chandler what kind of cars he liked, and he replied that he liked sports cars. Our hero added that he is currently drunk and unable to drive. Iola continued to fantasize, imagining that this was a film, at the end of which our hero would return to his family. The girl handed Chandler the steak and offered to try it. After taking a bite, the guy replied that the dish was really very tasty. An hour later, everyone had eaten their fill and there was no more food left on the table. Iola suggested going for a walk after a heavy lunch, and the guy agreed. Iola and Chandler went outside and walked along the road, talking about dinner. "Hey, bastard, you're really unlucky," someone said, turning to our hero. It was that same guy again, Chuck, who had crashed his car and drugged the poor girl. Now he was with a crowd of bandits and said that he hoped not to meet our hero again. Iola became furious and demanded that the boys get out of here. Chuck assessed the girl and said that this was a personal conflict with our hero, and he did not want to involve her. Chuck asked the girl to leave, and she concluded that the man did not know who Chandler was. The girl once again shouted at them to get out and not interfere with her walk with our hero. Chuck began to threaten the girl and said that if she did not leave, she could get hurt. Chandler shielded the girl and told the guy that he only relied on his father's company, but if she was gone, he would have nothing to rely on. Chuck agreed to what was offered to his father and pointed out to our hero that he could not do anything with him. He gave the order to the bandits to kill Chandler. Our hero scattered the bandits who attacked him in just a few blows. The girl was amazed by our hero's martial arts skills. Chuck got scared and cowardly asked Chandler not to come near him. Otherwise, he would tell his father everything. Our hero slapped him, asking how dare he threaten him. The man was shocked that Chandler dared to hit him, because even his father never hit him. But our hero only grinned dangerously, saying that nothing was over yet. He slapped Chuck several times, so hard that his head shook from side to side. Chuck begged for mercy because he was afraid he might die. The man said he realized his mistake and asked for forgiveness, and Chandler demanded that he leave. The bandits grabbed Chuck by the arms and ran away in fear. The girl praised Chandler's fighting skills and asked where he learned it. Our hero was confused because he couldn't say that he had received skills from the system, so he evasively said that he hadn't seen his teacher for a long time. The girl wished that our hero would definitely meet the teacher and asked what he was going to do with Chuck and his father's company. Chandler was thinking out loud that he didn't know what to do yet, and the girl decided that the matter was most likely in his family, so he couldn't act openly. Iola offered to help Chandler figure it out as a sign of their friendship. Our hero gladly accepted the girl's offer and promised that he would definitely repay her. The girl became embarrassed and said that he didn't have to be so polite, and also promised that in the near future, he would see the collapse of the Java company, which belonged to Chuck's father. Chandler said that he had recently received shares in the Baoqing Hotel and invited the girl to dinner the next day, and she happily accepted. At Villa number 8, the manager handed slippers to the girl who had returned. The woman asked how it all went, and the girl replied that she was now sure that Chandler was from a wealthy family who practiced martial arts and told about the fight. Iola ordered the manager to find information on the Java company and added that she wanted to bankrupt this company. The manager understood the order and got to work. The next day at the hotel, the guy asked Lexi, the girl who insulted our hero in the taxi, where Chandler was, why everyone had gathered and he was still not there. The girl said that he was not answering messages. The guy said that if Chandler didn't come, he wouldn't pay for her classmates' dinner. A guy and a girl, Lexi's former classmates, came in and asked why they were arguing. Lexi explained that her boyfriend refuses to pay for everyone because our hero didn't show up and suggests rescheduling the meeting for another time. The guy with glasses was shocked because the girl herself invited them to dinner, and now she was canceling the meeting. The red-haired girl was answering at Lexi, asking if she really thought all her classmates were poor. Lexi attacked her boyfriend with her fists, blaming him for what happened. The guy pushes the girl away and says that he is not obliged to treat her classmates. Enough arguing. A male voice is heard behind me. This is another classmate dressed in an expensive suit. Lexi's boyfriend waves bills and says he has money, but he doesn't want to spend it on her classmates. Lexi starts crying and says she doesn't want to date the guy anymore. The guy turns around and says that she will regret what she did. The guy leaves, and the rich man suggests ignoring the situation so as not to spoil the mood. The door closes with a bang. The rich man offers to split the bill because the food at Baoqing restaurant is incredibly delicious, but the redhead says she doesn't have enough money for it. Glasses asks Lexi how much the dish costs, and she answers, 8,000. The bespectacled guy starts whining that it's too expensive, and if he pays for this food, he won't have any money left to pay for the phone and asks the girl to pay for it. But Lexi says she is unemployed and has no money. The rich man offers to lend everyone money, but asks them not to forget to return it. The bespectacled man is delighted with the proposal and tells Leska that she would be better off dating this rich man. The door to the restaurant opens again. Our hero greets everyone gathered and apologizes for being late. The rich man recounts to Chandler what happened, and the blonde teacher offers to sit next to her. The boy thanks the teacher, and she invites them to sit at the table and start dinner. Lexi begins to express her grievances to our hero, asking how he could leave her on the bridge. Chandler reminds us that after the recording from the car, No one needs an explanation of what happened. The rich man tries to smooth over the conflict between the two. He says that he has already taken care of dinner, and Chandler needs to pay for the wine, as an apology for being late. The teacher is against this idea and tells the rich man that if he wants to drink, he should buy his own drink. The rich man asks the waiter to bring them several bottles of good wine. The waiter brings a bottle, and the bespectacled man says that it costs several tens of thousands. The redhead asks how expensive the wine is, and the waiter replies that it costs 120,000. The rich man is embarrassed and says that they did not order such expensive wine. The waiter turns to Lexi and says that it was her boyfriend who ordered such an expensive wine, and the girl asks to cancel this order. The rich man estimates the price of the bottles and thinks that Lexi definitely doesn't deserve that amount. The waitress says that it is inappropriate to refuse something that has already been ordered. Chandler asks people not to argue and says that he will pay for everything. The teacher is worried that Chandler won't have enough money and suggests canceling the order. The teacher approaches the waitress, asking her to cancel the order and call the manager. And the waitress repeats that the wine is non-refundable. 2 minutes later, Manager Chow enters the room and asks who wants to cancel the order and why. The manager notices our hero and realizes that a new shareholder is sitting in front of him. Chow immediately turns to Chandler and asks if he likes the food. Classmates don't understand why the manager is so polite to the guy. Our hero pointed to the dish and said that it was cold and not tasty. The manager ordered the waitress to go to the kitchen, bring a new dish and more wine. The teacher became worried and told the manager that they would not be able to pay for so many bottles of wine. The manager says with a smile that they can't ask for money because Chandler's appearance is a big holiday for them and there is no need to pay at all. Chandler said that his rich classmate had already promised to pay for the food and that he would pay for the wine himself. Chandler ordered the manager to go to work and he wished them a good time. The door slammed behind the manager. Chandler suggested that his classmates not get distracted and start eating. The teacher asked our hero why the manager was so polite to him, and the red-haired girl added that the manager behaved like a subordinate of our hero. Chandler said that he bought some shares of Baoqing Company. That's why the manager was so polite. The rich man and the bespectacled man were shocked, asking where our hero got so much money, since he was just a taxi driver, and the shares of this company were very expensive. Chandler lied that his father left him some money. Glasses asked why Chandler works as a taxi driver if he is rich. Lexi, who had been listening to the conversation, decided to intervene and apologize for what had happened. But Chandler said he still remembers how she and her boyfriend bullied him. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked our hero for forgiveness. The sounds of a struggle came from behind the door. The manager brought in Lexi's beaten ex-boyfriend and said he was coming for Chandler with a bunch of thugs. The guy asked our hero what his connection was with the Baoqing Hotel. The manager hit the guy hard, asking why he decided to attack the company's second shareholder. The guy didn't believe what he heard and realized that this time he was in trouble. He asked Lexi for help, but she said that it was his own fault he was in this situation. Chandler looked at the time and thought it was time to go on a date with Iola. Our hero asked the manager to take care of the rest, and he happily agreed. Our hero told the guys that he was paying for everyone except the rich man, and added that he would try to return to them after the date. The manager said that since the boys were our hero's classmates, they would be treated as the best guests. The man wished them bon appetit and left the room. The door to the hall slammed shut as the manager and our hero left. Silence reigned in the room where the boys were sitting. The silence was broken by the teacher, who suggested that they eat while the food was hot, and was glad that our hero had become rich. The red-haired girl said that she didn't expect this and they clearly underestimated the guy. Lexi thought that she needed to win Chandler over in order to fulfill her dream of becoming a rich man's wife. Our hero arrived at room 318. Iola was already waiting for him there. The guy complimented her, saying that the girl looked great, and she said that on the first date with our hero, she had to look great. Our hero was embarrassed that he hadn't had time to stop by home and change his suit. Iola replied that our hero is perfectly built, so he looks great in any outfit. The cook entered the room and asked if it was possible to bring in the dishes, and our hero ordered them to be brought in. The most luxurious dishes and the finest wine were served. The girl was surprised at how highly the guy rated her, because he ordered such expensive dishes. Suddenly, the telephone rang. Chandler picked up his phone and saw several messages from Lexi. She wanted to invite our hero somewhere and was worried why he wasn't answering. Lexi was delighted to see that our hero had read the messages and was sure that if he responded, she had a chance. The next day at villain number 1, our hero was awakened by a telephone ringing. They called him to report that they had purchased everything for his new advertising campaign. Chandler called Susie and told her that the office was ready and they could start working, adding that the company was now called Arcan. The girl replied that she would immediately inform all employees of the news. Our hero stood up and put on his shoes. He looked out the window, enjoying the beautiful weather. Chandler arrived at the office building for another order. The passenger immediately began to complain about why he was late. The guy explained with a smile that he had to make a circle to get off the overpass. The girl indignantly said that her train was in half an hour, and if she was late, our hero would have to return her money for the ticket. Having estimated the time, the hero said that they would not make it in time, because even if they arrived on time, the station was big and she would have to run very quickly to catch the train. The girl was furious because her neighbor called her and told her that her husband had brought another woman and she had to hurry home. Chandler tried to calm the girl down and suggested calling the station to ask them to delay the train. The girl liked this idea and took her phone out of her purse. She called the station, explained the whole situation, and asked her to wait. Our hero was shocked that she was actually calling and doubted her sanity. The girl responded indignantly that they hung up without even saying anything. Arriving at the station, the girl was still indignant that she had not been listened to, and our hero asked where to drop her off. Our hero stopped the car. He asked her not to forget her things, and the girl responded angrily that she would never use a taxi again. Looking after the running girl, our hero was surprised at what kind of people there are. Juno called our hero and asked him to come and help her. Chandler left, asking the girl to send him her location. He arrived at the university building. Our hero got out of the car and walked to the passenger door. He received a message about a new bad review and was surprised that the girl still left a bad review. A girl in a Chinese dress appeared before him and told him that as a reward he would receive a new sports car so that no one would think of him as slow anymore. The guy was delighted with this news, because this way he could become the fastest taxi driver. Chandler put his hand in his pocket. He took out his car key and was surprised why the system didn't tell him where he was parked. Chandler heard the girls around him discussing an expensive car, but they didn't know who the owner was. Our guy headed towards the car, surprised that it was parked there. A guy came out to meet him and asked if his car was really great. Chandler agreed that the car was beautiful and was surprised that the car was not his gift. Someone shouted to the guy who owned the car that she was coming. The guy approached our hero and offered him $100 to hold the banner. The guy also called another guy standing nearby. The guy had a handbag in his hands. He accidentally dropped his bag and bundles of money fell out of it. Our hero was confused, and the others watched in admiration. The guy collected the money and put it back. The guy handed the bill to our hero, but he replied that he hadn't agreed yet. The guy took out more bills and offered them to our hero. The guy with the banner in his hand suggested that our hero quickly agree and handed over the banner. Chandler agreed and took the red rag. The crowd unfurled a banner that read, "Juno, I like you, let's date." And the guy with a huge bouquet of roses was happily waiting for the girl. Juno came out with her friend, who was indignant that they shouldn't have come here because Nick was waiting here. But Juno went forward, not listening to her friend. The guy with the roses thought that the other suitor had acted too rudely, and if he had so much money, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Chandler asked Nick if he thought Juno liked him, and the guy replied that anyone would like a guy with money and an expensive car. Juno ran past Nick and approached our hero. Chandler said that Nick gave him money to hold the banner and asked the girl to give him an answer quickly. Nick asked if they knew each other, and our hero replied that Juno had called a taxi and he was the driver. Nick asked with disdain if our hero was really an ordinary taxi driver. Nick got down on one knee. He handed Juno a bouquet of roses and asked her to be his girlfriend. Juno replied in shock that they had only known each other for a week and that she couldn't believe he had liked her so quickly. Nick was shocked to hear the girl's refusal. The girl replied that she didn't like him, and the guy was shocked by this answer, not believing his ears. Nick began to praise himself, saying that he was rich and attractive and couldn't help but be liked, deciding that the girl was embarrassed because of the crowd. The girl screamed, repeating that she didn't like him. Juno walked towards our hero with a smile, wondering why he was helping Nick. She hugged Chandler around the neck and kissed him in front of everyone. Nick yelled at them to stop immediately. The girl blushed and apologized for having saliva on our hero's face. She took out a handkerchief and offered to wipe it off. Wiping his lips, Chandler said that the girl was wearing peach-flavored lipstick. Juno's classmate approached the boys and asked her what was going on. The girl replied that the atmosphere was so good that she could not restrain herself. Nick got angry and said that he created the atmosphere, and Juno was kissing the poor taxi driver. Chandler asked the guy not to bother them anymore and was going to invite the girl somewhere. Nick said that Chandler was just a taxi driver and that he shouldn't dare touch what belonged to him. Our hero got angry and asked if Nick was threatening him. Nick confirmed that he was threatening him and added that the poor taxi driver could not compete with him. The system message came just in time that she had not given the car number. She reported the car's license plate number AYC 205. And Chandler was delighted with the news. He thought the number looked familiar as he turned to look at the expensive sports car with the same number. Seeing the car's number, he exclaimed that he knew it was his car. Nick was indignant that a taxi driver couldn't have a car worth $40 million and that he wouldn't earn that much in his entire life. Our hero asked if this was his car, pointing to the blue sports car. Nick thought that although the car wasn't his, the owner wasn't around either. The guy replied that it was his car and shouted at our hero to stay away. Suddenly, the alarm beeped and the car started. Chandler asked how the car started, and Nick started to get nervous. Our hero said that it was not Nick's car after all, and Nick agreed, asking, "So what?" Chandler opened the car door. He calmly sat down in the front seat. Nick was shocked why our hero got into this car, and Juno asked him to get out before the owner returned. Juno ran up to our hero, offering him to leave, and her friend asked the girl not to approach Chandler. Our hero offered Juno a ride and a snack. Nick couldn't figure out where the owner of the car was and why he hadn't shown up yet. Chandler took out the keys and asked if he still didn't understand. Nick was shocked that an ordinary taxi driver could afford such an expensive car. Our hero told Juno that if she didn't sit down, he would leave alone. The girl asked in surprise if it was really his car. The guy suggested looking at the license plate so she could understand everything. The girl looked at the number and saw that it had our hero's initials on it. Chandler hurried the girl to leave faster. Ugona, without thinking, went to the passenger door. Nick was upset that he turned out to be a secondary character, and Juno's friend was surprised by the girl sitting in such an expensive car. Juno was also surprised that our hero was so rich, working as a taxi driver, and offered her friend a ride in her place. My friend was happy with the offer, but decided it wasn't a very good idea. Juno tried to persuade the girl, saying that Chandler wouldn't mind since he was her friend. The girl got into the car and said that she could have taken a taxi herself. Chandler was shocked, because Juno had just recently been set up by a neighbor, and now she had allowed herself to be deceived by another friend. The guy pressed the button near the seat. The seatbelt came unfastened, and our hero suggested that they take a taxi to Baoqing. The girl agreed, getting out of the car. Our hero left, not expecting anyone anymore. The girl apologized to Juno, not expecting that everything would turn out this way. Nick approached the girl and began to make fun of the fact that Chandler did not consider her important. But the girl asked him not to interfere. She said that the guy doesn't even have such a car, making him angry with these words. Juno took her friend and they caught a taxi. Nick still couldn't believe it was Chandler's car. He called his sister and asked her to find out who was driving the sports car. His sister checked that our hero did not buy such cars and added that there are only 3 such cars and our hero is not one of the owners. Nick yelled that he knew it and said that he would soon arrive at the Baoqing Hotel where his sister was. The sister was outraged by who treated her brother like that, and they agreed to meet at the hotel. Sometime later, near the Baoqing Hotel, Nick arrived faster than the girls, taking advantage of his car and speed. Juno called our hero and asked where he was, and Nick saw why Chandler didn't give the number where he was. Juno got angry and said that Nick was stupid because he didn't understand that he was rejected, and added that she wasn't interested in him. A girl approached them, exclaiming that this was a very bold statement. Nick's sister said she wanted to know who was speaking so badly about her little brother. Nick was happy to see his sister, but she continued to scold Juno. Juno asked her sister if she would choose him as her partner since he had nothing but money. The sister thought that she herself despised her brother with all her soul. Nick said that his sister shouldn't waste her time on a girl and suggested finding a taxi driver, and she pointed to the car. They approached the car, but there was no one in it. A friend began to tell Juno that apparently our hero turned out to be a liar, but she refused to believe it. The sister began to make fun of Juno, considering him gullible, and warned that she could be deceived. Juno said that she would decide for herself who would deceive her, but it definitely would not be her brother. Nick got angry that the girl insulted him and promised to beat her up right then and there. At that moment, a car drove up to the company. Juno recognized Chandler's car and was glad that she had not been deceived. Nick started laughing at our hero's car, saying it was a good joke. Chandler got out of the car. He asked the girl why she didn't go inside. Juno asked where he had been and complained that they had laughed at her. And our hero replied that he had been picking up his car. Chandler asked Nick why he continued to follow them. And the guy still didn't believe that the sports car belonged to our hero. He said that his sister checked everything and the car belonged to another person named Chenland. Our hero was convinced who this Chenland was. The sister intervened in the conversation, saying that our hero had no money at all since he worked as a taxi driver, and offered to tell the truth, and in exchange, she would get him a job. Chandler immediately refused, saying that he did not want to work for someone with such a black heart, and added that she was deliberately making her brother look bad in order to look better in comparison. The woman got angry and ordered the security to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the man said that he really wanted to see who would touch our hero. The man in the suit asked the guy if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine and asked who he was. And the man replied that his name was Huang, and that he was the manager of Baoqing. The brother and sister were surprised why the manager was so polite to the hero. The sister asked the manager why he was so polite to Chandler and who he was. The man turned around and said that our hero was the second shareholder of the Baoqing Hotel. Juno was shocked by the news she heard. She asked if the car really belonged to him, and our hero confirmed it. She turned around and said that the numbers definitely meant our hero's initials. The sister still didn't believe it, and asked the manager again if he was sure. And he replied that he was not as blind as they were. Juan asked if she really thought that the people from their rich families were all like her brother. He asked his sister to leave the hotel and refused to sign a contract for the reconstruction of the library. The woman clenched her fist and cursed. She hit Nick hard and said it was his fault. The guy was shocked and asked why she was hitting him. The sister grabbed him by the neck. She made him bow and told him to apologize to our hero. Nick got angry at his sister and asked why she treated him like that. The woman asked what he was carrying. Nick bent down and picked up the stone. He was angry and walked towards Chandler's sports car. The sister became scared, asked him not to act impulsively, and ordered the security to stop him. Juno was afraid that he would crash Chandler's car, but our hero was calm and said that he would pay for it. Unexpectedly for everyone, Nick walked past our hero's car. He swung and crashed his car. The sister exclaimed why he was smashing his car, but the guy just waved off the security guard. Nick replied that he was the family heir and would henceforth focus on the family business. Nick turned to his sister with a serious face, thanked her for her contribution to the family, and promised that he would never forget it. Chandler was pleased with the change and praised Nick for quickly coming to his senses. Nick bowed to our hero, saying that he hated him but was still grateful, and if he needed anything, he could contact him. Chandler suggested that they talk about it when the need arose. The sister was furious and blamed Chandler for ruining her plans. Our hero asked what she was talking about, because these words made no sense. Chandler suggested they forget about it and go have dinner, and Juno replied that she was just getting hungry. The boys were sitting at a table laden with expensive dishes. Juno's friend was worried that since Nick had crashed his car, he might crash our hero's car too. Chandler replied that he could have broken it, but he didn't. Our hero asked Juno why she wasn't eating and offered her to order whatever she wanted. Juno said that she had called our hero not for this, but to discuss something. The guy asked what happened, and the girl said that after the last incident, her neighbors were detained, and their families hoped that she would forgive them. A friend said that this issue needed to be sorted out because they couldn't come to a common decision. Chandler said the girls must turn in the ringleader, or he might come after them in the future. Juno replied that the girls were afraid to testify against him because his father was the boss of the Java company. The guy poured some wine and told her to listen to him. He told the girl to explain her conditions to them, and that would already be considered kindness. And there was no need to worry about the Java company. Juno agreed to do as our hero said, raising his glass. Chandler suggested going to the movies since the conversation was over. My friend was very happy with this offer. Chandler thought his girlfriend was very clingy, because it was obvious that he had only invited Juno, and his friend, noticing his gaze, thought that he liked her. At the exit of Baoqing Hotel, Chandler gave the keys to the manager, asking him to drive his first car. and the manager promised to do everything in the best possible way. Chandler praised the manager and promised to tell his boss how well he had done. The manager thanked our hero shyly. At Villa number 8, Iola's father asked if it was too early to assume that Chandler was from a wealthy family, and the girl replied that he was trying to hide his identity. The father said that they had a share of Java shares, and it was not logical to break off relations now for the sake of someone whose identity had not yet been confirmed. There was a knock at the door. A flushed manager entered the room and said that our hero had returned in an expensive car. Iola asked what brand it was, but the manager couldn't make it out. The girl was surprised that he spent money without limits, and even she could not afford that. She told her father that she would bring the guy a gift and look at the car. At Villa number 1, Chandler picked up the phone and saw his morning passenger. He watched a video of a woman being detained by police, who was indignant that she had bought a train ticket and they couldn't detain him for her. Chandler thought it was no wonder her husband was cheating on her. Suddenly, a girl in a Chinese dress appeared in front of Chandler and said that a complaint had been received. So the system was giving him dirt on the Java company. The guy was surprised by the system's power, since it even had dirt on the Java company. The girl whispered in his ear that the woman had left another complaint, so he was getting an additional bonus: the magic driver. The guy became embarrassed and asked what kind of skill it was, and the girl said that after this skill, the guy will be able to control any type of transport perfectly, be it a plane or a boat. The guy was delighted with the skill and agreed that the name suited it. The doorbell rang. Chandler wondered who could come at such a late hour. The guy stood up and opened the front door. Iola asked if she had disturbed him at such a late hour. The guy replied that she didn't bother him. The girl said that she brought a watermelon that they bought especially for him. Our hero thanked the girl and invited her to come in and eat watermelon together. The girl suggested looking at the view of the city from the lakeshore. Chandler liked the idea and went to cut a watermelon to eat it with the city at night in the background. Watching the guy leave, the girl decided to go closer to the car and take a closer look at it. The girl came closer and was surprised that the car cost about $50 million and had an individual license plate. Chandler arrived with a bowl of sliced watermelon and announced that it was ready to serve. He suggested that they sit down and enjoy the night view while they ate watermelon. Iola expressed admiration for the guy's new car. Chandler offered the girl a ride, but she refused, saying she was terrible at driving. The girl asked why the guy continued to work as a taxi driver, since he was so rich. The guy replied that working as a taxi driver helps him improve his communication skills so he can be ready to manage a company. Chandler handed the girl a folder and asked her to look at the documents. The girl took the folder and asked what was in it. Upon seeing the documents, the girl was shocked by how quickly our hero managed to find incriminating evidence against Java. Iola said that Chandler was amazing for being able to gather information in such a short time, and the guy replied that he had his own ways. The guy said that with this evidence, he would not leave the Java company a chance. Iola replied that she had also begun collecting information, but with these documents, she would immediately expose the company. The guy said that he didn't care what happened to the company. The main thing was that the father and son were humiliated. The girl replied that she would take care of it and said goodbye. When the girl came home, she told her dad that Chandler had let her in. The girl showed the documents and asked her dad to look at them. The man was surprised where the girl got all this from. She said that Chandler had given her the documents and shared her guess that he must have great connections, adding that the new car cost about $50 million. The man was surprised by the cost of the car. The girl relayed the guy's words about how it was important for him to destroy the father and son, not the company, and asked if he knew that they had Java shares. The man said that he would sell the shares and advised the girl to stay in the shadows, as our Negoi does. The next day, the doorbell rang in Villa number 1. Chandler received a call from a woman who said she needed to buy clothes, so she asked him to work and pick them up. The guy told the teacher that he would even give her a discount, and she replied that she would send him the address. Our hero arrived at an apartment building. The teacher and the girl waved to our hero, shouting that they were here. The girls got into the car and the teacher introduced the girl. It was her cousin. Chandler said hello back, saying it was nice to meet him. The guy drove up to the clothing store and asked if it was the right store, and the girls answered yes. Chandler suggested that the girls go shopping and he would wait for them in the car. The teacher invited him to go with them. Our hero didn't need much persuasion, and he agreed. The boy didn't understand why he needed to go with the girls, and the teacher asked him not to ask unnecessary questions. They were met at the entrance by a consultant, and her voice sounded familiar to Chandler. Chandler recognized the girl. It was Zoe, who gave him her first time, and the girl thought that the guy was there for her. The cousin asked if they knew each other, and the girl replied that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Zoe asked if she and her cousin were dating. The cousin replied that it was a friend, and they had to call him because her car was being serviced. The cousin took Chandler's hand and said that she would call the girls if she needed help. The pregnant woman called out loudly to Zoe. The girl approached her and asked what she had chosen, but instead of answering, the woman angrily threw a shirt at Zoe. She immediately replied with an angry face that it wasn't done on purpose. Zoe smiled and said it was okay, asking if she had chosen the shirt. The woman replied that she was pregnant and needed something loose, but in loose clothes, she looked fat. She asked to bring the dress she tried on first. Zoe was angry because the woman had already tried on 20 outfits and was asking again to bring the first dress. Colleagues discussed the woman, surprised that she had latched onto Zoya only because her husband had looked at her. The girl took the first dress from the fitting room. She brought a dress to the woman and she asked her to also find an outfit for her boyfriend. The girl asked in surprise if he wanted to buy something too. The woman angrily replied that they would decide after the fitting, adding that today was her day off and she would do whatever she wanted. Zoe replied that she would take him to the men's section so that he could choose something. Suddenly, Zoe felt unwell and covered her mouth with her hand. She apologized and ran to the trash can. The girl threw up, and her cousin came up to her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine and asked if she had chosen her clothes. The girl replied that she had chosen an outfit for herself and would go try it on. Zoe looked at our hero with disappointment, upset that he didn't even ask if everything was okay with her. At that moment, the teacher came out in a new outfit and asked the boy how he was. Chandler said that in his personal opinion, she looks great. The teacher said she was taking the outfit and asked Zoe to pack it, and the girl said that they looked like close friends. The teacher replied that Zoe had misunderstood everything, that she simply didn't have any male friends, and that his opinion was important to her. The cousin also asked Chandler what she looked like. The guy replied that she looked good, but he didn't like that style. The woman offered Chandler to choose an outfit for himself, and he agreed, asking him to wait. Zoe offered to go with her to the second floor to the men's department. The girl walked ahead, and our hero followed behind. Having stood up, the guy asked why the girl had thrown up. She replied that she was pregnant and it was Chandler's child. Chandler was shocked to hear this news. Ignoring the guy's surprise, Zoe took out the box, saying that it should fit. Suddenly, the guy hugged the girl from behind, pressing her to himself. The girl blushed, became agitated, and said that there were cameras in the store. The guy turned her to face him and asked her to repeat what she said. The girl sheepishly said that he needed to take responsibility. The guy took Zoe by the hand and led her along. The girl asked where he was taking her. Chandler said that if this was true, then they should get married. The girl laughed and said that she was joking and that the nausea was due to stomach problems. Chandler was annoyed, asking how she could joke about something like that. The guy blushed, and the girl hugged him, saying that he was too trusting, and in response, our hero asked to pick out clothes for him. While choosing an outfit, the girl said that if she really got pregnant, she would definitely tell him. The girl complained about another couple who tried on more than 20 outfits but didn't choose anything. Chandler asked who they were and why they were acting like that, and Zoe replied that the woman was her colleague but had married a rich man. She complained that the guy was too annoying and disgusted her, and the woman wanted her to accompany him. Chandler got angry and said that he would teach her a lesson. The girl asked why he wanted to stand up for her, and at that moment, a woman approached them. A pregnant woman approached them and asked why Zoe was treating her like that. They hadn't finished yet, and the girl was already servicing someone else. Chandler blocked Zoe's path and said that if they weren't buying anything, there was no point in wasting the salesperson's time. A man intervened and asked our hero how he dared to talk like that in such clothes, to which our hero replied that they had tried on 20 outfits but had not chosen anything. Our hero turned to Zoya and asked her to pick out the most expensive outfit for him. The female colleagues whispered to the side, seeing the quarrel. Zoe took the box with the outfit. Chandler asked if this was the most expensive piece of clothing, and the girl said yes. Chandler turned to his colleagues and asked who the manager was. A woman came in, introduced herself as a manager, and asked how she could help. The guy said he wanted to buy the most expensive clothes, but Zoe had to accompany him, and the manager gave the go-ahead. The woman approached Zoe, saying that she should accompany Chandler. The pregnant woman was indignant because they had arrived earlier and were being ignored. Chandler said that they tried on 20 outfits but didn't buy anything, and if they weren't going to buy anything, then they shouldn't waste other people's time. The man said he had money to buy clothes, but they couldn't find anything suitable. The woman ordered Zoe to bring all the outfits she had tried on, because if they didn't buy anything, others would think they had no money. The man thought the clothes were expensive, and he said it casually, but the woman took it seriously. He tried to stop the woman by saying that they had a lot of clothes at home, and the woman yelled that he didn't want to buy clothes. She started crying, saying that she was pregnant and he didn't want to take care of her. He tried to calm the woman down and ordered Zoe to bring the things. Chandler was outraged by what the man was saying, since the girl was his personal consultant. The man accused our hero that he wouldn't be able to buy anything here anyway. The man told Zoe to choose the most precious things for herself, and said that now the man would see everything for himself. Zoe blushed, thinking how cool Chandler was. The teacher and Juno heard the noise and decided to go and see what was going on. Our hero confirmed that he was going to buy all the most expensive things. The teacher tried to dissuade the boy, and the cousin asked if they were sure they didn't know each other. The man said that the taxi driver could not buy such expensive things for himself, and asked him to bring a bag for $328,000. Zoe brought the bag the woman had spoken of. The girl was happy for her former colleague that her husband could buy her such an expensive handbag. She approached our hero and asked if he could buy such a bag, to which he modestly replied that the taxi driver did not have that kind of money. The guy said that since they were buying this bag, Zoe should help them pack it. The man saw through Chandler's plan and asked if he was deliberately provoking him into buying. Chandler asked not to slander him and said that if they didn't have money for a purse, then that was their problem. The woman asked if he really wouldn't buy her that handbag, and the man replied that our hero was deliberately provoking him. Zoe added that he always boasts about money. Does he really not want to spend money on her, since she is carrying his child? The man swung at Zoe, shouting at her not to sow discord between them. Our hero intercepted the swung hand. He grabbed the man by the neck and asked how dare he raise his hand against a woman. He said that if the man were to fight, Chandler would be his opponent, lifting him into the air with one hand. The man shouted at the boy to let him go or he would regret it. Zoe took our hero by the shoulder and told him not to stoop to their level. Chandler let go of the man's neck. Holding his throat, the man said that they were leaving. The woman was indignant at how a man could just leave without even hitting back. The man thought with hatred that he could not win. He said that they were leaving, but the woman replied that they couldn't just leave. She said they wouldn't leave until he bought the bag. Otherwise, she would have an abortion. The man replied that she could do whatever she wanted, and if she was sleeping with him for money, it was not a fact that the child was his. The woman followed the man, shouting for him to stop. Suddenly, she tripped on the steps. The woman fell down the stairs with a strangled scream. The man ran up to her and asked if she was okay, and the woman replied that she was in pain. Zoe advised taking the woman to the hospital as soon as possible. The man quickly picked up the woman in his arms and ran into a taxi. The manager looked after her with an angry expression and said that the woman deserved it because she relied only on the child. She approached our hero, asking if he would buy anything. The guy replied that he needed a business suit. The manager asked Zoe to keep an eye on the purchases and help. The cousin told the teacher that they needed to go look for more clothes. In the men's department, Zoe asked how expensive the clothes were that he wanted to buy. He immediately replied that he needed clothes worth $3,000. And the girl asked why exactly that amount. Chandler reminded her that last time the girl said she would come back when she got her paycheck, so he was giving her the money right now. The girl was embarrassed by these words, and the guy asked if he could order custom-made clothes. The girl took a measuring tape and said that she needed to take measurements. While the girl was taking measurements, she noticed that our hero had become stronger. Chandler asked what was the matter. If the girl was feeling unwell, she asked if our hero had been to the hall. He thought that the system had made his body better, and replied that he went to the gym for it. He pulled the girl towards him, said that he had become stronger, and she said that no one wanted to touch him. But despite his words, she put her hand on his chest. Chandler thought she could say whatever she wanted, but she still touched. Seeing this couple, the cousin thought that they were very close. She thought that she had to destroy the relationship between our hero and the teacher. The manager asked if Zoe had picked out clothes for our hero. The girl replied that Chandler wanted a custom suit and asked him to give her the measurements. The manager was delighted and said that Zoe would contact him when the suit was ready. The girls said goodbye to our hero. Chandler pulled into the parking lot. He asked his cousin where they were going now, and she said to go to All Island. The woman asked him why he bought such expensive clothes while working as a taxi driver, and he replied that he just liked them. The woman decided that our hero was a scumbag because he was flirting with several girls and thought of inviting him to dinner with her colleagues. The woman took her phone out of her pocket. The car pulled up to the All-Island Hotel. Chandler said he would go upstairs and get something to eat, and asked the woman to call when she was finished. The girls invited our hero to eat with him. Chandler agreed, and the group got out of the car. The door to the hall opened. They entered the hall, and the cousin began introducing her colleagues. She introduced the HR manager and the investment manager. The woman also introduced her cousin and Chandler. The man said there weren't enough seats, and the woman offered to find him a free chair, adding that working as a taxi driver was exhausting. The teacher tried to object, but the woman did not listen to her and suggested asking the waiter to bring a chair. The waiter brought a chair. Looking at our hero waiter, I thought that he looked familiar. The man asked how much the taxi driver earned and added that his income could reach up to $10,000. The girl said that this was a lot of money, and if she stopped investing, she would join. Chandler suspected that they were up to something. The cousin said that the man is very good at investing and can be trusted with it. The man said that for such simple people, buying a few shares would be enough. The cousin turned to the teacher, praising the manager's virtues, and proposed raising a toast to him. The teacher said she wasn't strong with words and suggested drinking to their health. She took a sip of wine. The manager said that it was normal for a newbie not to know something and suggested learning little by little. Chandler said he had some spare money and asked which company would be best to invest it in. He asked if he had heard of investment and said that his money would be protected in this company. The door opened, and the person entering apologized for disturbing. The girl brought premium wine, and the cousin said that she didn't order it. The waitress said that the manager had ordered this wine to be brought to our hero, and he would soon come down to greet him. The cousin thought they meant the manager. She said he must have excellent connections for the manager to personally come down to them. The man said that the manager had probably used his services and he would come down to thank him. A man entered the hall, apologizing for being late. He asked if our hero had received the wine, but the manager answered him and thanked him for it. The manager asked who he was, and the man replied that he was the investment manager. The manager replied that he didn't care and asked to bring wine to our hero. Everyone was shocked by these words. The cousin asked why he would bring wine to Chandler, who is a taxi driver, to which the guy replied that our hero drives a taxi for the soul. The manager was about to go into more detail, but our hero interrupted him. The manager understood everything and said that he still had things to do and he had to go. The guy hurried out of the hall. Chandler invited everyone to sit down. He asked the man to continue telling the story and said that if he was interested, he would invest a couple of million. The cousin decided to apologize for her behavior, but our hero interrupted her and said that they had nothing more to discuss. Chandler again asked the manager to talk about the investment. Suddenly, his phone rang. The manager apologized and said that he needed to answer because the president's son was calling. After the conversation, the manager said that he needed to return to the company, but Chandler suggested inviting his son here. He told me to call Lewis and ask him not to disturb them. The manager called back and asked if he knew Chandler Yan, and our hero asked to be put on speakerphone. The manager obediently turned on the speakerphone. Chandler asked Lewis not to interrupt their conversation and added that his friend wanted to get a job with them and asked for help. Lewis said that since our hero asked for it, he would take care of everything. He asked the manager to listen to our hero and not cause him trouble. Lewis reminded him that he had lent money to a friend of his and would help another friend get a job, so he asked to vote for them at the Baoqing shareholders meeting. Chandler replied that he would do so and received gratitude in return. Lewis ordered the manager to explain everything to Chandler. Chandler asked the manager why he was standing and offered him to sit down and eat. The man obediently sat down on the chair. He asked if our hero was really the second shareholder of Baoqing. He replied that for now these were nominal shares and meant nothing, and asked if he was telling the truth. The manager said that everything was correct and offered to explain what futures were. The company went out to the parking lot. Chandler got into the car and told the manager to go back because he didn't need to be seen off. Having got into the car, the guy asked the girls where they were going now. The teacher suggested going swimming and promised to treat him to dinner afterward. The guy agreed with this proposal and they went. Our company arrived at the swimming pool. The teacher said she needed to go to the bathroom and suggested Chandler go swimming. Our hero put on swimming goggles. He dived into the water at full speed. The girls in the pool noticed our hero and began to discuss how handsome and well-built he was. The guy emerged from the water and drops of water ran down his muscular body, while the girls around him watched it with admiration. He slowly walked to the edge of the pool. Two girls approached him, and one of them offered to add him on Messenger. The guy turned around and started to apologize, but suddenly someone hugged him from behind. It was the red-haired girl to whom Lewis lent money at the request of our hero, named Nana. She told the other girls that it was her boyfriend and told them to leave. Amidst their disgruntled shouts, Chandler looked at the girl and said that this swimsuit suits her. The girl straightened up, said that she had beautiful appearance and that, in fact, they call her a flower. Nona asked what he was doing here, and the guy replied that he came here with a friend. The girl excitedly said that our hero was very well built and asked where he got such a beautiful body. The guy said that it was none of her business and was about to leave. But the girl stopped him. He asked her to stop and said that his friend would come soon. Nona asked who this woman was and whether she was more beautiful than her. Chandler asked why she was bothering him and asked him to pretend they didn't know each other when the girl returned. The girl, offended, said that she understood everything and would not interfere with them. The teacher returned and looked around to see where Chandler was. The guy was in the pool and called the girl to him, but she said that she couldn't swim. Chandler said he would swim to her now. The girls around started discussing the teacher's swimsuit, saying that she was pretending to be naive, but in reality, she was depraved. Nona looked at her and thought that if he liked girls like that, then she needed to change her clothes. The teacher admitted that she was a poor swimmer, and our hero offered to teach her. The teacher obediently began to descend into the water. She immediately began to panic and fearfully asked our hero to help, because she was scared. Our hero picked up the girl in his arms and told her to hold on to him. Suddenly, the guy heard screams and turned around to see what was happening. He noticed Nona in the crowd. He asked the teacher to climb on his back. Swimming closer, he saw that several girls had surrounded Nona and were loudly discussing something. He asked what was going on. Why on such a hot day the girls were arguing instead of swimming? The girls started asking why he came here and how many girls he had. The guy, without thinking twice, climbed out of the pool. He asked what difference it made to them how many girlfriends he had and asked them to stop arguing. The blonde said it depended on whether he went to the club with her, but our hero refused. In return, with a lustful face, the girl suggested going to a hotel and having some fun. Nona pushed the blonde in the back, calling her a despicable woman. "Get lost!" the red-haired girl screamed, pushing the blonde hard into the water. The guy asked her to be calm, but Nona said that if she didn't do anything, they could take him away. Chandler took Nona and the teacher by the hands and suggested that they leave here, pulling them forward. The remaining girls shouted that our heroes would not go anywhere until the issue was resolved. The guy, covering Nona and the teacher, said that if he even touched them, he would not be responsible for himself. Nona was glad to hear this, thinking that our hero had a drop of conscience. A lifeguard approached and suggested that the noisy group calm down and discuss everything. The blonde screamed that she wouldn't decide anything and that she wouldn't calm down until Nona drank some water. Chandler smiled slyly, asking the blonde if she wanted the redhead to try the water. The girl confirmed his words. Our hero took a bottle of water from the nearby vending machine. He threw a bottle of water to the surprised Nona. The girl immediately understood everything and took a few sips, telling the blonde to watch how she drank. "Now the issue is resolved," the girl asked. But the blonde only got angry because of this performance. Nona touched our hero's muscles and told the girls that he could easily handle them. And the guy reminded them that when a girl speaks, she only scores 59 points, and when she is silent, then all 99. The blonde got even more angry about what was happening and told them to wait here. "I'll be right there," she said, and left. The teacher became worried and suggested leaving, but Nona said there was no need to worry because our hero could handle everything. Chandler told them not to worry because he would sort everything out, and suggested that they ignore what was happening and have fun. He took the teacher by the hand and offered to continue teaching her to swim. A few minutes later, several people approached them. The blonde brought the guy and pointed at the red-haired girl, saying that it was she who pushed her, and because of her, she almost drowned. Nona asked the guy with a grin if his taste had really deteriorated since their breakup. The guy said that he didn't immediately recognize the girl and asked how they could solve this. The redhead said that she intervened to stop the blonde from cheating, and that she would not decide anything. But the blonde replied that she was lying. The girl pointed at our hero and said that he was the one who started flirting with her, and she turned him down. The guy grabbed the blonde by the throat and said that Nona may be eccentric, but she definitely never lies. He pushed the girl aside and said that he would deal with her later. The guy approached our hero and suggested that they sort things out man to man. Nona told him that it was she who threw the blonde into the water and asked him not to drag others into it. The guy said he would give Chandler a chance and offered to go through the obstacle course. If he came first, the guy would apologize. But if he couldn't win, then Chandler would crawl under his feet, and Chandler agreed to these conditions. The day was very hot, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky above the pool. The boys approached the obstacle course. Chandler started first, and the teacher and Nona supported our boy. The presenter asked our hero what he does for a living, and he proudly replied that he works as a taxi driver. The presenter asked the guy if he was ready, and he answered yes. 3, 2, 1, start! The presenter shouted into the microphone. Our hero took off and very quickly overcame the first obstacle, jumping over it. The presenter was shocked by the speed of our hero, commenting on his actions. Without a second's hesitation, he instantly overcame the second obstacle. The presenter shouted into the microphone, wondering how the taxi driver could move so fast. The teacher and Nona shouted in support of our hero. The guy overcame the third obstacle, holding the rings with his hands, and he moved to the other side of the pool. Chandler ran up to the high wall, took the pole, and jumped with it to the top in a flash. The host was shocked as he congratulated our hero, as he was the fastest participant, completing the challenge in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Chandler suggested waiting with the congratulations and watching how the second participant finished the challenge. The presenter agreed and drew the audience's attention to the second participant. The presenter shouted, "Forward!" and the boy rushed to the first test. But not even a few seconds had passed before he slipped and fell down into the water. Nona started laughing loudly at the guy, calling him awkward and clumsy. The humiliated boy was given a life preserver and he fought off the rescuer. And from the shore, they told him that he was very fast. Chandler stood at the edge of the pool and congratulated the guy, because he was able to complete the test in just 1 minute. The teacher approached our hero, admiring his speed, and he gave the girl the medal so that she could exchange it for a prize. The teacher blushed, kissed our hero on the cheek, and thanked him. Nona got angry when she saw the kiss and asked why she did that. The teacher replied that it was her way of saying thank you, and asked why she got angry. The guy climbed out of the water and said that such a competition was no good because our hero was too fast, and suggested that they have a race to settle the matter. Chandler agreed on the condition that if he won, the boy would do whatever he ordered. Nona started to worry and whispered in Chandler's ear that the guy was a great racer and he would definitely lose. Our hero said that she shouldn't worry because he was a professional racer. In the evening, everyone gathered at the racetrack. The guy and Nona were already standing and waiting for our hero, and he was amused that Chandler had chickened out and hadn't come and suggested calling him. The girl indignantly replied that he was not a coward and he just needed more time to get here. The guy hugged the girl, asking how she could fall in love with a taxi driver, and she replied that he couldn't compare to our hero. Our hero arrived at the scene in his regular car, the one he uses as a taxi driver. The guy was shocked and asked why Chandler arrived in such a broken car. He amused himself by asking if our hero had actually arrived in a taxi after his shift. But Chandler told him to get started quickly because he wanted to go to bed earlier. The guy decided to repeat the conditions that the winner does whatever he wants with the loser, and our hero thought that he would use the magic driver skill. "Let's get started," the guy ordered, approaching his car. Getting into the car, Chandler saw that Nona was already sitting there. He asked what she was doing there, and the girl replied that these were the rules, and a girl was required to sit in the passenger seat. Chandler said that these rules were pointless and asked the girl to buckle up. A girl in a cap at the start cheerfully asked if the racers were ready to start. She waved the flag in her hands and shouted, "Start!" The cars rushed forward and our hero's car was left behind, while the car in front quickly moved away. Nona was worried and asked our hero why they were driving so slowly. Chandler said that they didn't need to rush, and that the only thing that mattered in the race was the turns. He pressed the gas pedal, telling the girl to hold on, and accelerated. The girl was shouting in the car that the finish was close and they needed to go faster. Chandler calmly asked why she was screaming so loudly. "It's more fun this way," the girl smiled, and our hero said that he was really tired of her already. They saw a sign notifying them of a turn, and the guy said that they needed to get ready for the turn. The guy watched our hero and decided that he was crazy because he was accelerating on the turns. Chandler turned the steering wheel to the left as he entered the turn. Having driven around the turn at a higher speed, our hero easily overtook the guy's car. The guy was shocked as he watched Chandler overtake him on the turn. The girl grabbed the handle, blushing, and said that our hero was very good at drifting. She screamed again that Chandler was amazing and couldn't help but ask him to go even faster. The guy covered one ear and asked Nona if he hadn't asked her not to scream. The guy pulled ahead again, but Chandler was right on his tail. The blonde began to worry that he was catching up with them and asked him to drive faster. But the guy said calmly that Chandler wouldn't be able to overtake him, and that he could even win with his eyes closed. The guy cut off our hero's black car in a sneaky way. Nona got angry and shouted that the guy was resorting to such a dirty trick because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to win. But no matter how hard the guy tried to break away, our hero had almost caught up with him. Chandler said that he was going to pass him on the turn and asked the girl to hold on tight, and she replied that he couldn't because the guy was blocking his lane. Approaching the turn, our hero pressed the gas pedal again, accelerating. Chandler passed a guy who was complaining that he was crazy for getting so close on the turn and decided he was looking for trouble. At the turn, our hero overtook the guy's car again, pulling ahead. The girl was shocked by this maneuver and called for help. The guy couldn't figure out how our hero managed to accelerate on turns and overtake him. Our hero was able to overtake the guy's car and reached the finish line first. Nona quickly ran out of the car. Our hero also got out and watched as the girl ran away from the car because she was sick. The blonde tried to calm the guy down, saying that it was just an amateur race that didn't mean anything, and said that our hero was just lucky. The guy clenched his fist and screamed that it was all because of her. He hit the girl hard and said that if he had not stood up for her, he would not have lost face. He pulled the girl away from the car by her hair, and she screamed that she was scared. "Get lost," the guy shouted and pushed her towards Chandler, who was standing next to her. Nona got angry and asked why he pushed the girl towards our hero. Chandler said that he didn't like her and that he could keep her, pushing the girl away from him. Our hero smiled evilly and told the guy to get on his knees, and he asked if this was a way to punish the loser. Chandler reminded them of the agreement that the winner could command the loser, and he suggested that the guy was simply afraid of losing face if he lost. The guy got furious and asked who Chandler thought he was to ask him to kneel and confirmed that he wanted to hit him. Chandler quickly ran up to the guy. He kicked the standing guy hard in the stomach. The guy, coughing, fell to his knees, and our hero said that he would feel better if he obeyed. He grabbed the frightened boy by the neck and warned him that if he did not obey, a terrible death awaited him. The boys watching the scene rushed towards them, shouting for Chandler to stop. Our hero turned angrily to them and asked if they wanted to fight him too. Nona ran up to the guy, grabbed his hand, and said that he shouldn't get his hands dirty. Chandler removed his hand from the guy's neck and he coughed, trying to breathe. "You're crazy," the guy yelled. And Chandler replied that he would show what crazy meant if he didn't admit defeat. The guy asked if he knew who his father was, and Nona asked why he was acting like a child. He said that he would not invite him here. He was simply reminding him that the matter was not yet over, and that he would definitely take revenge for the humiliation. Chandler said with a smile that he even wondered who his father was. The guy replied that his father was the CEO of Dachin, and our hero replied that it didn't change anything. The guy said that he had warned our hero, and that in 3 days he would face problems. He got into the car and quickly drove away, and Chandler said that he was just a coward. Our hero headed to the car and asked the blonde why she was looking at him like that. The girl replied that she now belonged to him and wanted to be with him. Chandler replied that he was not interested in her as he got into the car, but the girl stopped him. Nona asked if the girl really had no self-respect. The blonde replied that her ex-boyfriend said that these were the terms of the bet, and that she now belonged to Chandler. Nona got angry and pushed the girl, saying that he could say whatever he wanted. Why did she believe him and drove her away? The girl opened the car door. Chandler asked why she was interrupting again, and the girl replied that she had to look after him or he would be kidnapped. The girl suggested going, adding that Chandler wanted to rest today. He asked if she wanted to go to him, and the girl agreed. The guy said that he was against it, and the girl was indignant. Why did he offer her this then, and asked him to take her home? The car left the racetrack. Half an hour later, our hero said that they had arrived and asked the girl to go out. He said to Nona as she left that she looked great, but it would be better if she dressed more modestly. The red-haired girl waved her hand at our hero's departing car. Chandler thought he could take a couple more orders. He arrived at the hotel building for another order. He asked the guy standing there if he had called the taxi, and the guy said yes. Looking at the guy in the back seat, our hero thought that he looked upset. Something must have happened at the hotel. 20 minutes later, our hero said that they had arrived at the bridge the guy had pointed out and asked where he should stop. The guy with a sad look told him to stop in the middle of the bridge. Chandler stopped at the designated location, asked not to forget his things, and asked to use their taxi next time. The guy repeated our hero's last words and added that he might in the next life. Chandler was surprised to hear these words and wondered if the guy was talking about suicide. Our hero followed the departing guy with a stern look. He shouted, clarifying to the guy that he was here to enjoy the beautiful view of the river. The guy replied that he saw no point in enjoying the view of the river and asked what the point of living was if it seemed meaningless. Our hero asked if he had a fight with his partner, and the guy replied that it wasn't just a fight, but cheating. Chandler said that if he was cheated on, it was not the guy's fault. Why blame yourself? And added that he was also cheated on, but he did not give up, and asked the guy not to give up. The guy on the bridge turned around and asked our hero if his boyfriend had cheated on him. Chandler replied that yes, but he still hadn't finished his sentence. Then it dawned on him what exactly the guy had said, and he asked in shock, "What guy?" Suddenly, the guy on the bridge said he felt enlightened and asked our hero to take him back. Chandler hesitated, saying that his shift was already over, and suggested that the boy call another car. But the boy said that no one would pick him up at such a late hour, clinging to our hero. He pressed himself against Chandler and asked him to take him home. And if he decided to commit suicide again, it would not be on our hero's conscience. And he replied that if it was on his way, he would think about it. The guy replied that he lived in Halen, and Chandler agreed, adding that it wasn't far. Our hero approached the car, invited the boy to get in, and he gladly accepted the offer. Arriving at the apartment building, our hero announced that they had arrived. The boy, with a smile on his face, invited our hero to have tea with him, as if he hadn't recently wanted to commit suicide. Chandler politely declined, saying that he didn't want tea and wanted to go home and rest. The boy offered to exchange phone numbers with our hero, but he refused and asked him to get out of the car. The guy clicked his tongue in displeasure as he got out of the car and slammed the door hard. After the guy left, the system congratulated our hero on his new bad review and awarded him 100 million in virtual currency, adding that it could only be spent on purchasing virtual goods. Our hero thought about what he could spend the virtual currency on, and the only thing that came to mind was donations on streams. It was deep night when our hero returned to his villa. Chandler took a shower, and when he got out, he couldn't decide what to watch. Our hero opened a stream of a girl on his phone who asked for support with a gift, and thought she was pretty cute. Chandler tapped the rocket icon on his phone, sending the girl a gift. Having shown a heart, the girl thanked our hero for the rocket and offered to request a song, and she would sing it. Chandler asked to sing "Lonely Swimmer," and the girl agreed, asking to wait a couple of minutes. Someone with the nickname Smoker Alone answered our hero and asked if he was really in elementary school, and the girl asked them not to swear. Chandler responded by saying that he liked the song, and that if he had anything against it, he could just leave. The girl tried to attract our hero's attention by saying that she was starting to perform a song. Everyone in the comments was discussing how big our hero's donation was. Some complained that they couldn't earn that amount in a year, and others asked our hero to hire them. A stocky man with the nickname Smoker admitted alone that our hero was richer than other users and said that he had already spent 500,000 on gifts, and that if he asked, the girl would stop singing. The stream showed a message that the smoker had sent 100 rockets to the girl alone, and the girl had happily thanked him. The girl saw that our hero, nicknamed Secret Star, had also begun sending out rockets. 800 at once. The girl apologized to the audience and said that she needed to step away. She picked up the phone and asked our hero to meet for dinner, but he declined, saying he was just spending the money for fun. The girl decided that our hero was a big shot because he sent her 1,000 missiles, but said that he was not interested in her. Chandler suggested that the smoking man continue the competition alone. The man angrily stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray standing next to him. He wrote that it was only 200,000 and suggested that our hero continue tomorrow evening. The guy irritably asked the man why he decided to continue tomorrow evening. Here, the guy saw a huge number of messages and was surprised why there were so many of them. Our hero was inundated with messages from other users offering to come to their stream, sing for our hero, and bragging that they were better than the girl on air. The guy yawned and stretched sleepily, surprised at how strangely the streams were going. The next day, the sun was shining brightly outside, illuminating our hero's villa with its rays. Chandler woke up to the sound of his phone ringing, and it wouldn't stop. The guy sleepily answered the call. It was his aunt. She told him that his cousin's entrance exam results had arrived. The woman happily announced that her daughter had scored 610 points and invited our hero and Faye to come visit and help her choose an institute. The guy replied that he would arrive today and added that he and Faye broke up because she found a rich man and left our hero. The woman was shocked, wondering how she could do such a thing after everything our hero had done for her family. She encouraged the guy by promising to cook his favorite food, and the guy said he would arrive soon. After some time, our hero got ready, came to visit his aunt, and knocked on the door. His cousin met him at the door and immediately asked if it was true that he and Faye had broken up. The girl was delighted with this news, adding that she always told Chandler that she was a terrible girl, and her aunt asked why she said that. The girl repeated her opinion that Faye was a terrible girl and added that now everyone could see that she was right. Chandler pulled the girl's cheek and asked if she really scored 610 points, and the girl laughingly replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Chandler congratulated the girl, saying that she had surpassed his exam results, and asked which university she wanted to go to. Pouring water into a glass, the girl said that she had not yet decided and asked our hero for advice. He asked the girl what she wanted to do, and she replied that she wanted to become a white-collar specialist. Chandler said many of these jobs lead to office work, and asked what specific industry she would like to work in. The girl smiled shyly and said that she had not yet been able to decide. A woman entered the room and said that she had found a new girlfriend for our hero. She was 23 years old. She was a presenter, and she offered to set up a meeting with her. The guy was embarrassed and complained that his aunt was choosing a new girlfriend for him very quickly. He said that he didn't want to date anyone yet. And in response, his aunt said that he would soon be 30 and suggested adding the girl as a friend. The girl said that our hero had better agree. Otherwise, the woman would remind him of this every day. The guy took the advice and, giving in, added the girl as a friend. The woman reminded the guy not to forget to write to this girl and went on to prepare dinner. The cousin suggested opening the girl's photo so she could judge whether she was good or bad. When he opened the photo, the guy was very surprised to see the same girl from the broadcast and was amazed at how small the world is. Looking at the girl's photo, the cousin declared that she was definitely a treacherous woman. Chandler asked in surprise why she decided that based on just one photo. My cousin showed me the photos and said that the girl in them was either showing off her bags or was in tourist spots. She was sneaky, my cousin added. The aunt overheard the conversation and, looking out of the kitchen, asked the girl not to talk nonsense. The cousin told her mother that she had only been home for a few days, but she was already starting to get on her nerves and decided to spend the night at our hero's place. She also said that if she left, she would not come back, which made the woman angry and said that she would deal with her as soon as she finished cooking. The girl approached our hero and asked him to take her to visit, but he said that she had not yet decided on the choice of institute. The woman from the kitchen shouted at him not to listen to his cousin and to invite that girl to dinner. The aunt said that if he didn't do this, she would get angry, and the guy agreed to invite her to dinner. The guy began to doubt whether he could invite her to dinner, since the girl was a talented presenter. The woman smiled conspiratorially and said that she had already made arrangements with her mother. She would definitely come. The cousin picked up the phone and suggested that our hero ask the girl out on a date, saying that she knew a good way. The aunt threatened that if the girl screwed up, she would kill her. But the girl asked her mother not to be distracted from cooking. The girl was surprised because she sent so many messages and received only giggles in response. Chandler laughed and asked if she hadn't said she knew about this. The girl handed over the phone and said that, judging by the messages, she was becoming increasingly convinced that she was a bad person and asked our hero to be more careful. The woman came in with a saucepan in her hands and announced that dinner was ready and it was time to eat. Chandler was delighted by the smell of the food, and the woman said she had made an extra portion for him to take home when he left. Our hero's phone, lying on the table, beeped and a new message appeared on the screen. The cousin read that the girl agreed to have dinner at the Baogail Hotel and added that it was too luxurious a place for a first date. The woman was embarrassed by this proposal and said that it was okay. He didn't have to go, it was too expensive. Chandler asked not to worry because he had a good income and suggested eating before the food got cold. That same evening, our hero arrived at the Baogail Hotel. Our hero sat at the table and looked at the phone. He understood why the girl was already an hour late. He was beside himself with indignation and thought that if she wasn't going to come, she shouldn't have promised. And not coming would be rude. Chandler couldn't stand it any longer and texted that he'd been waiting for an hour. And the girl replied that her phone was dead and she was on her way. The guy got angry and wrote that he had already left, adding that she might not come. He was indignant about why he had spent so much money on the girl last night. Chandler looked at the table laden with dishes and thought that the food here wasn't as tasty as his aunt's. Chandler called the waiter and a smiling girl approached him, asking what he wanted. Our hero asked the girl to warm up his food, which surprised the waitress. The couple at the next table started laughing and whispering, thinking that our hero had come to a diner, and if the waitress agreed, they would never come back. Chandler calmly explained that his aunt had prepared the food for him, so he was asking her to heat it up. The girl, hiding her irritation, replied that they did not provide such services. Our hero offered to buy their most expensive bottle of wine in exchange. The couple at the next table were shocked that they could afford such an expensive wine, since it costs tens of thousands. The waitress agreed, took his food, and said that she would prepare everything, and our hero thanked her. Suddenly, that same girl appeared in the hall, arm in arm with some guy, and our hero was shocked that she had come. As he sipped his wine, he thought it was a good thing he hadn't sent her his photo. But contrary to hopes, the girl recognized him, surprised that he still hadn't left. And our hero realized that his aunt had sent his photo. The man asked if it was her ex-boyfriend, and the girl replied that she was supposed to have a blind date with him. He smiled slyly and said that then they needed to get to know each other better. The man approached our hero and asked if he could sit down, but our hero refused. The man said he would watch their blind date from the sidelines and turned to the girl, saying that it was important, and she sheepishly asked him not to joke like that. The girl pointed to the time and asked if the man didn't have to go to the competition with the secret star. Our hero realized that this was the same smoker alone with whom they had a competition today. The man asked our hero if he wanted to go on a date with the girl, and he said no, because he didn't see the point. The man laughed loudly and, hugging the girl, said that this was a good decision. Sitting down at his table, the man asked if their date was canceled. The girl replied that she agreed only because his aunt and her mother knew each other, and she would never fall in love with such a guy. The man told the girl to order whatever she wanted, and she asked if he really wanted to have a competition with the secret star. The man told her not to worry because he had prepared 10 million, which made the girl delighted, calling the man amazing. A waitress approached our hero and brought him warmed food. At that moment, two girls entered the room. One of them had a selfie stick and was recording a video. The girl approached our hero and asked if he was free, and he thought she was another streamer. The girl asked if she could sit down and talk with our hero, but he refused. The girl came closer, saying that he looked young. Then she saw his ears and, saying that they were big, asked him to touch them. Our hero pushed her hand away and said that if she continued, he would sue for sexual harassment. The girl thought the guy was very arrogant, and if it weren't for the stream's script, she definitely wouldn't have approached him. The second girl started crying, saying that Chandler was very rude. The guy was shocked that the girl started crying over something like that, but she said that they were just small streamers and asked to give them some slack. The guy asked her to stop crying and asked what platform she streamed on. The girl introduced herself and said that she streams on the Teasing Fish platform. Our hero asked if she needed donations, and the crying girl replied that this was her main source of income. The guy pointed to the girl who had stood him up on a date and asked him to have a fight with her so that he could help. She replied that she would be happy to receive a donation, but this streamer had 2 large donators yesterday, and it was unlikely that she would win. Our hero said that if she needs donations, then she needs to start a battle, and he will help, or she can forget about it. Chandler asked for the bill, and the waitress said his bill was $259,000. The little streamers were shocked by such a bill, wondering what he could have ordered here. The waitress replied that he had ordered almost nothing, that it was the cost of 2 bottles of wine. The recently crying girl thought that since he could order such an expensive wine, he would definitely help her get rich, and agreed to challenge the streamer. Confidently, wearing white shoes, the girl approached the table. The girl approached the streamer, asking if it was her, who confirmed it and asked if she was a fan. The girl replied that she was also a streamer, and that she wanted to challenge her and invited her to fight in a streamer battle. The streamer laughed at the girl's suggestion and, pointing at the man, asked if she knew who was in front of her. The girl answered negatively and asked who the man was. The streamer proudly replied that this was her best donator, Smoking Alone. The man asked the girl what her nickname was and added that if he had time, he would come by and donate to her too. The girl was taken aback by this offer, thanked him but refused. She approached the streamer and asked if she agreed, but she laughed and asked if she wanted to poach her audience. The streamer approached the man and asked if he would help her, and the man was happy because the girl approached him. Turning around to look at our hero, the girl wondered whether she should trust him. The streamer noticed the girl's gaze and asked if she had challenged him because our hero had asked her to. The man said that our hero looked like an office worker and that he shouldn't have believed her, adding that she looked pretty but was rather stupid. The girl was angry that the man got personal and asked whether the streamer agreed to the challenge or not. The man told the streamer to accept the challenge and he would easily bankrupt our hero. The streamer agreed to participate in the battle, and the girl set the time for 10 o'clock in the evening. They turned around and saw that our hero had already left. And when? No one noticed. The girl did not understand why he left, because she had started the battle and was worried that he had deceived them. The girl with the selfie stick suggested that they leave because they had already filmed enough material. Night had already fallen on the city, and the stars were shining brightly in the sky above our hero's villa. Chandler was fast asleep, his bed unmade, his phone in his hands. Suddenly, he jumped up, deciding that he had overslept, and immediately looked at the phone screen. He opened the stream on his phone and saw that the girls had already started the battle. Seeing that our hero had connected, the streamer was delighted, and after greeting him, she said that now she would definitely win. Our hero tapped the rocket icon on the phone screen. The streamer was shocked that our hero gave the gift not to her, but to her rival, and she was very happy about it. The streamer approached the man and asked him to help her, because she couldn't lose. The girl thanked our hero and asked why he sent the gift to her. Chandler replied that it didn't matter and asked her to sing the song Lonely Warrior. And while she sang, the guy would give her gifts. The girl said that she would sing right now and, taking the microphone in her hands, immediately began to sing the requested song. The girl asked what song he would like to hear, and our hero replied that she flirted with everyone in the restaurant and asked him to demonstrate it. The girl who was crying in the restaurant realized that our hero was the secret star. Everyone started asking if she really wanted to go to the hotel with him, if they were dating. But the girl denied everything and said that they met by chance. The girl continued to tell how our hero asked her to fight in a battle. And then, the streamer realized that he was her secret donor. Chandler approached the smoking man alone and asked him to keep sending gifts because he wanted to give him a little head start. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat from the lonely smoker, stating that he would no longer be sending gifts. The girl said that our hero sent her a photo, and now she will show it. The message was from the lonely smoker, who offered to deliberately lose to our hero, invited him to his room, and promised that the streamer would meet him personally. The streamer screamed that it was fake and that the photo shouldn't be believed, calling them vile because they were trying to set the girl up. She kept looking at her phone screen, repeating that the photo was definitely fake, when a man approached her from behind. The man hugged the girl and asked why she had to humiliate herself by explaining things to these losers, and that he could win beautiful girls while other guys were just fantasizing. He held the girl tighter and she screamed for him to let her go, and the man asked if he didn't have any privileges for all the gifts he gave. The frightened girl once again asked to let her go and turn off the broadcast. The man said that he would not let her go and turned to our hero, saying that his girlfriend was in the arms of another man, and he would do with her whatever he wanted. The guys burst into the room where the man and the streamer were, kicking the door open. 3 guys in black entered the room with serious faces, and a surprised man asked what was going on. The guys grabbed the man, and when the girl asked what was going on, they replied that he was suspected of embezzling state funds and that they needed to interrogate him, and the girl would help them. A guy in a black suit approached the girl, asked her to turn off the stream and follow them. While watching the broadcast, his aunt called, and Chandler was surprised why she was calling so late. The woman said a friend reported her daughter's arrest and asked what was going on. Chandler said that her main admirer was embezzling government money, which is why they were arrested, and added that he was fine. The woman calmed down after hearing the guy's answer and said goodbye to him. The next day, our hero arrived at the residential complex for a new order. He stopped and called the passenger, saying that he had arrived at the gates of the residential complex. They told him that they would arrive soon and asked him to wait a little longer. 10 minutes later, our hero called again and asked where the passenger was. But she replied that she didn't know herself. He asked where exactly she was now, and the girl replied that she had walked for 10 minutes but still could not find the exit. Our hero went to the meeting and asked the girl to describe which building she was near, and she replied that she was near building number 30, adding that she had a seminar today and she couldn't be late. Chandler approached the girl sitting on the path and asked if she had called a taxi. Clutching the phone to her chest, the girl replied that it was her. Chandler extended his hand to her and asked her not to cry, promising that he would help. Finally, our hero found his passenger and they got into the car. Chandler asked to fasten his seatbelt and said that they were now heading to the Manhwa Hotel. The girl complained that previously drivers waited no more than 3 minutes and then canceled the order. Our hero asked not to blame other drivers because no one knew that she could get lost in her own complex. The girl said her name was Yuana and that she was an author of web novels, but had a terrible sense of direction. And our hero asked her what her pen name was, promising to subscribe and support her. She said her pen name was Lan, and she wrote romance novels that a guy probably wouldn't like. The guy was glad that he still had 80 million virtual currency left. They arrived at the right hotel, and the girl sincerely thanked our hero for his help. The girl said that she would contact him if she needed help, and asked him to pick her up on his way back. Chandler promised to come, and the satisfied girl went to the hotel. Our hero found Yuana's account, looked at her followers and her work, and clicked the subscribe button. The hotel hall was in a festive mood, and everything was hung with balloons. A woman in the center of the room, holding a microphone, thanked everyone who came, and someone shouted out her name and pseudonym. Yuana was sitting in the hall when her phone notified her of a new message. The phone screen read, "Congratulations on your Golden Master gift." The girl immediately guessed that the prize was from our hero, and was surprised that an ordinary taxi driver could give so much. The girl wrote to Chandler, asking if he had sent the donation, and he replied that he had read her novel and liked it. The guy continued by saying that it was a pretty popular novel about idols, and the girl laughed happily. Her laughter attracted everyone in the room, and the girl in the next seat asked what made her so happy. Yuana happily showed her phone and said that she had received the Golden Master Award. The girls opened Yuana's profile on their phones and were surprised that she had actually received an award. The woman on stage said that since she had received such a high award, her work must be very good, and asked her to share her writing experience. Yuana sheepishly replied that she was a little writer and that she had received the award from the driver who had brought her. She assumed that he had liked her work and that was why he had sent her the gift. The woman said that she had read Yuana's work and that it was not worth 100,000, and added that it was possible that the girl had colluded with the driver. The girl was outraged and suggested calling the guy to find out everything. Our hero's phone rang, and the writer's name appeared on the screen. He answered the call, and the girl immediately asked him to explain why he decided to support her. The guy asked why he had to explain anything. He immediately realized that the girl was not believed, so he said that he would donate 10 times more when everyone believed him. One girl was surprised when taxi drivers became so rich, and the second said that Yuana received a second reward of 10 million. A balloon containing coins appeared on the writer's page, stating that 10 million had been donated to her. The woman asked in surprise who this man was, and she replied that he was an ordinary taxi driver. Yuana assumed that our hero is a member of a wealthy family but hides it, and how at the end of the novel he will return to the house to inherit the property. The woman came closer to Yuana and said that this was bad. She continued by saying that you can't rely on some rich guy to boost your popularity, and the girl repeated that she didn't know why he did that. With tears in her eyes, she took her purse and said that since they didn't believe her, she was leaving. The woman suggested that the others continue, and added that the girl's popularity would not increase overnight with the help of such manipulations. The tearful girl ran out into the street and called our hero, asking where he was now. Chandler asked in surprise why she was crying and where she was now, and the girl replied that she was accused of using a dishonest method to increase her popularity. Our hero replied that his support had caused the girl trouble, and asked where she was now, and received the answer that she was at the hotel. He went to the girl and told her that he would be there soon. Arriving at the hotel, the guy immediately saw Yuana, who continued to cry. The girl sat in the back seat, still crying, and said that no one believed her and everyone decided that it was a setup. The guy asked the girl not to cry, saying that she should think whatever she wanted. The main thing was that she had his support. The girl smiled and agreed with the guy, saying that she didn't need to worry about what others thought. Thanking the guy for the advice, Chandler stepped on the gas and offered to take the girl home. Yuana asked if she could ask a question. Is he the son of a rich family who is hiding it and will later return to inherit the property? Our hero replied that he was a simple taxi driver. He just had a lot of money and he could spend it recklessly. The girl asked again that he was just a rich man who had a lot of money, and the guy agreed. The sun was shining brightly outside when our hero brought the girl to the residential complex. The girl came out and said goodbye to our hero, and he said goodbye in return. Our hero's phone attached to the panel rang. The guy asked where Chandler was, and he asked if he had arrived at High. The boy replied that he had just arrived and asked our hero to come quickly because he had a surprise. And Chandler replied that he would be there soon. Our hero arrived at a place called High. He got out of the car and ran towards the entrance of the building. The guy approached the girl working in the cafe and said that she looked even better. And the girl replied that our hero was heartless because he didn't come back after graduation. The girl said that 3 classmates were already waiting upstairs and offered to walk the guy home. And he immediately understood what kind of surprise the boy was talking about. Our hero turned to the girl and said that he would go there himself, asking her to tell him the room number. The girl replied that they were in room 203, and the guy went there, thanking the girl. Chandler knocked on the door of the room and loudly announced that he was here. The boy opened the door and happily told our hero that he was glad to finally see him. Chandler asked if he couldn't have said he was coming back, and the guy replied that he had an unscheduled interview. And these two, our hero asked, pointing at the hiding guys. The boys came out and hugged Chandler, happy to see him again, and asked if he was happy about their surprise. Our hero replied that the surprise was not bad and suggested that the girls had abandoned them. Otherwise, they would not have returned. The guys were shocked, surprised that our hero understood this so quickly. One guy said he had bad memories, and the other added that tonight was an evening without talking about women. The girl entered the room with a case of drinks and said that she brought food and drinks. Chandler sat down at the table and offered everyone a drink with a smile. 4 guys raised their glasses, shouting a toast to health. One guy said his ex left him because he couldn't buy her expensive things, and the other said his ex's mom told him he was too poor to buy a house and forced them to break up. The third guy said that his girlfriend is better, but she wants the guy to buy a house and marry her. Chandler said it was harder for him because he had money, but his girlfriend still cheated on him. The guy asked why our hero continued to work as a taxi driver, since he had invested in the Baoqing Hotel, and he replied that he liked the freedom of working. Our hero asked if the guys had found work, and one of them answered that everyone had found work except him. Chandler asked him if he wanted to work for an advertising company. The guy happily replied that he would like to, and had often planned various events and holidays before. Chandler said he would take the guy to his advertising company tomorrow, filling his glass with drinks. They clinked glasses, and our hero said that if he passed the interview, they would work together. Another boy asked if he could also apply to his company for a job. The third boy also joined the conversation and asked that he not be forgotten. A female voice said that there was great food on this street, approaching the cafe where the guys were relaxing. The girl was streaming and telling listeners that she often comes here for a bite to eat. In the frame, the girl saw our hero's car parked behind her. She asked me to give more likes. Then she would come and show the car closer. The girl said that although it looks ordinary, its characteristics are impressive, and described in more detail that the car is very powerful. Chandler told the boys that he paid the bill this time, but next time they would pay. A drunk friend with a red face and a satisfied smile said that Chandler was the best. They went out to the parking lot, and one of the guys, seeing our hero's car, was surprised that even here such expensive cars were parked. Chandler was about to say that it was his car, but he heard the girl say that this car had one big drawback. Our hero approached the girl in surprise, and the guys asked where he went. The girl repeated again that the car has a drawback, like many luxury cars. One of the guys suggested that the problem was high fuel consumption, but the girl replied that the owners of such cars don't think about fuel consumption at all. Chandler asked what the problem was, and the girl said it was the air conditioning system. The girl in the passenger seat would get hot and start taking off her clothes. Our hero clearly did not expect such an answer and laughed embarrassedly. The girl asked if they were graduates, and Chandler replied that they had graduated last year. The girl smiled and asked if she could add them to the chat so they could hang out together. Chandler refused because they didn't know each other well and suggested that the guys order a taxi. and one of them asked what happened to his car. The boy offered to call a sober driver and asked where his car was. Chandler replied that they definitely needed another driver and pointed to the car, saying that this was it. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, including the streamer girl. Chandler replied that he was serious and, taking out his keys, turned off the alarm. The guys hugged our hero, surprised at how rich he was, and said that they would have gotten a job with him a long time ago. While the guys were looking at the car, our hero said that he had sent another car for repairs, and immediately added that he was not bragging. The guys said they were happy for our hero, smiling contentedly at him. Another guy said that he would join his company tomorrow, and our hero said that they needed to call a taxi. When the yellow taxi pulled up, the guys said goodbye warmly and waved to each other. The girl asked our hero to add her to the chat, but he showed up and added that he needed to call a driver, and she needed to conduct her broadcast. Suddenly, the girl offered to give our hero a lift, smiling contentedly. Chandler asked if she would be hot, and she offered to give him a ride in exchange for letting her broadcast inside. The guy opened the car door and agreed, offering the girl to get in. The girl addressed the audience and invited them to experience the thrill of driving a luxury car. Our hero asked in surprise if she was a good driver. The girl replied with a smile that she was an excellent driver and could be trusted. The guy agreed and, putting his hands behind his head, asked to be taken to the bins district. The girl addressed the audience, asking if they had heard that the guy was driving in the bins area, where villas cost from 100 million. They drove up to a beautiful arch, which was brightly illuminated by the sunlight. Having passed under the arch, the male security guard waved his hand at them, letting them through. The girl asked where she should go next. Our hero answered that she should go to Villa number 1 and stop there near the bridge. They drove up to Villa number 1, and the girl excitedly asked if it was her. The girl pointed to the villa and said she wanted a drink, asking to come over. Getting out of the car, our hero said that he lives alone and does not invite guests. He thanked her for giving him a ride and asked her to go back home. But the girl was surprised because he didn't pay any attention to her. The girl raised her hand to her large, luxurious breasts, slightly increasing the neckline of her blouse. The girl assumed a seductive pose and, adjusting her hair, asked him if he was sure. Our hero asked her once again to come back because he wanted to rest. Looking after the guy who was leaving, the girl thought that he was really ignorant. The girl addressed her subscribers and said that since they rarely get the chance to visit such a luxurious place, she would show them around. A man approached the girl and asked which villa she was from. The girl replied that she had brought a guy from Villa number 1. The man pushed the girl out, saying that strangers were not allowed there, and the girl left in confusion. The girl got angry and was puzzled by his behavior for a long time, indignant at why he thought he was the boss here. She said he was just a security guard, but he didn't let them just walk around the area and ended the stream. The girl received a call and was told that they had decided to give her another chance. Today, she would have a battle with another streamer, and if she won, they would extend her contract. They added that if the girl lost, they would terminate the contract, and the girl agreed to the terms. Chandler was sitting on the couch in the living room when he received a new message. The girl in the video said that today she would have a battle with another streamer, and if she lost, they would cut off contact with her and asked for help. Commentators began writing that the girl would not win, and that it was not worth raising her popularity with such cheap methods. But the girl said that she would try to win. Watching the stream, Chandler thought that they were at the peak of popularity now, and he should start his own company. He decided to wait until the girl lost and offered to make a deal with her. The girl's rival offered a bet. If she lost, she could ask for anything. But if she won, the girl would jump 10 times. The blonde addressed her followers and said that if she wins, the girl will jump and ask them to support her. Commentators began to write to the girl that if she jumped or did a handstand, they would support her. The girl got angry and yelled at them. Do they really think that by humiliating others they look cool? The girl wrote to the boss and asked why they were insulting her. And the boss replied that he didn't care and that she needed to win. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked why they were behaving like this, what she had done wrong. The secret star sent the girl a gift, and she asked him not to send her any more gifts. The guy wrote back saying he couldn't stand to watch her get bullied. The girl burst into tears and said that she could no longer bear the bullying and insults. The girl offered him to sing and asked him not to give her any more gifts since her boss gets 70%. The guy replied that it wasn't scary, he just wanted to support the girl because if she had to jump, it would be awkward. She needed to win and make her opponent do it. The girl, with tears of joy, said that she had won and thanked our hero. She turned to her rival and said that since the guy wanted to, then she had to jump. And she replied that she didn't mind. The blonde, with an impassive face, began to jump, placing her hands on her hips. Suddenly, the button on her shirt came undone, revealing her underwear. A message appeared on her phone screen that the stream contained sexually explicit material and that her account had been permanently blocked. Chandler laughed out loud as she sat on the couch and said it was amazing. Our hero arrived at a new job listening to the radio, which reported that it had rained for the first time in 100 years in a neighboring city, and millions of people were suffering. The guy in the white shirt waved to the approaching car and shouted to our hero that he was here. His former classmate asked if our Nagoi really works on this machine. Chandler replied that this was not just a car for work and offered the guy to get in. He would give him a ride. Getting into the car, the guy said that his car was luxurious and that he had really achieved great success. The guys arrived at the Sin office building, where the office of our hero's new advertising company was located. The manager ran up to the car, saying that our hero could call him if he needed anything, instead of coming in person. Chandler introduced the guy and said that he was his classmate and wanted to join his company. The manager shook the guy's hand and said that if he needed help, he could always contact him. The manager led the guys to the elevator and pressed the call button. He invited the boys in and said that he would not detain them any longer. The guy asked our hero why the manager was so polite to him, wondering if the service here was really that good. With a smile on his face, Chandler said that he had recently bought the entire building. The guy was so shocked by this news that our hero had to take his hand to keep him from falling. He asked how our hero was able to buy this building, since it was worth several million. And he replied that it was enough for him to just know that he was the owner. Chandler said that if someone offends the guy, he just needs to tell him or the manager. And the guy joked that he wants to write an article about him. Seeing Chandler, Susie stood up and greeted him with a wide smile. Chandler said hello and introduced John, saying that he was the new employee. He asked Susie to organize a workspace for him, and the girl immediately showed him to the table, offering him a seat. Chandler pointed to the door and said that he had to go to work. As our hero was leaving the building, he received a call. Looking at the screen, he saw that it was Yuana calling. The girl asked if he could pick her up at 7 in the evening to take her to a classmate's birthday party and asked him to dress up. Chandler was surprised by the request to dress well and asked who he was. The driver or her boyfriend? The girl asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend so that he could protect her, and in return, she would invite him to the cinema. Chandler agreed, saying it would be compensation for the previous inconvenience. At the appointed time, our hero arrived at the residential complex. Yuana asked if our hero was a taxi driver, and how it happened that he had such a luxurious car like the ones in the novels. Our hero replied that since he was pretending to be her boyfriend, he decided to choose a better car. Yuana said the car was amazing, and the guy replied that now none of her classmates would be able to bully her. The girl laughed and said that when everyone saw this car, no one would dare laugh. Our couple arrived at the restaurant where dinner was scheduled. They approached the table, and the girl exclaimed that Yuana had finally arrived. The girl asked who this guy was, and he replied that he was Yuana's boyfriend and was glad to meet everyone. The girl said that the guy looked amazing and introduced herself. She asked Yuana why she didn't tell her that she had found a boyfriend. Blushing, the girl replied that they had recently started dating, and she simply hadn't had time to tell them. Chandler touched the girl's face with his fingers and said that he had been pursuing her for a long time, and now he would not allow them to part. The girls immediately started saying that it was too saccharine, and that our hero was making them feel uncomfortable. The door to the hall where the heroes were sitting opened. The girl walked towards the man who entered, glad that he had finally come. The girl introduced her boyfriend and added that they were planning to get married at the end of the year, and she invited them to the wedding. The girls clapped their hands joyfully, congratulating them. They filled the glasses with red wine. One of the girls asked what her boyfriend did, and she replied that his family was in the seafood trade. The girl who asked was surprised and said that her boyfriend was impressive. The same girl asked Yuana what her boyfriend did. The guy said that our hero looks good and his outfit is quite expensive. Chandler replied that he bought the outfit at a secondhand store and that he doesn't usually dress like that, and that he works as a taxi driver. The girls asked how he managed to win Yuana over, since she has high standards and comes from a wealthy family, and she has also spent millions on developing her book. One of the girls asked how she could be so wasteful and spend so much money on a book. Our hero replied that he had supported the book, not she, and that he had sent her more than a dozen gifts to get her to notice him. Yuana replied that it was impossible to resist someone who was so generous with love. The guy asked if our hero really made that much money working as a taxi driver and how much he now needed to save. Chandler replied that it didn't matter because when you're courting a girl, you have to be generous, and the guy agreed with him. A girl entered the hall and turned to the guy, asking him to move the car because she was blocking the passage. The guy replied that he had reserved a parking space in advance, but the manager said that it was occupied, and added that such service makes one lose the desire to come to this hotel. Chandler gave his keys to the waitress so she could give them to the manager and ask him to park his car on the side of the road. Our hero said that the manager left the seat but gave it to Chandler, and added that he was returning the seat. The guy asked in shock if the sports car in his place really belonged to our hero. Chandler replied that he decided to take this car because he was going to Yuana's friend's birthday party, and he usually drives a simpler car. The birthday girl said that it was a simple party, and there was no need to hide what her boyfriend did for a living. The girl smiled and said that he really was a taxi driver, and that it was he who had driven her to the authors' meeting. Another girl said, "Who could have known that a taxi driver could be so rich?" One of the guys asked where our hero worked because he also wanted to work there. And the second guy said that a taxi driver couldn't earn that much and decided that he rented a car. He warned Yuana that she needed to be careful. But the girl replied that she believed in our hero's sincerity. The guy asked how much the car cost and added that he knew all the dealers. But to himself, he thought that the ordinary taxi driver just wanted to show off in front of the girl. Chandler said that he knows the most popular one, so let him call and find out. The guy threw up his hands and said that his number was stored in another phone, and suggested that Chandler call himself. Our hero agreed and, without thinking, dialed the number on the phone. The man on the other end was surprised by the late call and asked if something had happened to the car, to which Chandler replied that his friend simply wanted to inquire about the purchase. The man recognized the guy's name and said that there are a lot of scammers these days, warning our hero, shocking the guy and his girlfriend. With a smile, Chandler thanked the man for his concern. There was a dead silence in the room after this conversation. The silence was broken by the waitress, who said that they were afraid to move such an expensive car themselves. Chandler said that everything was fine, and even if the manager scratched it, he wouldn't have to pay for it. Chandler said that it was time for them to leave, and Yuana added that she hadn't had time to prepare a gift and would make it up to him next time. The birthday girl replied that everything was fine and that her appearance at the birthday party was already a gift. The girls said goodbye and the couple headed towards the exit of the hall. The manager entered the room with a waiter who had drinks on a tray. The manager said that Chandler bought drinks for them and they wished the guys a good evening. The manager turned to the guy and said that he was sorry because he gave away the parking space, and he replied that he understood, because our hero arrived in a sports car. But the manager said that wasn't the issue, because Chandler was the hotel's second largest shareholder and had priority parking. And after today's incident, he had asked for it to be expanded. The guy was shocked to hear that our hero was the second largest shareholder of the Baoqing Hotel. He asked to convey his gratitude for the drinks to our hero. Chandler and Yuana returned to her apartment complex. Blushing, the girl asked if our hero would like to come visit her. The guy hugged her and said that she better concentrate on writing her novels. The girl got out of the car and our hero drove away, shouting goodbye to her. Night fell on the city, and the lights in the apartments of the multi-story building began to come on. Our hero called the next passengers and informed them that he had arrived at the destination. 5 minutes later, he called again and said he was still waiting, and the passenger replied that he would be right there. 15 minutes later, a guy approached the car hugging a girl. Sitting in the back seat, the girl asked how long it would take them to get to their destination, and our hero replied that it would take about 45 minutes. The guy asked why it was taking so long and said that they should get there in 30 minutes. He asked why the car stopped. Our hero said that the traffic light was red, and the guy replied that he should go through the red light. Chandler said that if they didn't care about their lives, then he valued it. And if they were in such a hurry, then they should have ordered a taxi earlier. And the guy got furious, asking why he talked to passengers like that. Our hero asked what was wrong with his communication, and added that if it had been another driver, he would have canceled the order. The guy said there was no point in arguing and promised to leave a bad review. Our hero drove up to a red sign on the side of the road. Chandler's car came to an abrupt stop in front of a yellow taxi. The girls screamed why they stopped again, and the guy said that if our hero doesn't know how to drive, then he'll take the wheel himself. Chandler loudly called for the passengers to get out of the car. The guy looked around and said that he couldn't even catch a taxi here. So how was he supposed to get out? Chandler, hearing the answer, got out of the car himself. He opened the passenger door and grabbed the guy by the shoulder, telling them to leave. But the guy yelled that they weren't going anywhere. 2 police officers ran up to our hero's car, asking what was going on. The girls said that our hero has a terrible attitude towards passengers. Chandler responded by saying that he had a camera in his car, and they could see everything for themselves. After watching the recording, the police officer asked how passengers could ask to break the rules and drive through a red light. And the guy tried to justify himself by saying he was too hasty. The policeman said that it was too hot right now. Everyone was annoyed and that they just needed to apologize to each other. The guy got angry and said that he was the vice president of the company and was not going to apologize to the taxi driver. The policeman asked Chandler to hand over their luggage and said he was free to go. As he left, Chandler said he wished the guy would never be on time again. The system reported that a new negative review had been received, and for it, he would receive 67% of the shares of the security company. And if something happened to him, the security would sort everything out. Chandler wondered if it was a bit much to send security to deal with that guy. Chandler received a call saying that a passenger had filed a complaint against him, saying that he had behaved badly and assaulted the customer. Our hero slammed on the brakes in shock. He said he had a video from the salon where everything was visible, and the caller asked our hero not to worry and send the video. Chandler thanked the girl and asked if she would like to have dinner. She replied that she would call when she was free. The guy was overjoyed that he had been able to invite the support girl to dinner, and decided that he would pick up the shares tomorrow and wait for her call. Our hero's morning began with a visit to a security company. The girl brought our hero to the manager and introduced him. The man shook our hero's hand, surprised by his young age, and our hero asked to be without formalities. The man handed him a share transfer document to sign and asked if anything else was needed. At that moment, our hero received a call. Our hero was informed that his house had been vandalized, and that there was a crowd of hooligans there who were threatening him. After finishing, Chandler looked at the man and said that he needed his help. An hour later, they arrived at an apartment building. The realtor came running to our hero and said that his house could not be sold until they left. Chandler told him not to worry and asked where the people were who were interfering with the sale. The realtor pointed to a group of guys sitting on the porch. Several men in black suits appeared behind our hero. Chandler pointed to the boys on the porch and ordered them to be taken. The boys started shouting why they were grabbed and asking to be released. One guy begged for mercy and said they were just paid to destroy the house. Chandler asked who sent them, and the guy replied that it was Honey. Our hero pointed to the graffiti and said that if they painted over it, they would not be held accountable. The guys immediately agreed and said that they would do everything right away. Chandler thought that he had already passed on dirt on the Java company to Iola, but she did nothing and came to the conclusion that no one could be trusted, deciding that he would deal with them himself. Our hero arrived at the house of Hanny's father, who is the owner of the Java company. Seeing our hero, the guy asked in surprise what he was doing there. Our hero replied that he himself should know why he was here. The man got angry and asked if he understood what he was doing, and Chandler asked to bring the guy. The security brought in the hooligan, and he said that it was Hanny who ordered them to destroy our hero's house. The guy hit the bully and said that he was kind to him, but he turned out to be useless. Hanny pointed to the guys behind our hero and said that they had been working with this agency for more than 10 years. Chandler replied that the cooperation was already in the past and handed him a document stating that the company was terminating its contract with them. Honey asked who he was to talk about a breakup, and Chandler replied that if he said so, then it was so. The woman said that they had just recently signed a 10-year contract, and that if they broke it, they would have to pay. Chandler said that they have the right to terminate the contract if the company does anything illegal or goes bankrupt, and that they have the right to sue the company for such actions. The man asked, "So what?" adding that his company would not go bankrupt. Chandler picked up the phone and said that they were doing something illegal. He showed the phone to the man and he asked in shock where our hero got this information. The man asked where he got this information, and our hero replied that he didn't need to know it. Chandler sat down on the couch in a relaxed manner and said that they both should get ready for prison. Hanny's father approached the man and asked Mr. Sven to save him, and promised that if he saved him, he would buy back the shares at 10 times the price. The last name was shown to our hero by a friend, and he thought that it was not about Jonah's family. A man approached our hero and asked if he was Mr. Yang, and our hero asked who he was. The man said that Iola was his mistress, and that he was there to discuss the sale of their shares. And after that, he wanted to make public the incriminating evidence. But since our hero was already here, the man decided to leave. The man turned to the butler and said that he couldn't just leave. He asked the butler again for his master to save them. The man approached the security guards and said that if they beat Chandler, he would pay them 3 times as much. Hanny shouted at the guards and asked how much our hero had paid them. Various cars began to stop near their house. People were getting out of the car and heading towards the entrance. People on the street started whispering whether Java was finished, saying that it was high time for it to collapse, since 5 people had died because of their activities, and they were glad that someone was finally doing justice. The man asked about negotiations, but our hero replied that he does not negotiate with criminals. A man entered the hall surrounded by 2 security guards. Hanny's father approached him and said that he shouldn't make a noise. Otherwise, the neighbors would think that Java had committed a crime, and suggested that they sit down and talk. The serious man said that there was no point in talking. They had all the evidence, and it would soon be published in the media. The man turned to our hero and asked if everything was okay, and Hanny asked in surprise why he was so polite. The man replied that our hero was the new largest shareholder of their security company. Hanny's father was shocked, and the man continued and said that Chandler had recently acquired 67% of their shares. Hanny fell to his knees before our hero. He started apologizing and asking him to pretend that nothing had happened and complained that he was only 28 and did not want to go to jail. Chandler replied that it all depended on fate, whether it would give him a second chance. Suddenly, Juno and the girl entered the room. Our hero turned to the girls and said that when they go to the police, they need to tell them everything that happened that day. As he left, our hero wished Hani and his father a happy life. Juno hugged our hero and said that he was amazing and that Hani and his father were to blame. Upon leaving the house, our hero was met by 2 rows of men who bowed their heads in respect before him. Sitting in the car, the Iola family's butler took a photo capturing the moment. He wrote to the owner that Chandler's personality was very mysterious, and even the manager of the security agency treated him with respect, and also reported that he was unable to carry out her order. Seeing Juno off, who was sitting in the car with the manager, our hero said that it was time for him to go and take care of business. And by business, our hero meant another order, and he had just arrived at his destination. He called the passenger and asked where he was, and he was asked to get up and help carry something. Our hero agreed to help and got out of the car. A girl met him on the stairs and asked if he was her driver. The guy confirmed that he was and asked what he needed help with. The girl enthusiastically said that he was very handsome and asked him to come in and give her advice on what outfit to choose. The girl took our hero by the hand and pulled him along, which greatly surprised the guy. The girl showed a short skirt and asked if she would look good in it. The guy answered confusedly, "Yes, great," and said he would wait in the car. The girl said that she wanted to choose an outfit that he liked, and our hero replied that he was not very good at it. The guy went to the exit and said that he would wait in the car and asked to hurry. 3 minutes later, the girl came down to the car in a short yellow dress. The girl asked our hero's name and said that her name was Licia, and the guy asked her to buckle up. Licia asked how long he drives each day, and the guy replied that he doesn't have a precise schedule. Putting her hand on the guy's thigh, the girl said that with such a job, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend, and offered to help him. The guy pushed her hand away, asked her not to distract her while driving, and not to ask about her personal life, which was none of her business. The girl asked when they would arrive, and the guy replied that there were a few minutes left. The girl was streaming, and in the comments, people were writing that she had found another driver and were wondering what she would do with him. Licia turned to the guy and said that she had run out of money for her phone. Our hero continued driving, asking if she needed to borrow his phone. The girl pressed herself against the guy and said that she just needed to make a call. And the guy repeated that he asked her not to touch him. Chandler stopped and got out of the car, telling the girl that there was a camera in the car and her every action was being recorded. The girl smiled and asked again if there really was a camera in the car. Licia got out of the car and asked, "What about those bushes?" The guy agreed with a smile and said that he would park the car and come. The girl went to the bushes and asked the guy to hurry up, but as soon as she walked away, our hero jumped into the car and sped away as far as possible. Licia ran after the car, she shouted, asking where he was going and demanding that he stop. The guy thought with displeasure how tired he was of them all. Our hero received a message from the system that a new bad review had been received, and in exchange for it, he received 25% of the shares of Luri's company and became the second largest shareholder. The guy thought the reward was pretty good, but the review he left might make other passengers think our hero is a pervert. The review went like this: "Terrible driver. He wanted me to pay for the fare with my body. Why does he work for that company?" The guy slammed on the brakes in his car out of anger. He called support and explained that he had encountered a strange passenger who had left a bad review, but that this was not the case and that he would send a video so that they could watch it and delete the review. The girl said that she would wait for his video, and the guy said that he would upload it now. He watched the video loading on his phone screen and waited until the message, "Video loaded," appeared. The support girl called back and said she'd watched the video and checked other reviews because drivers had already complained about her. She deleted the bad review and blocked the account. Chandler thanked her and invited her to dinner that night. The girl agreed and added that she would wait for our hero. The moon was hidden by clouds when Licia told her followers that she would find a new driver. Suddenly, she saw that her account was blocked and realized that the driver had also complained about her. People in the comments started laughing at the girl, saying that she had finally been blocked and that she had really gotten a smart driver who had filed a complaint. In the building of the Luri company, whose shares our hero received, they were just talking about him. The girl said that they checked the guy and he actually bought 25% of the shares, which is crazy. The man in the chair said that it looked like our hero was rich and that this would be very helpful in developing the business. He ordered the girl to go and contact him to make a good impression. The girl walked up to the landline phone and picked up the receiver. She called our hero, introduced herself as a secretary, and asked if he would like to discuss the further development of the company. Chandler said that he is not very good at such things and just wants to receive stable dividends. He also said that he recently ordered clothes from their company, but they did not arrive. He asked to send someone to take measurements and also to discuss sewing clothes for his company. The secretary replied that she would immediately contact the chief designer and they would resolve everything. She came to the chief designer's office and knocked on the door. The secretary came to the girl and said that there was an urgent order for sewing work clothes. The girl got angry and said that she was preparing for a fashion show and had no intention of sewing work clothes, thinking that the secretary was playing a joke on her. The secretary calmly asked the girl if she had heard that someone had bought 25% of the shares, and the designer became interested. The girl said that the order came from that very person, and that after working on the work clothes, she needed to go and take his measurements. The designer quickly changed her mind and said she suddenly felt interested in sewing workwear. She told the secretary not to worry because she would make clothes that the shareholder would like. Our hero arrived at the apartment building. There, a girl was already waiting for him, who stepped towards the car. The girl said that our hero looks more handsome than in the photo. The guy replied that Lucy was also very beautiful and suggested going out to dinner. The girl asked for a favor: to pick up her friend and boyfriend, and then they would all have dinner together. Our hero agreed, but said he would skip dinner because he would feel awkward. The girl said that she would treat the guy to dinner another time as a sign of gratitude. Chandler brought the girl to the airport building. He suggested that the girl go and meet her friends, and he would wait for them in the car. Looking after the girl, he thought that he could receive a lot of negative reviews, but she deletes them all. A couple was walking towards Lucy. A guy in a cap and a girl. Lucy waved to the girl and she recognized her. The girl asked who this guy was, and her friend said that they were dating. The girl enthusiastically told him that he was the manager's son, very kind and covered all her expenses. A friend told Lucy that if she didn't find a boyfriend soon, she wouldn't get married. Chandler met the guys, opened the trunk and asked to give them their suitcases. Lucy's friend asked who this guy was. The girl said without hesitation that our hero was her boyfriend. Chandler decided to play along, introduced himself and said that he was Lucy's boyfriend. A girl named Rin introduced herself and said she was glad to meet her. Chandler asked what hotel they were staying at. The guys sat in the back seat. The girl named the hotel and asked our hero where he worked. As usual, without embarrassment, our hero answered that he works as a taxi driver. The girl was happy and said that this way they could see Lucy every day, and said that she herself could not see the guy every day because he was busy. The guy said that he was the only child in the family and had to make a contribution to inherit the family business. Lucy said she was happy for her friend because she had found such a wealthy guy. Rin said that her boyfriend was also good because he worked in his own car, and added that the village headman also bought a similar car. The girl smiled and said that, in fact, her boyfriend's car was an NT. Rin asked her boyfriend if he had heard of this brand, and the guy said that he had never seen them, that he had heard that they were very expensive. The guy approached our hero and asked how he could work in such an expensive car. Our hero replied that he only had 2 cars. The second one was a sports car, and he couldn't work in it. All 3 thought that someone who could afford such an expensive car could not work as a taxi driver. The guy asked why our hero works as a taxi driver since he is rich, and Chandler replied that he just likes a carefree lifestyle. Our hero brought a group of guys to the hotel building and said that they had arrived. All 4 got out of the car and headed towards the entrance. The girl approached the administrator, said that they had booked a room and asked for the keys. The receptionist checked and said they didn't have a reservation in her name. Rin got angry and said that they booked the room on their website. How could there not be a reservation? The administrator explained that they needed to make an additional reservation, and since they did not make it, the reservation was canceled, and now they have no available rooms. Rin got angry and asked to call the manager. The manager approached our hero and asked what brought him here. Chandler said he brought the guys here, and the manager said that if they were his friends, he would take them to the room for free. But our hero said that the rules are the same for everyone, and they need to adhere to them. The manager was embarrassed and said that he understood everything. The manager approached the guys, said that without an additional reservation, they would not be able to register them, and offered to return the money. Rin asked Chandler if he didn't want to help them, and the guy replied that he was just doing his job. He said goodbye to Lucy and asked her to take care of them, and the girl thanked him. Our hero left, leaving the manager and the guys behind. Lucy asked why the manager was so polite to him. The manager replied with a smile that Chandler was the second largest shareholder. All 3 were shocked that our hero was a shareholder of one of the best hotels. Rin asked what her boyfriend really does since he is so rich. Lucy replied sheepishly that they had just started dating and she didn't know everything about him. Rin asked why her boyfriend didn't help them, since he was a shareholder of the hotel. Lucy replied that she had been making fun of the guy the whole way, and he had been trying to be polite. The manager thought that our hero was young and rich. Why would he need such an ordinary girl? Our hero returned to his villa number 1. At the entrance, he was met by a girl who was glad that he had returned. Iola said that his aunt had made him some soup and it would help our hero cool down. The guy invited the girl into the house. The girl poured the refreshing soup into a plate and put it on the table. The guy said that his aunt was a great cook and the girl said that she could make more. And the guy asked if the butler had passed on the information. Iola replied that she just wanted to apologize for not being able to resolve the issue earlier, and he had to do everything himself. Chandler said that it was he who didn't give the girl time to prepare. The girl said that she was sorry because she gave her word and let our hero down. Our hero said that he would have problems. He turned to the girl and suggested that she turn to him. As he said goodbye, Chandler thought that it was difficult for him to maintain the entire property, and that he needed to hire a housekeeper like Iola. He snapped his fingers and decided that he would find a maid tomorrow. Our hero arrived in the neighboring area for another order. A woman with 2 small children was waiting for him. He asked them to fasten their seatbelts and began the journey. The woman asked why our hero was going the other way and asked him to turn around quickly. The guy said that this was a one-way street and they could turn at the next intersection. The woman said that everyone here drives on the wrong side of the road and suspected that our hero was doing it on purpose. Chandler asked what kind of example she was setting for her children, since she was teaching them to break traffic rules. The woman screamed that it was her decision how to raise the children and ordered them to turn around. Chandler pointed to the policeman and suggested that they talk to him. The woman got out of the car without thinking. She approached the police officer and said that she wanted to turn around here. The policeman said that the driver was right and that turning around here was prohibited. It was a violation. He thanked our hero for observing traffic rules. Chandler asked if they wanted to go further, and the woman replied that she would walk. She promised to leave a bad review, and our hero wished to set a good example for her children. A girl in a Chinese dress appeared in the car and said that for the bad review he was getting a secretary's assistant and handed him an employment contract. Chandler was pleased that the system was giving him exactly what he needed. He read the profile. The girl's name was Sheila. She was 25 years old, and her education, interests, and so on were also indicated. At 6 in the evening, our hero arrived to meet the secretary. Having approached the girl, our hero asked if she was Sheila. The girl smiled, saying that it was she, and went to our hero. Chandler asked if she knew what her job was. The girl said that she was a secretary who was supposed to help him in his daily life and with work matters. Our hero offered a salary of $50,000. And the girl was very happy with this offer. Our hero and Sheila set off on their way to the villa. Upon arrival, Our hero offered to choose any room for her and promised to treat her to dinner in the evening. Having finished their business, our hero and Sheila went to a restaurant. There were already expensive dishes and excellent wine on the table. A girl came up to their table and asked if it was Sheila, adding that she didn't expect to see her there. The girl mistook our hero for her boyfriend and said that he was quite handsome. Sheila replied that it was none of the girl's business and asked them not to disturb her. But she replied that they were former classmates. Lulu, that was the girl's name, greeted our hero and he told her not to disturb them. But the girl did not leave him alone and asked how long they had known each other. Chandler replied that they met today. Lulu laughed, thinking she was on a blind date, and asked how she ended up in this situation even though she was studying abroad. Sheila got angry and said that it was none of her business whether she went on blind dates or not. Lulu angrily asked if she had found a job, since she was the vice president, and added that she could recommend her. Sheila stood up and asked the girl to leave because she didn't want to argue in front of our hero. She turned to the waiter and said that they were being disturbed while they were having dinner. A waitress approached Lulu and asked if she had a reservation. The girl replied that she had reserved table number 34. The waitress replied that in that case, the girl should return to her seat. As she left, Lulu told our hero that Sheila could betray her friends at any time. Sheila lost her temper and said that she was going to tell everyone what she did in college. Lulu hissed in anger, clenching her fists when she heard this threat. A guy appeared in the hall and asked Lulu what she was doing there. The girl pressed herself against the guy and said that she was being bullied, and he promised to help her. Suddenly, he saw our hero and asked what he was doing there. And the guy replied that he should see it himself. The guy replied that he had asked a stupid question, and said that our hero's girlfriend was beautiful. Chandler said that she was his secretary, and his girlfriend started making fun of her, and asked how he would solve this problem. The guy said fearfully that he would make her apologize and the issue would be resolved. But Chandler disagreed and said that the guy couldn't keep an eye on her. Lulu said that he was Luri's vice president and asked why he was afraid of our hero. The guy yelled at her to shut up and quickly apologized to Chandler and the girl. The girl asked in shock if he hadn't said he would protect her. The guy grabbed her by the neck and told her to quickly apologize because it wasn't difficult. The girl bowed and asked Sheila to forgive her, but she replied that she did not want to know her and asked him to pretend that they had never met. Lulu said meekly that Sheila would never see her again. Sheila turned to our hero and asked them to leave, but Chandler stopped them. He turned to Lulu and asked her to tell him about the betrayal, thinking that he should know such things about his subordinates. Sheila started to say something, but our hero left her and said that he wanted to hear it. Lulu said that she sat with Sheila during the exam, but the examiner from the committee thought that she was writing and did not count the work. Sheila got angry, saying that she was the one who copied her work and spread rumors, and still believes that she was right. The guy suddenly hit the girl on the cheek, saying that she had acted meanly and was blaming another person. A waitress came up to them and asked the guy not to hit the girl. The guy asked Lulu if he hit her. Looking at the girl angrily, holding her cheek, the girl said that she fell and hit herself. Chandler smiled broadly when he heard this story and was surprised that the girl had held this grudge for so many years. Lulu replied that she knew she was guilty, but she couldn't just let it go. Chandler said that they now had to decide for themselves what to do, and Sheila replied that she didn't want to see that girl anymore. The guy also apologized to our hero and said that he would make sure that the girls never met. Holding the crying Lulu by the shoulders, the guy led her out of the hall. A system message appeared in front of us stating that loyalty had been increased to 50%. The next day at our hero's villa, Chandler gave Sheila his orders and said he needed to go. Meanwhile, they were being watched from the window of a neighboring villa. The manager told Iola that the girl our hero brought yesterday was still there. Iola suggested that the woman go and find out everything herself. The woman pressed the doorbell and asked if Chandler was home. Sheila opened the door and asked if the woman had come to see our hero. The manager said that she was from the neighboring villa and that they were good friends, and that she had brought king crabs to treat Chandler. Sheila replied that the guy was not there now, but she could pick them up because she worked as his housekeeper. The woman handed over the package, saying that they both had to serve their employers, and said goodbye. The manager returned back to villa number 8. Iola asked from the doorway how everything went, and the woman replied that they had made it all up in vain. The woman replied that Sheila was a housekeeper just like her. The girl said that this was great news and suggested that they continue work. Iola wondered why her father had repeated several times that she should stick with our hero. Meanwhile, Sheila put the bag of crabs in the refrigerator. Chandler called her and said that he bought her a car to make it easier for her to do her business, and the girl thanked him for his kindness. Our hero asked the girl to call him when she finished her business and they would pick her up together. The guy decided to check if there were any new orders and immediately received one. He shouted joyfully forward and drove to the right place. When he arrived at the place, he saw that several women were waiting for him. He asked if they had ordered a taxi and received a positive answer. The woman told the other girls to get into the car. Chandler was shocked to think that there were too many of them and asked if they had all decided to go in one car. The woman replied that there was no point in ordering several cars if they would all fit in one. The guy replied that he only had 5 seats. And the woman replied that they had good figures and they would all fit. 6 girls got into the car and the woman said it was a great way to save money. Our hero asked to fasten his seatbelts and said that they were leaving. One girl asked another if she remembered her lines, and she recounted an advertising slogan about buying a car. Chandler thought they were rehearsing a marketing slogan. The girl in the front seat asked him not to be distracted and to keep his eyes on the road. Chandler asked if the slogan was true, because then they would all have cars. The girls said that they had cars and that if our hero joined them, he would be able to buy a new car in 3 months. The woman in the front seat said that her husband also worked as a driver for 10 hours, but did not earn much money. Chandler politely declined, saying he had work to do and thought she wouldn't calm down. The woman offered to join the chat, after which she would give our hero a good rating. Arriving at the place, Chandler once again said that he liked his job and asked her not to be so persistent. As she got out of the car, the woman called our hero ignorant, adding that his destiny was to work as a taxi driver his entire life. Looking after the woman leaving, he thought that with such abilities, she would not make a career for herself. Sheila noticed Chandler and waved hello. The girl asked who these people were, and the guy replied that he was bored and decided to take one order. Our hero got out of the car, his polished shoes shining in the sun. At the entrance, they were met by a girl who asked what car they wanted to see. Sheila replied that they were here to pick up the car in our hero's name. The girl said that the manager had warned her and suggested that our hero and Sheila follow her. As Chandler passed by, he noticed the 3 women he had brought there. The girl escorted them to the hall where they could look at the car. Our hero was met by the manager, who shook his hand, saying that he was very pleased to meet him and asked the girl to make tea. Chandler received a notification about a new bad review where a woman complained that the driver was not focused and picked up more people than he was supposed to. Our hero immediately received a message from the system about a 10 million bonus and the possibility of increasing the bonus if he could convince someone to delete the review. Chandler was surprised to think that the system had new features with rewards. The manager brought a glass on a tray and offered our hero some tea. Chandler said that he was in a hurry and asked to show him the car quickly. The manager led Sheila and our hero into the hall where his car was located. As they passed by, they saw 2 girls standing opposite each other, and there was tension between them. The manager said that he needed to step away and suggested that the hero go and look at the car himself. The girl said that this car was really amazing, and our hero invited her to see the interior. Chandler took out his phone and offered to take a photo of the girl inside the car. Suddenly, a woman approached them and asked how they got there. The women he brought said that an ordinary taxi driver would not be able to afford such a car, and the second added that he would not have such a car until he joined their company. Chandler thanked them for the offer and again refused, asking the women where their cars were. The woman pointed to the car, saying that it looked beautiful and she wanted to take a picture of it. But our hero was in her way. Sheila asked what was going on, and Chandler replied that the women wanted to take a picture of their car. The women brought out a piece of red fabric and began to stretch it. 3 women held the fabric while a 4th took photographs. Sheila quietly asked our hero, covering her mouth with her hand, what they were doing. Chandler showed the phone and the girl asked in surprise if a woman really posts a photo with the caption that it was her car. With a smile, our hero told Sheila that they should have fun while they could. The woman said that the car had a license plate and added that she would very much like to meet the owner. The manager told the woman to leave because she only had permission to film unsold cars, and the woman asked where the owner of the car was. The manager angrily replied that because of her, the owner could not see the car, and that she had paid $200 to take a picture of the car, but if she insulted an important client, she would pay more. The woman asked again where the owner and manager asked if she had vision problems because he was standing right in front of her. The women were shocked to learn that the car belonged to our hero. The manager angrily asked the women to leave, hoping they wouldn't cause any more problems for anyone. Ignoring the manager, the woman approached our hero, asking if it was his car. The woman asked how a taxi driver could afford a Rolls-Royce, And our hero replied that it was none of her business. The woman smiled tensely and asked our hero to tell her. She suggested forgetting the situation, deleted the review, and offered to add me as a friend and go to dinner. A girl in a Chinese dress appeared in front of our hero, next to a huge wheel that only our hero could see, and asked him to spin it and say stop for 5 seconds. The girl spun the wheel and our hero, after waiting a bit, said stop, kissing Chandler on the eyebrow, causing him to close one eye. The girl said that his multiplier was 8, meaning he got 80 million. Our hero told the woman that he believed in fate, and if they saw each other again, he would invite her to dinner. Turning to the manager, our hero winked at him, hinting that he needed to act. The manager immediately ordered the women who were taking pictures of the car to be thrown out. 2 men in uniform took the struggling woman by the arms and dragged her toward the exit. The manager apologized to our hero, but he replied that there was no need for that and suggested that they sign the papers as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chandler saw Nick's sister and asked if she had come to buy a car. The man next to her asked irritably why our hero was speaking to her so disrespectfully. The girl got angry, asking why he kept interfering in the conversation, and suggested that he wait in the car. She asked our hero to ignore it and offered him a deal. If he helps the girl become the head, she will give him 49% of the shares. Chandler immediately replied that he was not interested in the girl's company. He turned around and, waving his hand, asked the girl not to bother him anymore. After leaving the building, Chandler suggested that Sheila go home, and he decided to work some more. The girl said that if she returned alone, she would not have any work and asked to go after our hero. Chandler accepted another order and arrived at the tall building. A girl and a guy in business suits were already waiting for him. Chandler asked to fasten seatbelts and told them the final destination. In the back seat, the girl calmed the guy down, explaining that the company simply didn't have any free cars, and the guy was unhappy that he had to take a taxi. The girl said that this car was good and suggested looking at the interior. The man got angry and said that it was an ordinary car because there were no good taxi cars. Chandler said that even taxi drivers can have a nice car, and if he wanted a more luxurious car, he should have indicated this in the order. The man got angry and said that a taxi driver cannot have a luxury car worth several million. Chandler asked if he saw a sports car behind them, and the man said that it couldn't belong to our hero. The guy replied that it was indeed a car for taxi work, but to order it, you need to pay more. The man laughed, not believing that our hero could arrive in such an expensive car. Chandler stopped the car, saying that his secretary was driving, and added that the man was pathetic, so he would show her what a good car was. Our hero got out of the car and waved to Sheila, who was driving behind him. The girl stopped, got out of the car, and asked what happened. Chandler said the man complained the whole way, so he decided to let him ride in the expensive car. Sheila smiled and said that this car really belonged to her boss. The boy and girl were shocked to hear confirmation that the car belonged to our hero. Chandler added that there were surveillance cameras in the car, so he was responsible for his words and suggested that they move to another car. The man became embarrassed, said he was joking and could not ride in such a luxurious car, and offered to continue the journey. Our hero waved his hand at Sheila to get back into the car. The girl asked why our hero was a taxi driver since he was so rich, and the guy replied that he liked the freelance work. The guy, who had been silent until then, apologized to our hero for what he had said earlier. Chandler told him not to worry, adding that they had arrived and asked him not to forget his things. After getting out of the car, the girl said that our hero was very caring, and she would definitely order a taxi again. Looking after our hero, the boy and girl thought that they would not understand the thoughts and reasons why such a rich man works as a taxi driver. Having found a place to stop, Sheila handed the car keys to our hero. Chandler told her to keep the keys so she could get around more easily. The girl was very happy that our hero gave her a car, which increased her loyalty level. Chandler was surprised that the car had raised the level and asked the girl if she had everything she needed since she had just arrived. He suggested going shopping together, and the girl happily agreed. They arrived at a large shopping center building that housed many stores. The girl asked our hero to wait while she went to buy a charger, which she forgot on the way. Sheila walked into a hardware store, and there was a couple standing near the counter. The girl said she wanted an iPad, but the guy replied that he didn't have the money to buy one right now. The girl suggested taking out a loan from the bank since he already owed money, and another couple of thousand wouldn't make a difference. Watching this conversation, our hero thought that they had a difficult relationship. The guy suggested coming another time, but the girl started getting angry and asked if it was really that hard for him to buy it. She hit the guy in the face with all her might, screaming that he was useless. The girl screamed at the guy to get on his knees, and he replied that next time he would definitely buy everything. The girl shouted louder for the guy to get on his knees, and he obediently sank to the floor. Sheila and Chandler were shocked by the scene that unfolded before their eyes. The girl grabbed the guy by the ear and said that she agreed to date him, but he couldn't even buy her anything. The girl approached our hero and asked if a guy should not buy everything for his girlfriend, and Chandler replied that gifts should come from the heart. Our hero asked her why she assumed that a guy was obliged to give her something, and the girl replied that if he didn't buy her gifts, then she shouldn't be his girlfriend. Sheila said that she had bought everything she needed and that they could return home. After showing him the charger, our hero said that Sheila could even buy the charger herself, adding that the girl still had a lot to learn about love. The girl asked if Sheila really paid for everything herself when she went shopping, since she was beautiful and shouldn't be humiliated. Sheila replied that she had arms and legs and could buy everything herself, and asked the girl if she didn't have money, why was she forcing the guy to spend it? The girl didn't answer, turned around and walked away, leaving the guy kneeling. Chandler patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he would find himself a better girl than her. Our hero and Sheila went down to the underground parking lot of the shopping center. They walked forward, approaching the couple standing in front. Chandler noticed an acquaintance and wanted to say hello to him, but stopped when he saw a girl next to him. Our hero doubted whether he should approach and disturb them. Sheila, who was walking alongside, asked our hero why they had stopped. Chandler asked the girl to wait for him in the car, and she happily agreed. The guy standing with the girl took a phone out of his trouser pocket. He called someone and said that the girl was drunk and asked them to come and pick her up because they should be together, adding that he would only wait half an hour. Chandler finally made up his mind and called out to the guy when he finished talking on the phone. The guy recognized him immediately and happily said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chandler said they hadn't seen each other for over 3 years, and the guy asked what he was doing. Our hero replied that he worked as a taxi driver, and the guy said that he was a vice president in the resort business, and asked in surprise why he worked as a taxi driver. The girl slowly sank to the floor, and the guy said that if our hero had problems, he could work together. But Chandler refused, briefly explaining what he was doing. Our hero pointed at the girl and asked if they were dating. The guy replied that no, and that she had just had too much. The guys stood and chatted, and the girl sat on the floor and even dozed off a little while they waited for her boyfriend. A guy came to the parking lot and asked who called him. The guy pointed at the girl and said that she was now in his arms. Taking our hero by the shoulder, he wished the guys good luck and offered Chandler a drink. Chandler didn't understand what was going on and asked why the guy gave the girl to another guy. The guy replied that if she couldn't forget her ex, then there was no point in their relationship. Chandler said he understood everything and agreed to go and have a drink. The guys came to the restaurant and, sitting at a table laden with food, raised their glasses to their health. Chandler asked if he knew the guy who came for the girl. He replied that he didn't, but judging by the car, he was wealthy. Our hero asked him to answer honestly whether he wanted to date this girl. Blushing, the guy replied that of course he wanted to date her. Chandler put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he would definitely help him. The guy exclaimed that he didn't care when the alcohol finally got to his head. Chandler said he had too much to drink and offered to call him a taxi to take him home. Our hero also decided to go home and got into a yellow taxi. 1 hour later at Villa number 8, our hero came out of the shower and looked at his phone, wondering what was going on. He opened the stream of a girl he had recently helped win a battle and saw that she was in the hospital. The girl said that the boss bullied her and sent a bunch of people to force her to extend the contact, and when she resisted, she twisted her ankle. Chandler got angry and offered the girl to join his company, and he would ruin his boss's company to take revenge. The girl was delighted to hear these words and agreed to join Chandler's company. Our hero took one of the folders with documents out of the desk drawer. He knocked on Sheila's door and asked if she was asleep. The girl opened the door in her nightgown and said that she was not yet asleep. The guy handed her the documents and told her to register a streaming company tomorrow. The girl replied that there was no problem and wished our hero good night. The next day, our hero carried out another order and brought the woman to her destination. The woman said that she had confused the place of arrival and asked our hero to take her to the northern gate. Chandler said that it was a very long drive there. He had already brought her to her destination, and if she needed to go to a different entrance, she would need to make a new order. The woman got angry and said that it would take a long time to get a new order, and if he didn't agree, she would give him a bad review. Hearing this threat, our hero realized that she often did this and said that she could give any grade, But now she had to leave. As she got out of the car, the woman said that he was the first driver who refused to take her to the northern gate. Watching the car drive away, she added that she would definitely leave a bad review. As he was leaving, our hero received a notification that a new bad review had been received. A girl in a Chinese dress congratulated our hero and said that he would receive full ownership of the company that runs the coastal resort. Chandler was delighted and thought that he could take his employees to the resort. It was already dark outside when Sheila invited our hero to dinner at Villa number 8. The girl said that she had registered a company and handed over the documents, asking to look at them. Chandler praised the girl for her work and thought that he was happy with hiring her. The house was clean and all the assignments were completed. Our hero invited the girl to have dinner together and she agreed, taking a second set of dishes. Suddenly, our hero received a call from the guy with whom he had recently been drinking, John. He said that he was getting married on Sunday and our hero should come. And Chandler asked what kind of wedding he was talking about since they had broken up. John said that the girl was pregnant. A DNA test confirmed that he was the father and that she was already 2 months pregnant. Our hero was in shock, and the happy John asked him to be sure to come on Sunday. Chandler promised that he would definitely come. Sheila asked what happened when our hero finished speaking. Chandler said that everything was fine, he just couldn't keep up with the modern pace of life. The next day, our hero, as usual, carried out orders. He brought the next passengers to their destination and thought it was time to finish his work. But as soon as he thought about it, a new order came in. Chandler thought with disappointment that he wanted to go on vacation, and after examining the order, he noticed that they were somewhere nearby. A woman holding a child asked if the driver had accepted the order, and the man replied that he had not. Looking at the woman with the child and the man, Chandler thought that they were his passengers. The man happily said that the driver had accepted the order. Chandler got out of the car and asked them if they had called the car. The woman said excitedly that the child had a high temperature and asked to take them to the hospital. Our hero said that of course he would take them, and suggested that they quickly get into the car. The man asked if our hero could drive faster, and the woman added that the child had a temperature of 40 degrees. Chandler asked to fasten his seatbelts because he was going to drive faster. He pressed the gas pedal to the metal, worrying about the child along with his parents. Our hero rushed to the hospital, ignoring the red traffic light. Our hero rushed to the hospital building in a few minutes and reported that they had arrived. He wished that everything would be well with the child, and that the parents would thank him. Looking at his phone screen, Chandler saw that he had driven through 3 red lights. He ran to the hospital to get a statement from the passengers to correct the traffic violations. Our hero described the whole situation to the nurse and asked where his parents were, and she replied that they were most likely in the ambulance. Arriving at the right department, our hero saw the doctor prescribing medication for the parents. Our hero asked the man if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine and promised to leave a good review. Chandler said that while he was driving them, he drove through a red light 3 times and got a deduction of taxi points, which is very important, and asked for help. The man replied that he was busy at the moment and that his wife was looking after the child, and suggested that they handle everything themselves. Our hero said that he just needed to write a statement. It wouldn't take long. But the man pushed him away, saying that he had to go. Looking after the man, Chandler wondered why he was so rude and why he couldn't help. Suddenly, a message appeared on his phone screen that he had received a new bad review. A man left a review, writing that the driver drove through a red light and now demands that he file a complaint. And this greatly angered our hero. He closed his eyes, thinking he just couldn't believe it. Our hero received a message from the system stating that for the new review, he would receive 1/3 of the law firm's shares and would now be the 3rd shareholder. Chandler was delighted with the reward and thought that perhaps his passengers should be sued. Already near the car, our hero received a call and was asked if he was Mr. Yang. The man greeted him at the law firm and asked if he had any suggestions. Chandler replied that he didn't have any particular ideas, but he had one problem with a passenger and asked for help. The man replied that he could detain the passenger for 2 weeks so that he could come to his senses and apologize in person. Chandler was impressed with the lawyer's skills and asked him to help him deal with the passenger. The man replied that they would consider the matter as a welcome gift for the new shareholder. The next day, the sun shone brightly over Villa number 8. Our hero taught Sheila to swim in the pool and told her how to stay afloat. The phone lying on the table near the pool suddenly rang. It was yesterday's passenger calling. He said that he was ready to immediately come to the traffic police and give evidence, because a lawyer had contacted him. Chandler said he did not need to testify now and asked to resolve the issue with his lawyer. The man said that he was ready to apologize and asked that the lawyer not be so harsh with him or hire another lawyer, because this one could send him to prison and his family would have problems. Chandler was surprised by his lawyer's skills and thought he was asking him not to put the man in jail, but only to intimidate him. So he again told the man to talk to his lawyer. Our hero ended the conversation, and Sheila asked what happened. Chandler replied that it was just a small problem, and the girl asked him to put sunscreen on her. The guy happily agreed, taking the bottle of cream. Sheila was delighted and thanked him for his help. The girl lay down on the lounge chair, and Chandler said he would start from the back. He carefully smeared sunscreen on the girl's back, not missing a centimeter of skin. The guy told the girl that she had great skin, and she thanked him with a smile. Our hero moved on to the legs, and with the same care smeared the girl's thighs and calves. The girl blushed from such touches and asked if our hero had finished. Chandler asked the girl to take his phone because his hands were covered in cream. The guy gave orders to call the company managers and asked them to also invite Zoe. The girl dialed each of the named managers and held the phone to the guy's ear while he talked. Sheila took the jar of cream and said that now she should apply it to the guy. Chandler sat down on the lounge chair with a smile and agreed. The girl froze next to him and our hero asked what was wrong. The girl admitted that she had never been so close to a man. Chandler lay down on his back and said he wouldn't watch so the girl wouldn't feel uncomfortable. At 7:30, our hero arrived at the hotel where he had planned to have dinner. Chandler entered the room and the waiters standing at the door bowed to him. Zoe recognized him immediately and was surprised that the second shareholder of the company was Chandler. The guy approached the company president and apologized for being late. The girl said it was okay and offered to introduce him to the people gathered. The president introduced the chief designer of the company that was supposed to prepare clothes for our hero's company. Chandler shook the girl's hand and said he was glad to meet her, and the girl responded in kind. The president then introduced Zoe, saying she was an outstanding sales associate. They shook hands. Zoe said that he never ceased to amaze, and the guy suggested calling it off that evening. The president and the designer were shocked to hear this conversation. Chandler smiled and suggested they discuss it later. The company president was surprised to realize that Zoe and Chandler knew each other. Approaching the table, our hero said that he had come to meet the management and suggested that formalities be dropped. The designer handed our hero some papers, saying that these were the designs for the work clothes he had ordered. Zoe stared at our hero, thinking that he was fulfilling all her fantasies about men. The designer said goodbye, saying that next time she would choose a better clothing design. After everyone had left, Zoe approached Chandler and asked if she could hug him. The girl hugged the guy around the neck and said that when the manager asked to go to the meeting, Zoe thought the new shareholder was some old man and did not expect to see our hero. Chandler took the girl by the chin and asked if the surprise was a good one. He grabbed the girl by the hips and sat her down on the table. After that, he sank into the girl's lips in a passionate kiss. Our hero met the next morning in his hotel room. Chandler rubbed his eyes sleepily and realized that the girl had left again, leaving a note. She left 3,000 again and thanked the guy for a wonderful night. After thinking for a bit, our hero picked up his phone. He called and asked how the store opening was going and was told that everyone was getting ready for the opening. The guy said that Zoe was now working for them on a 6-month probationary period. Chandler added that he had to go to a resort soon, so he wanted to finish all his business as soon as possible. Our hero arrived at the financial company's Sin for a meeting. Everyone had already gathered in the hall, and upon his appearance, they stood up and bowed to our hero. Chandler took his seat and asked everyone to take their seats. The man started the meeting by saying it was about their next resort purchase. Chandler thought that John would be celebrating his wedding at one of the resorts. Our hero asked the man to contact the managers of these resorts via video link. He took the tablet, dialed the manager's contact number, and pressed the call button. One of the men said via video link that our hero is young, and the second added that with such resources, our hero will be successful. Chandler said he had recently made a large purchase and would not be able to start a partnership. The men were surprised by this news and asked our hero to tell them more. The guy replied that he had about 200 million, and he couldn't buy both companies, so he needed to choose one. The manager thought that this was a good solution that would help reduce the cost of the purchase. The men began arguing over who should give in to whom, because both companies needed funding. Chandler asked them to discuss it on their own while he continued the meeting. Our hero asked to end the call, and the manager obediently ended the video call. The manager asked Chandler what they should do next. The guy said that the prices in the report were lower than what was offered and asked who offered them. The manager replied that it was an acquisition proposed by the former chairman. Our hero stood up and said that then the terms of the acquisition of the resorts would be revised. Everyone bowed to Chandler as he left the room and wished him a good day. So Sunday came, and our hero arrived at the resort. He opened the door and shook Sheila's hand, and she thanked him. Our hero noticed an expensive black car approaching them. It was the ex-boyfriend of the girl John was going to marry who arrived, surrounded by security. Sensing something was wrong, Chandler called a security agency and asked them to send some guards. Several guys walked towards our hero and Sheila. 3 guys greeted our heroes as they approached and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boys hugged each other happily, and Chandler said that he didn't expect to see them here. Chandler introduced Sheila as his girlfriend, surprising everyone around him, including the girl. He whispered to the blushing girl that they shouldn't tell her that she was his secretary. One of the guys said he had heard about working as a taxi driver, and said that when they were studying, he had to work without experience. The second guy asked what his income was, and if our hero earned more, he would also go to work as a taxi driver. Chandler smiled and said that he had enough for a good life. The third guy said that it was probably good to have freelance work because his job was tiring. Listening to his former classmates, our hero thought that they were geniuses of pretense. The guys handed red envelopes with gifts to the groom's father. Accepting the envelopes, the man said that his son was lucky to have such friends. The guys said goodbye to our hero and said that they would wait for him inside. Sheila opened her purse and began looking for their gift envelope. She handed it to the groom's father, who thanked them shyly. One of the guys asked how much our hero was giving, because the envelope seemed empty, and added that they each gave $5,000. Another guy said that they could take their envelope back. He would give them $5,000 for it. Chandler replied that it was not the size of the gift that was important, because even if the gift was small, it could be better than a large one. Sheila opened the envelope and took out a bank check. She said the amount didn't fit in the envelope, so they had to put in a check. The 3 former classmates were shocked to hear this. Chandler reiterated that it's the feelings you put into a gift that matter. The father said that these were excellent words and clarified the name of our hero. Chandler said that it was time for them to go to the wedding and proudly walked away, leaving the group of classmates in shock. The guys started whispering about where the taxi driver got so much money and thought that he might work somewhere else. The ceremony began. The bride and groom, beautifully dressed, walked along the red carpet. The host asked John if he agreed to take the girl as his wife, and he agreed. After which, the host turned to the bride with the same question. Suddenly, a shout was heard in the hall. Someone said that he was against it. The same ex-boyfriend of the bride, surrounded by security, repeated once again that he was against it. John became furious and asked what he was saying. The guy came closer to the groom and asked if it wasn't obvious. He knelt down in front of the girl and asked her to marry him, adding that he loved her. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked John for forgiveness. She said that she loved him and asked John to call off the wedding. But the guy filled in that they discussed it before the wedding. The guy told John that he couldn't make the girl happy. The security guards who came with the guy filmed everything on their phones and supported him with all their might. The bride's father and mother were shocked and asked what was going on. The girl said that she was pregnant by John, but she loved someone else. He offered to have an abortion, but the girl refused. The father looked at the boy and said that they would support his daughter on the path of true love. John was already beside himself with anger, seeing that everyone was taking the guy's side. Chandler stepped forward and addressed the guy, asking if he had really brought so many people to ruin the wedding. John turned to Chandler and asked him not to interfere so that he would not get into trouble. Our hero replied that he would help him regain his dignity, and asked what he would do for this. John clenched his fist and replied heatedly that he would do everything possible to restore his dignity. The guy tried to calm everyone down and said that the girl herself decided to go with him. Several men in black suits burst into the hall where the ceremony was taking place. They approached our hero and apologized for the delay because they were stuck in traffic. The former classmates realized that these were guys from a security agency and were surprised at what they were doing there. Chandler said irritably that he usually didn't interfere with their work, but when he asked them to come, they were late. The men bowed, and the chief said that it was his fault and he was ready to accept punishment. The classmate was shocked that the security guys obeyed our hero. Chandler pointed to the guy and said that he came with the group, the people, to disrupt his friend's wedding, and asked the security guards what they would do in his father's place. The man said he would do everything possible to make them regret coming here. Chandler patted the man on the shoulder and said that was well said. Our hero pointed at the guy and his henchmen and ordered them to act. The guards surrounded the boys, and they asked in horror what they were going to do. The guy was seriously scared and asked how much they were paid, and he would double the amount. One of the guards told him to shut up and grabbed him by the throat, and the guy screamed to be let go. Chandler led the security man to the car and said that he might be wrong, but judging by the license plate, it had been stolen from his son. The man was shocked and said that our hero was right, and that the number seemed familiar to him too. The guy said that he didn't steal the car, but rented it. The girl was very surprised to hear this. The guy admitted that he has no money and that he relies on women, but he really loves his bride. The girl hit the guy in the face with a bouquet of flowers, calling him a scumbag. The bride approached John, said that the guy had deceived her and offered to continue the wedding, but John irritably replied that he didn't want to see the girl anymore. The parents hugged the girl, asked why the guy was so angry, and reminded her that she was pregnant with his child. The guy fell on his knees and admitted that he was wrong and asked our hero to forgive him. Chandler asked John what to do with him, and he replied that he should be removed from here. Our hero ordered the guards holding the guy to throw him out and clean up. Chandler patted John on the shoulder and told him it was up to him to decide what to do next. John said that the child was indeed his, but he didn't want the wedding. Chandler reiterated that he had to make his own decision. Suddenly, someone broke a bottle of wine with a clang. The girl held a broken bottle to her neck and said that the guy would marry her or she would die. She had no other choice. John was in shock. And at that moment, a girl came up to him and said that she forgot to tell him something. The girl said that the bride had tested positive for HIV and the child could not be kept. The guy, shocked, asked if she really had AIDS, but the girl replied that it was a lie. John yelled at the girl to take her family and leave. Otherwise, he would call the police and report her for spreading AIDS. The girl said that he would regret it and cut his neck. After that, she rushed to hug John, and he, in shock, asked what she was doing. The parents tried to pull the girl away, and Chandler warned John not to touch her, otherwise he could get infected. Our hero ordered that someone call an ambulance quickly and make sure that she did not touch anyone. John stared at his bloody hands in mute shock, trying to comprehend what had happened. Chandler shouted at John not to stand there, but to go get examined. Sheila approached our hero and said that there was blood on his hands too, and he needed to get tested. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared in front of the guy, saying that his body had been modified and that he was not afraid of diseases. But looking at the worried girl, the guy decided to go to the doctor anyway so that she wouldn't worry. Leaving the wedding, our hero thought that it was finally all over. The phone lying in our hero's trouser pocket rang. The manager called him and said that the price for the resort had been set and was $110 million. Chandler told the man in glasses that he was happy with the price and that they could begin the process of signing the contract. The next day, Chandler was already sitting in his office with the chairman. One of the resort owners grabbed the guy, saying that he was amazing since he was able to buy both resorts for $200 million. The second man said that he had already contributed the majority and that he still had $80 million left to contribute. Chandler suddenly remembered that he still had $90 million in virtual currency and decided to do something with it. When all the men left the office, our hero took out his phone. He sat comfortably in the chair and decided to check out what streams were currently available. A guy opened some girl's stream and immediately sent her a bunch of gifts. The girl asked if he had a wife because she was ready to stay with him forever. The comments started to discuss how our hero probably had a lot of girls, but he replied that he had recently opened his own agency and was inviting a girl to join. Chandler thought that he had spent only $2 million, which was too little, and decided to come up with something else. In the evening, the guy went to work and arrived at the club's neon sign to pick up passengers. Two girls waved their hands at our hero, indicating that they were calling a car. The girls sat in the back seat, and Chandler, just in case, checked whether they were his passengers. One girl told the other to fasten her seatbelt, but the girl didn't hear her. And, sticking her head out the window, she began to sing the names of the streets. Chandler turned around and said it was dangerous and asked not to stick his head out the window. The girl pulled her friend towards her, and she regretted that she was not a man. The girl with the short hair blushed and said that she didn't have to be a man. The girl with long hair made a strangled sound, and Chandler said there were vomit bags in the seat pocket. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said that she did not feel sick, and there was no need to worry. Our hero arrived at an apartment building, in which lights were burning in some windows. Chandler turned around and said that they had arrived and asked them not to forget their things. Seeing that the girls ran somewhere, he was very surprised by such behavior. But turning back, he saw the reason for his escape. The girl had vomited after all. Our hero got out of the car and shouted for them to stop. But in the crowd, he quickly lost the girls and looked around in confusion. The girls hid around the corner and thought how good it was that they decided to run away. Suddenly, the girl with the short hair saw that the guy had presented a bill for cleaning the car for $500. The second girl suggested giving him a bad review. On his way home, Chandler received a message from the system congratulating him on his bad review and, in return, receiving 20% of the shares of an international medical company. At the same time, in the office of this company in New York, the chairman was surprised that a foreigner had acquired 20% of their shares and tried to understand what he was planning. He asked the girl to contact our hero to discuss everything. And in the office of the same company, but already in the camp of our hero, the employee was pleased that his compatriot had acquired the shares and hoped that they would receive his support. He pressed the phone button and asked to contact our hero to discuss everything. Meanwhile, our hero arrived at the car wash to wash the vomit off his car. While the men were working to clean up the mess, our hero received an international call. The company's director, Thomas, called him and said that he was aware of the purchase and expressed hope that he would be allies with our hero. Chandler replied that he had no plans to support anyone. He only needed dividends. And Thomas noted that our hero was a good businessman. Thomas offered to transfer $1 million if our hero would support them at meetings once a year. But he repeated once again that he was not interested in this and would continue working as a taxi driver. The man shouted in shock. Could it really be that in our hero's country, every taxi driver could afford to buy 20% of the company's shares? After this conversation, our hero decided to go home to the villa. Sheila met him, handed him the documents, and said that she had bought the copyright to You in Spring. Our hero thought that he didn't expect such a good offer from the girl, and Sheila asked if the price was too high. The guy said that the price was just right, and he was very surprised by the girl's abilities. The girl thanked him for his kind words and suggested they go eat. In the morning, our hero arrived at the Institute building. He called and said that he was at the main entrance but did not see anyone. Juno replied that she was standing at the entrance in a white t-shirt and shorts, and our hero asked where exactly. The girl sheepishly said that it was on her hips, and our hero irritably asked her where it was. The girl became even more embarrassed, and at that moment, our hero drove up to her and waved his hand. Sitting in the back seat, the girl smiled and said that she had misunderstood him. Chandler asked where she was going, and the girl said that she needed to go to the oncology hospital. Her teacher had been diagnosed with cancer, and her classmates decided to visit her. Our hero pressed the gas pedal and reminded the girl to buckle up. After some time, they arrived at the building of the oncology hospital. Juno got out of the car and said goodbye to Chandler, and he waved back. Looking around, our hero noticed a familiar woman who was looking at something on her phone. Chandler got out of the car and called out to the woman, who turned out to be his teacher. The woman immediately recognized him and said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Chandler agreed that a lot of time had passed, and the teacher asked him to keep his distance because she was sick. But despite her words, our hero hugged the woman and asked why she hadn't warned him about the move. The woman said that her husband had problems with his business, and they had to hide from creditors. To avoid getting into trouble, they decided not to tell. The woman asked if he had a girlfriend. Our hero replied that he didn't and asked what illness she had. The teacher replied that she had advanced liver cancer. Chandler was shocked to hear this terrible diagnosis and could not say anything. The teacher said that everything was fine and she had lived a good life and asked why our hero had come here. The guy replied that he had brought his girlfriend, and the woman asked him to spend some time with her. The teacher said that Yana would arrive soon, and the guy agreed to stay with her. Our hero and the teacher entered the room. There were several people in the room, including Juno, and they were all standing around the bed. Seeing our hero, Juno asked what he was doing there, and the guy standing behind the girl asked who he was. Juno said that our hero was her friend and brought her here, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was a secret admirer of Juno and asked what Chandler was doing. Chandler calmly replied that he was a taxi driver, and the guy introduced himself as Trevor, the girl's classmate. The woman in the hospital bed turned to the teacher and said that she had come to visit her again. The teacher replied that many students had come to the woman, but only one had come to her so far. Suddenly, the door to the room opened with a quiet creak. A beautiful girl in a blue dress named Yana entered the room. The teacher turned to the girl and pointed at Chandler. The boy waved to her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing our hero, tears welled up in Yana's eyes. The girl buried her nose in our hero's chest and quietly sobbed, trying to tell him about her mother. Chandler patted her on the back, reassuring her, and told her that everything would be okay. A classmate whispered to Juno that her friend had a childhood friend, to which the girl replied that he was her friend, not a boyfriend, and could be friends with anyone. Trevor was shocked that an ordinary taxi driver had such a beautiful childhood friend. The teacher tried to calm the girl down and hugged her, asking her not to cry. 2 more people entered the room, which was already full of people. A doctor came into the room and said that they had found out about the possibility of surgery, but due to her age, the hospital could not perform such an operation. Trevor asked for advice on where he could go, and if they helped, he would ask his father to donate more money. The doctor thanked the guy and said that such an operation required the best surgeons, and he didn't even know where to find them. Trevor boastfully said that his father owned a supermarket and money was not a problem. The doctor just needed to be told where to go. The doctor thought about it and advised me to contact an international medical company. Chandler thought that if they could save the teacher, that would be very good. Juno said that the international medical company was too expensive and they would not accept health insurance. The doctor said that this is all he knows and will try to find out the details as soon as possible because every day counts. The students said that no matter how much it cost, they had to help the teacher. They contacted Trevor and said that they were counting on him. The guy promised that he would contact his father and sort everything out. Yana approached Trevor and started a conversation about her mother. The guy replied that first he would help the teacher, and then her mother. The girl thanked the guy, and at that moment our hero picked up the phone. Chandler wrote to the company, describing the whole situation, and they told him to immediately take the teacher and go to them for an examination. Trevor walked up to our hero and called him by name. He said that he liked both Juno and Yana, and if our hero steps aside, the guy will organize everything for the teacher. Trevor to make a decision quickly and left, leaving the guy confused. Chandler approached the teacher and offered her a ride, seeing that she was packing her bags. The woman happily agreed and apologized for taking up so much of our hero's time. The company was still in the hospital. The boys stood in the ward and talked, gathered around the teacher's bed. A doctor entered the room and asked who Mr. Young was. Trevor stepped forward and said that he was Mr. Young. The doctor introduced himself and said that on the director's orders, he had come to examine the teacher. Trevor pointed to the woman and the doctor invited her to come with him for examinations. The guy took the woman by the hands and said that her turn would definitely come. Trevor's classmates praised him and called him amazing for such a generous act. Trevor boastfully said that if they needed anything, they could always turn to him for help. Yana approached her mother and asked her to wait for her until she returned. The girl followed Trevor out and he called out to her. Yana smiled at the guy and greeted him. Trevor approached the girl and hugged her, offering to have dinner, and tomorrow he promised to arrange an examination for her mother. The girl dismissively threw his hand away and asked what he was allowing himself to do. Trevor smiled cheekily and said that nothing comes for free, adding that the girl should understand this. The guy told the girl not to rush into answering, and added that he hoped her mother would hold out. Yana clenched her fists angrily, looking at the impudent guy. Watching Yana enter the room, our hero wondered what the manager was doing, because he didn't want to get his support. Unable to bear it any longer, Chandler picked up the phone to contact the manager and find out everything. He went out into the corridor, called the manager and said that he had been waiting for half an hour and there was no doctor, and asked if the manager was testing his patients. The manager replied that the doctor had contacted him and said that he had examined his teacher. Chandler said the doctor had taken on another patient, adding that Trevor's father's connections might have helped. The manager asked our hero to calm down and assured him that he would fix everything immediately. Trevor went to the toilet and was washing his hands when he received messages on his phone. In the family chat, the father wrote that he couldn't help in any way and advised leaving there. And the uncle wrote that he was also powerless in this situation. Trevor was shocked that it wasn't them who helped him and decided that he needed to get out of there quickly. But at the exit, he was met by a doctor who invited him to return to the ward and discuss the situation. The guy, confused, said that this was good news. The doctor said that after the examination, they were confident that there was a chance, and added that he was a shareholder in the company, so the teacher would be given special attention. Juno asked how he hid it, and decided that he simply did not want to tell the teacher. The teacher turned to Trevor and said that her life was now in his hands, and she trusted him completely. Trevor asked where Yana's mother should go, and the woman replied that 2 nurses had recently come and said that she was being transferred to another ward. Trevor told the doctor that his father had called him and he needed to leave urgently. but he promised to definitely come back tomorrow to discuss everything. The door to the room swung open sharply, producing a quiet creak. A man and a manager entered the room. The man turned to the doctor and asked what was going on, since he had clearly told him what needed to be done. Wiping away the sweat, Trevor realized that this was the end, and now he definitely couldn't leave. The doctor exclaimed in surprise, asking why the director had come here personally. The manager asked to drop the formalities and said that he had been asked to take care of the shareholder's teacher, but he had not done so. The doctor said he had carried out the examination for their shareholder, Mr. Young, and, pointing to Trevor, suggested asking him personally. The director angrily exclaimed, "Who the hell is Mr. Young?" and asked if he had forgotten the name of their shareholder. The doctor turned to Trevor in shock and asked who he was. The guy confirmed that he really was not their shareholder. The doctor lost his temper and shouted that if he was not their shareholder, then why didn't he say so right away? The boy tried to justify himself and said that he thought that his dad and uncle helped him. The manager asked them to stop and said that they needed to meet with Mr. Yang as soon as possible. The doctor, director, and manager left the room, leaving Trevor and the others in silence. The teacher tiredly asked Trevor what was going on here. The guy started to get even more nervous and said that he himself didn't know what was going on. Meanwhile, our hero was in the VIP ward, together with the teacher and her daughter. The manager introduced himself to our hero and apologized for what had happened, saying that he should have kept a better eye on his subordinates. The teacher was put to bed, and she watched what was happening in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The man greeted and shook our hero's hand, saying that he was the director of this hospital. The teacher and Yana were shocked by the news that the director personally came to greet our hero. The doctor bowed his head and apologized to Chandler. He said he should have asked his full name. Chandler said indifferently that they could forget about it, but now they needed to get treatment quickly. The manager told the doctor to take the woman for an examination immediately, and the doctor agreed. Chandler asked the teacher to go through a full examination with them, and if she had any requests, she should not hesitate. And the woman in shock asked what was going on. Our hero said that he had acquired 20% of an international medical company, and now the woman just needed to wait for help. Yana asked if our hero worked as a taxi driver, to which he replied that working as a taxi driver did not prevent him from buying shares. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and she asked why he hadn't told her about this before. She turned sharply and walked towards the exit, saying where that guy was and that she would deal with him. Yana flew into the room where her mother had previously been and met Trevor, whom she had been looking for. She slapped the guy and screamed that he wanted to force her to sleep with him so that he would help her mother, and called him a bastard. Hearing this, the teacher told Trevor that he should apologize to Yana. Holding his cheek, the guy replied that he was joking and, swinging his arm, asked how she dared to hit him. But Trevor's swung hand was stopped in midair. Chandler blocked Yana and grabbed the guy by the hand, asking what he was doing. The teacher also got angry and exclaimed that Trevor had gone crazy. The boy angrily replied that he was not going to apologize and that he would ask his father to send people here, adding that if he had enough courage, he would not run away. Yana told our hero that she was very angry and couldn't control herself, to which he replied that as long as he was around, she had nothing to worry about. Chandler said with a mischievous smile that if anyone bullied her, she should tell him and he would sort it out. The teacher came into the room, apologizing for the trouble they had caused him, and Yana said that he was still the best hero in her heart. Chandler stroked the girl's cheek and told her not to exaggerate, but rather to go with her mother for a checkup. The woman and Yana went for an examination, and the teacher approached our hero and said that she was very sorry about what happened. She said that her poor leadership led to this and asked him for forgiveness. Chandler said it had nothing to do with her and asked her not to apologize. The woman turned to Juno and asked for help so that this situation would not affect her treatment. The girl said with a smile that Chandler was her friend, but his personality was very mysterious, and she did not know how he might behave. The teacher was worried and, wiping away her sweat, asked how it all led to this. The manager asked if our hero needed help, and he replied that he could handle it himself. A guy burst into the room where our hero and the manager were talking and shouted loudly, "Enough!" Trevor said that he had already called his father and uncle, and they would be here soon. Chandler said irritably that he wanted to see how he could do it. The manager asked how his father and uncle could dare to come here, knowing who Chandler was, and the boy replied that he was only the third shareholder, There was nothing to be afraid of. The manager said with a sly grin that the guy didn't understand the relationship between the company and the hospital. The manager asked our hero not to worry and said that he would get him out of here. The guards took the guy by the arms and led him to the exit, and he shouted that his father and uncle would arrive soon, and they would regret it. Juno said in delight that Chandler was truly impressive. The girl asked if he could help their teacher too, and the guy replied that he only had a conflict with Trevor and he would help. The girl pressed her lips to Chandler's lips and thanked him for his help. The girl asked not to misunderstand her. They were friends, but could be a little closer. And the guy, blushing, agreed with her. Hurried male footsteps were heard along the corridors. Trevor's father and uncle came to his aid, and his father asked who dared to be so impudent with his son. Trevor kicked open the door to the room where our hero was. The guy pointed at Chandler, saying that he was the one making fun of him. And our hero asked if he had really come to complain to his parents about him. The father said that he had never raised his hand against his son in his life. How dare he slap him? The teacher told my father that it was her fault. Everything happened because of her illness. The man said that it had nothing to do with the woman, and added that the only person who was important was the one who insulted his son. Juno said that Trevor was to blame. He tried to persuade the girl to sleep with him, and when she realized everything, she slapped him. Everything was fair. The father asked his son if it was true, and he started to get out of it, saying that it was a joke and he didn't want to force her. Chandler said with an evil grin that the guy had brought this on himself. The man asked if our hero knew who he was and how he dared to talk to him like that. Chandler replied that he was just a supermarket chairman and asked what he could do for him. The man whispered to his son to pretend that he felt ill. Trevor grabbed his head, saying that it was spinning and that he was starting to feel sick. The guy sat down on the floor, saying that he might have a concussion and that he urgently needed to get examined. And our hero confirmed this with a grin. Chandler said that he understood their plan and offered to talk to his lawyer, Gene, but his father asked again that they were talking about the same lawyer who could even put the other side's lawyer in jail. Chandler said that in addition to being a shareholder in the company, he is a senior partner in Gene's firm. The father quickly asked his son to stand up, and he asked in shock if this lawyer was really that scary. The man said there was a misunderstanding and suggested they forget about everything. But our hero told them to stand still. Chandler asked if they really thought they could threaten first and then leave quietly, adding that he had already sent a message to the lawyer. The father said that his son was to blame for everything. He apologized and would definitely teach him a lesson. Trevor thought that he was actually his son and didn't understand why his father didn't protect him. The man pushed the guy and told him to quickly apologize, and the guy became indignant because it was he who was hit. Why should he apologize? There was a tactful knock on the door of the ward. Chandler invited the knocker to enter, and the sight of the person entering scared his father very much. Lawyer Gene asked our hero what had happened to him. The father turned cold with horror, not believing that our hero had actually called Jin. Chandler said that if they had any complaints, they could discuss it with his lawyer. Father said that it was a small conflict. He didn't have to invite Jin. The lawyer said that it was not up to him to decide whether to invite him or not, and suggested that they go to a quiet place and discuss everything. At that moment, the doctor returned with the teacher, and the father was still trying to make our hero listen to him. The doctor said that after the examination, they found out that the operation would be successful, and they would draw up a detailed treatment plan. Chandler asked with a smile to take care of his teacher. The doctor told the manager to transfer her to the VIP room. The woman tried to object and said that she could stay in the general ward. Chandler asked the teacher to just follow the doctor's orders and added that he needed to leave. Our hero said goodbye to Yana and asked her to look after his mother. And the girl asked if she could visit the guy when her mother recovered. Chandler said that the girl is like a sister to him and can come to him anytime. After leaving the hospital, our hero went on business and crossed a bridge. On the way, he saw a girl in a beautiful dress approaching the edge of the bridge. He exclaimed in surprise, "What was she doing?" Watching the girl climb over the railing. Chandler asked the girl not to be impulsive, and she asked if our hero's family was rich. Our hero sheepishly said that he was just a taxi driver. Where did he get the money? With tears in her eyes, the girl said that she was sorry that he was just a taxi driver and had no money. Our hero asked why she was so fixated on money, and the girl replied that if he were a rich man, he would marry her, and her father would not be against it. The girl said that since she was going to marry someone she didn't like anyway, It would be better if it was him than that bastard Ben. Our hero told the girl that she was wearing expensive clothes and that she clearly had no problems with money. The girl said that her father was forcing her to marry someone she hated, and that this thought made her life meaningless. Having said this, the girl pushed off from the railing of the bridge, rushing down. Our hero rushed towards her with a cry. Carefully, he managed to grab the girl by the hand before she flew down. The girl told Chandler to let her go because she was in pain. Chandler asked in shock why she wasn't afraid of death, but was afraid of pain, because falling from such a height onto the water was like falling into concrete. The girl asked to pull her out so that she could choose a less painful method, and the guy asked her not to twitch. Our hero said that if she was afraid of pain, then there was no point in dying. She was young and beautiful and had her whole life ahead of her. Laughing, the girl said that he had no other shortcomings besides poverty. But in this era without money, nothing else matters. Chandler asked if she had to be so blunt since he had just saved her. The girl said he was just a taxi driver. And our guy said goodbye and said he hoped not to meet again. The next morning at Villa number 8, our hero was still fast asleep when his phone rang. He answered the phone and the caller introduced herself as the girl he had saved from yesterday. She said she had booked his car for today. Chandler asked how she found out the number, and the girl replied that she remembered the car's number and used it to find its number in the database. The girl said that she had booked his car today and was waiting for him at the amusement park. And our hero thought that she was quite smart. Our hero decided not to argue and arrived at the amusement park that the girl had named. The girl told him to park the car and they would go have some fun. Chandler said that if she didn't need a car but company, then the road would find another one. And he was leaving. The girl asked why he was so serious. Because he could be having fun and getting paid for it. Our hero said irritably that it turned out she was trying to buy him and added that he was leaving. The girl blocked the road and said that she needed a car, and since he didn't want to have fun, they would go and show off. Our hero sighed heavily and opened the car door. The girl said that she would pay for gas and time, and he needed to take her to the outskirts, for which she would pay another 1,000 as a tip. The guy suggested going to a coastal resort and the girl happily agreed. Driving along the road, our hero thought that this was an excellent opportunity to check out the resort's operations. And behind our hero's black car, there was a blue car. The man driving called and said that the girl got into the car with an unknown guy, and a male voice answered him that he knew she had someone. The man told the driver to keep watching, and if he saw anything strange, to intervene. Our hero brought the girl to the coastal resort he had spoken about. There were 3 men standing at the entrance, drinking wine and chatting instead of working. The girl said that she had been here 3 years ago, but now everything was different, and asked why the workers weren't doing their work. Our hero said that he should complain about them, and the girl replied that he was too naive to think that a complaint would help. Chandler said that he was paying them money, so they had to work, and took out his phone. The girl did not understand what our hero meant when he said that he was paying them money. Chandler said on the phone that he brought his girlfriend to the resort and saw that all the staff were loafing around, adding that this was ruining the reputation and no one would want to come there. The manager apologized and said that he was busy with other issues and neglected management. The man said that they would immediately provide him with better service, and the girl asked again what they answered. Chandler asked her to wait a little, saying that everything would change now, to which the girl said that he was too self-confident. The manager's voice came over the loudspeaker, saying that the staff would either work hard or they would all be fired, and the men immediately got to work. The girl was shocked that his complaint actually helped. Chandler smiled boastfully and said that they should provide them with better service. The girl said that besides poverty, he had no other bad qualities, and asked if he wanted to enter into a fictitious relationship. But our hero refused, saying that he might fall in love and it would break his heart, and he would have to jump off a bridge. The girl said that he was funny, and he had obviously had a lot of girls, so it was unlikely that he would jump off a bridge for her. A spy watched their walk from the side and took photos. After strolling around the resort, our hero brought the girl to the Lear's villa. The girl waved to the guy and said that they would see each other another time. But before our hero could drive away, a man in glasses knocked on the window. Chandler rolled down the window and asked who he was. The man said that his boss wanted to see him. The man saw our hero off to the car and offered to sit down. But as soon as he opened the door, the man in the car handed him a check for $500,000. Chandler decided to laugh it off and said that he was not interested in men. The man said that he was the girl's father and that he was ready to arrange a blind date so that the girl would see this and stop communicating with him. Chandler thought it sounded like some kind of drama and said that usually in such cases the amount starts from several million, not 500,000. The man told him to take as much as they give him, and if he asks for more, then who knows what might happen next. Chandler pocketed the check and said that 500,000 was better than nothing. Our hero got out of the car, and the man shouted after him that he better fulfill his end of the deal. Chandler, perplexed by the whole situation, got into the car and drove towards the exit of the villa. Suddenly, several cars blocked his way, and the guy asked in surprise what was going on. A guy with an unattractive face got out of the car, who turned out to be the very same Ben the girl was supposed to marry. Chandler said that there are cameras installed on the territory of the villa. Did he really block the road for the robbery? The guy said that he was the girl's fiancé, and Chandler thought that it was no wonder why she didn't want to marry him. The guy handed over an envelope, saying that there were 200,000 in it, and asked our hero to leave the girl alone because his family was concerned about their reputation. Chandler said the guy needed to get creative because thousands weren't enough. The guy got angry and said that this was not a small amount, and if it weren't for their union, he wouldn't have given that much. Chandler said that if the guy gave him another 100,000, he would think about his offer. The guy grinned and thought the offer sounded great. He handed our hero a check for another 100,000, and he assured her that he would not approach the girl again. The guy told our hero that he was very smart, and that when he opened his own supermarket chain, he would definitely give him a membership card. As he was leaving, our hero thought that he hadn't expected to receive so much money, even without starting to work. Having left the girl's villa, Chandler went on another assignment. He stopped next to the woman and asked if she was his passenger. Sitting in the back seat, the woman said that she needed to go to the garden, and our hero confirmed the destination. Our hero pressed the gas pedal and headed to the desired point. Suddenly, the woman angrily asked why they had gone. Not understanding the reasons for such behavior, our hero asked if they were waiting for someone else. The woman said that he should have inspected the car before driving it, and that he even adjusted the seat and mirrors, which is already a violation. Chandler said that this was not an ordinary taxi where drivers change, but his personal car, and he checked it before leaving. The woman didn't let up and said that our hero bought a license because he even held the steering wheel incorrectly. But the guy tried to calm her down, saying that there was no need to worry. The woman clicked her tongue in displeasure, and Chandler wondered where such a weirdo had come from. She demanded that our hero drive the car more steadily. He replied that he was driving carefully already, but the woman insisted that he drive slower because she was already feeling sick. Arriving at his destination, our hero asked the woman not to forget her things. After getting out of the car, the woman said that she felt sick and that she would never call that taxi again. Our hero drove on, not looking at the woman walking away. Suddenly, he heard a melody coming from the phone in the back seat. Our hero got angry because he told her not to forget her things. He answered the call. It was his passenger. She said that she would wait for him at the place where he dropped her off. The guy returned to the place where he dropped the woman off and gave her her forgotten phone. The woman angrily asked why it was taking so long and added that she was about to call the police. Getting out of the car, our hero said that he asked her not to forget anything, but she still left her phone number and now wants to go to the police. The guy told her to call the police so they could sort everything out, to which the woman said she would leave a bad review, adding that she was the financial director of a supermarket chain and did not think our hero would last long in his position. Chandler said she could leave feedback. But did she really think the CFO had any influence over his performance? The woman angrily replied that he should wait a little and see everything for himself. Our hero slammed the door angrily, thinking that she had only ruined his mood. He received a notification on his phone that he had received a new bad review. Chandler couldn't calm down, angry at the woman. He was going to buy her supermarket chain to see who would be left without a job. Suddenly, a girl in a Chinese dress appeared in front of our hero and said that for a new bad review, our hero receives 46% of the shares of the supermarket chain and is now the largest shareholder. Chandler told the girl that she really knows how to please him. The girl also said that if our hero decides to buy out the company entirely, he will receive a bonus of 50% of its value. Chandler was delighted with this news and said that he would ask Sheila to go to the bank tomorrow and withdraw the money. After this news, our hero went to the main office of the supermarket chain. He was met by the chairman and welcomed to their chain of stores. The chairman asked if he planned to hire someone or if he would become chairman himself, and our hero replied that he should continue to manage. The man thanked him and said that he would not let him down. And our hero said that he had a question. He showed a photo of his former passenger and asked if he knew the person. The chairman said that it was their financial director and was surprised that she really dared to talk to him like that. Chandler said she was ruining the company's image and that if she had met someone else, they could have had problems. And he demanded that she be fired immediately without the right to negotiate. The chairman said that he would arrange everything immediately and asked to go to the office to review the report. There was an insistent knock on the office door. The woman came in and asked why he had suddenly decided to fire her. Seeing our hero in the chairman's chair, the woman asked in shock what he was doing there. The chairman said he was a new shareholder. He showed a video of her driving a car and decided that this was unacceptable behavior. The woman, shocked, asked where he got the company's shares from and whether he really spent billions just to fire her. Chandler said it was none of her business how much he decided to spend, and that firing her was the company's decision. The woman asked for a break, and the guy asked why he would do that. The woman said that even under her leadership, the company was losing money. And now, a taxi driver is in charge. And she decided that it was better for her to leave now. The chairman said that if she didn't leave right now, he would call security. The woman let out an angry snort and slammed the door hard. The chairman apologized and said it was his fault, but Chandler said he didn't need to apologize. But when the CFO talks about the company like that, it's too much. Chandler asked if the company his father had started wanted to close down under his management, and the chairman said he was very ashamed. The chairman said he wanted to use the internal and external supply chain, but he didn't have the connections to do so. And our hero asked for more details. He showed documents and said that he wanted to acquire a foreign company so that they could lower prices and compete with other chains. Chandler said it was a good idea and added that they could make it happen. Our hero asked if he had a specific goal, and the man pointed to 2 companies. Chandler said he supported the chairman and offered to negotiate with them. The man said he didn't know if it would help the company, but he was grateful for the support anyway. Chandler headed for the exit, wishing him luck, and the chairman bowed to him, asking him to take care of himself. As he was leaving, our hero took out his phone and dialed a number. He called Layla's father and asked him to send a girl today to pretend he was on a date, and the man said he would come there too. In the evening, our hero arrived at the hotel where the date was scheduled. The girl arrived first. She immediately recognized our hero and, after greeting him, introduced herself. She offered our hero to choose what he wanted to drink. Chandler noticed that the girl came with her father, and she also noticed the guy. She approached the table, and our hero immediately told the fake girl, so that she wouldn't get the wrong idea, that she was just a client. The girl said that she was Chandler's fiancée, and if she wanted to be his client, she had to ask her permission. Layla asked in shock if our hero really had a fiancé. The girl walked away from the table and said that she would not bother them anymore. The girl's father thought that this guy really kept his word. The girl was clearly upset and drank 1 glass of wine after another. And the fake girl said that since everything was over, it was time for her to leave. Layla immediately noticed that the girl had left the table. A tipsy girl approached our hero and asked where his fiancé had disappeared to. The guy replied that she had left. And when asked why he was still there, our hero replied that he didn't want the food to go to waste. The girl asked why he had a fiancé. She thought he was amazing and wanted to improve their relationship. Chandler said that Lila had had too much to drink and asked her to come back to the table. Otherwise, people might get the wrong idea. But the girl sat on his lap and said that she wanted to have a relationship with him that was not related to marriage. Suddenly, a male voice said into the microphone that we ask for a moment of attention. The guy apologized and said it wouldn't take long and pointed to the men with the sign. Layla, marry me. The girl's father said that she had gone to the toilet but would be back soon. Suddenly, a voice said loudly that Layla was here, and the men turned towards the sound of the voice. They saw that Layla leaned over and hugged our hero, and he tried to pull away. The father, shocked, asked Layla what she was doing there. Chandler tried his best to push the girl away and asked her to move away. Ben shouted into the microphone, asking what she was doing. His father tried to calm him down, saying that too many people were watching and he needed to be calmer. The girl walked past Ben and asked him not to stand in her way because she needed to go to the toilet. Ben asked the man if he was kidding, and he replied that he had misunderstood. The man said that he gave our hero money and even hired a girl, and everything would have gone according to plan if he had left with her. Ben said that he also gave our hero $300,000 so that he would not approach her again. Ben said he was being cunning and Chandler asked what else he should have done. He couldn't refuse the money. At that moment, the men noticed that Layla was standing nearby and hearing everything. Flushed from the alcohol, the girl asked what was going on. Ben said that our hero took money from them and brought the woman to stop communicating with her, and asked if she understood what kind of person he was. The girl asked if he really took the money to stop communicating with her, and our hero replied that the total came to 800,000. Ben wondered how an ordinary taxi driver could even think about such a girl. The girl threw herself into the guy's arms, saying that now he was not poor and they could start dating. Ben was shocked, and his father asked how he would look these people in the eyes in the future. Layla was unhappy that she was being forced into marriage and indicated that she had already met the right man. Ben pointed his finger at her and said that this taxi driver was not worthy, since he refused her for a large sum of money. She justified this by saying that he was smart and handsome, and in his place she would have done the same. Ben turned to the taxi driver and accused him of ruining everything, pointed his finger at him and ordered him to pay the check. The taxi driver agreed, put it on the table, and said that Ben could take the check if he could do it. Ben said he wasn't afraid of him and reached for the check, saying nothing would happen to him. The taxi driver reacted quickly and hit him on the hand when he tried to take the receipt. After receiving the blow, Ben began to stroke his arm and cry because of the pain. The man in the suit pointed his finger and demanded to know what was happening. A tearful Ben asked his father why he was there and what he was doing. The father explained that there was a banquet for the company owners there and he was invited. Ben was asked if he should go to the hospital, but he refused because he wanted revenge. The man said Mr. Yang had warned him not to reveal his identity. Ben was warned that there was no one there who wanted to intimidate him. Layla was outraged that they were interfering in their personal business and forbade them to interfere. The old man caught her by the hand and scolded her, saying that because of her behavior, he could lose his business. Taking her hand back, she declared that Ben would get what he deserved. The man said he didn't want to interfere, but he had to stand up for his brother. He ordered Layla to ask him to leave, threatening that he had invested a large sum of money and could influence their business. The old man began to apologize to him for spoiling his daughter too much. Layla pointed her finger at him and said that his father had also raised him poorly, since he dared to speak to his elders like that. The old man didn't wait to see how it all ended, grabbed his daughter by the hand and led her to the exit. The man praised her, calling her brave, and said that now all this would not end quickly. Layla began to be rude to him again, but the old man ordered her to shut up immediately. The girl was grabbed by the arm and harshly ordered to move forward. The taxi driver sat her on his lap and asked if they should have protected her. The old man said that some pathetic taxi driver had no right to allow himself to do such a thing. Jan said that only an idiot would sell his daughter to destroy his business. He played a recording on his phone where Ben was telling him about the transfer of assets and giving him a sum of money. Ian explained that he recorded it on a dash cam and that it was not a secret recording. The old man, realizing this, demanded that they immediately explain the situation. Ben's father didn't understand the problem because he was giving the old man channels to import goods. Layla was shocked to learn that she was being treated like an object that could be sold. Ben's brother was unhappy that some pathetic taxi driver could ruin everything and create a conflict. Ben said that the taxi driver was to blame for everything and offered to teach him a lesson. The taxi driver said Ben had no right to talk to him and demanded that he call his father. The brother began to flex his fists and warned that it was not worth provoking him. The man scratched his neck and said fearfully that he simply didn't know who he was. The brothers decided that Jan was too presumptuous and decided to deal with him themselves. The taxi driver realized what was going on and suggested going outside to sort things out. One brother ordered the other to wait in the hall, while he himself went to deal with Jan. The director asked Jan if he should tell them who he was, but he refused. The brother, seeing this, asked what kind of relationship he had with this taxi driver. Jan said that there were none. He just left his car at their service center one day. Jan came out accompanied by a dozen guards and asked if his brother was sure. The taxi driver grinned and asked why his brother decided that he would fight personally. The brother said that if he was scared, he could admit his guilt and they would let him go. The taxi driver pointed behind him and said that he could fight with them. Behind him stood a blonde man with a couple of guards and serious intentions. The brother was embarrassed and asked if the manager really wanted to hit his VIP client. They started fighting, and the taxi driver came up to him and grabbed him by the elbow. The brother began to beg Jan to let him go, and he, taking him by the ear, let him go because of his father. The brother, with snot coming out of his nose, roared that Jan was definitely an unusual taxi driver. Jan looked at him with a grin and began to say that he was not only a taxi driver. Layla ran out and immediately asked the taxi driver if everything was okay with him. The brother realized with horror that this guy was the one who bought half of the shares of their supermarket chain. The taxi driver recalled that he had asked to call his father for further communication. Layla was very surprised and asked Jan where a simple guy got so much money. She immediately decided that they needed to talk to her father to get his consent. The taxi driver said he was misunderstood and that he had never shown any interest in her. The brother immediately perked up and told Layla that everyone there was rich and no one would run after her. Layla was disappointed and ordered him to shut up immediately. She immediately asked the taxi driver if she was beautiful, and he agreed. Ian waved his hand and told Layla that she just wasn't his type. She got upset and said that she hated him. The taxi driver did not understand why she changed her mind so quickly. The brother laughed at this situation and asked the taxi driver for forgiveness. Jan patted him on the shoulder and kindly told him not to worry about it. Jan called the manager to set up a meeting room and invite everyone who had arranged it there. The brother went back into the hall to see what was going on. Ben ran up to him to find out how everything really went for him. The brothers swung and hit him with all his might on the vile, toothy face. Ben's father quickly ran up and asked why his son had been hit so hard. Jan said that he was simply helping raise his son, and not everything in this life was decided by money. The manager invited all the guests and ordered them to follow him into the hall. He entered the hall and told Jan that he had gathered all the guests for him, as he had requested. The taxi driver, sipping coffee, waved to the manager and, closing his eyes, said that he would see him next time. Ben's father looked at him and asked Ian with disgust who he was. The manager introduced Jan, who had bought half of the shares, and called him the largest shareholder. The old people were shocked and did not understand how an ordinary taxi driver could buy up so many shares. Jan said it didn't matter, and since a marriage between their families was impossible, he offered to buy out the remaining shares. Ben's father became angry and slammed the table, not understanding why he had to sell his shares. The old man thought about the fact that he had only one daughter, and all his shares would belong to only one son-in-law. Jan seized on this moment and offered to issue him more shares that would support his daughter. The old man said he was ready, but he needed half in cash and half in shares. Jan calculated how much his share would cost and agreed to the old man's terms. The old man was happy with the deal, but Ben's father didn't understand why the old man agreed to it. The old man explained that his daughter was unreliable, and so she would receive dividends from the shares. Ben's father looked at him with his arms folded across his chest and said that he did not agree with his opinion. Ian asked the manager to continue working with the old man, and he decided to talk to Ben's father. The man said that it was not worth wasting your time on him, as he would never sell him the company. Ian closed his eyes and laughed, then began calling his assistant. He asked if he could take advantage of the half-price deal he had been offered earlier. The system confirmed the taxi driver's request and reported that the service had been provided. Jan raised his coffee mug and asked if he was sure he didn't want to sell the company. After the system worked, the man immediately began to apologize and offered to buy it for half price. The taxi driver came out of the office and announced that he had bought the company for half price. The old man asked with displeasure how he had done this, and the man said that it was a great honor for him. The assistant was amazed and asked how the taxi driver managed to do this. Jan said that kindness could achieve a lot, and he achieved this with his charm. He reported that today's incident ended favorably. Ben, in tears, asked his father who had bewitched him since he had decided to do this. The father hit his son in the face and forbade him to brag about his money to anyone. Ben was in a lot of pain and, holding his cheek, he thought about how terrible the taxi driver was. 2 days later, Jan met with respected cancer doctors. The taxi driver greeted them and promised to arrange a banquet after a successful exploration. He came to the sick teacher's room to visit her. Jan informed the patient that experienced doctors had arrived, and the chances of recovery were very high. The teacher was very glad to hear this, because she had long since lost hope. The taxi driver asked her not to say such things anymore, but to believe in the good. The nurse informed the teacher that she was being transferred to the next stage of treatment. She gave her a form and asked her to read it carefully and sign it. The nurse blushed when she looked at Jan's eyes and began to wonder if he had a girlfriend. The teacher approached the nurse, saying she had sold her house and had nothing to put in the address line. She said that she lived in the hospital, and her daughter was studying in college at the time. The nurse informed Jan that the address was needed to continue treatment at home. The taxi driver gave the address and said that in that case he would not sell the house. The teacher began to deny it and say that she would never be able to repay him the debt. Jan asked not to worry about it after her kindness and not to get sick anymore. Shedding a tear and wiping it away with her finger, the teacher thanked her student. An hour later, the taxi driver was walking through the parking lot and heard someone confessing their love. A man with a bouquet in his hands, kneeling, received a refusal to an offer to date. Johnny sincerely did not understand why she refused him, even though he was rich. She said that even for 100 million, she would not love a man who was not her type. The guy got angry at her and demanded to immediately show her the one she liked. The girl, of course, pointed at our hero passing by. Jan was very surprised after the girl smiled and started winking at him. He scratched his head and said that he liked her too. He was just afraid to admit it. She said that she was also afraid of rejection, so she kept it a secret. Johnny, holding a bouquet of flowers, asked our taxi driver if he had a Lamborghini. He also asked if our hero was from a rich family and did not understand why he liked Ju. Jan said that he was not rich, but she would be ready to provide for him all her life. The taxi driver apologized for winning over the girl and asked Johnny to find another one. Johnny watched as Ian drove away in the car and didn't understand why. Ju thanked the taxi driver for this comedy and offered to feed him for his help. The taxi driver said that he was completely free at the time and asked for the address of the place. She wrote down on her phone the address of a good restaurant where she wanted to spend time. Jan read it carefully and, pressing on the gas, drove to his destination. On the way, Ju talked on the phone with her father and told him that she had no intention of resigning. Her father didn't like that she worked with patients, and he was worried about his status. Ju remembered that it was these relatives who had persecuted her mother, and she did not want to return. Ian realized that she had run away from home due to disagreements and had become a nurse. Her father wanted to appoint her as the head of the company, but then her brother was born, and her father's parents insisted on him. The taxi driver said that they were just stupid old people and it was not worth wasting your nerves on them. They sat in a restaurant with glasses of wine by the window and had a casual conversation. An old man appeared at the door of the establishment with a girl carrying a beautifully wrapped gift. The grandfather explained to the waiter that he had promised his granddaughter to take her here, and he liked the prices. The waiter didn't like the old man's appearance or smell, and was afraid that he would stain everything with him. The old man accepted this rudeness and asked the waiter to order food to go. Without thinking twice, the man ordered a steak from the waiter for 149 yuan. The granddaughter asked her grandfather not to humiliate himself, but he said that he would keep his word and took out his wallet. Suddenly, someone turned to the old man and invited him to join them. It was our taxi driver. He asked him to sit with them, since the old man had paid for the food and service. The old man refused because he did not want to create inconvenience for other guests. Jan insisted on his own. He put the gift on the table and began to seat the man at the table. One of the guests, a middle-aged woman, expressed her dissatisfaction with the man. Ju noticed that she smelled like cheap perfume and asked if it was worth throwing her out. The waiter, seeing this, began to swear at the old man, saying that he had asked him not to come in. Jan stopped the old man from leaving and told the waiter that according to the rules, he should have been served like everyone else. The waiter explained that the old man was dressed in rags and smelled of sweat, which disturbed the other guests. The taxi driver said he was allergic to strong smells and asked to throw out those who were wearing perfume. The waiter scratched his head awkwardly and said that this would be very difficult to accomplish. The manager came to investigate the situation and noticed a strange smell in the room. The waiter pointed out the old man to the manager, who said he didn't have time for that and was prioritizing things. Jan stood his ground and announced that he would not leave until he finished his ordered dishes. The manager introduced himself to the taxi driver and said that he had never dared to contradict him before, and asked him to call a lawyer. He said that this lawyer was very famous and could arrest him for a long time. Ju was very scared because she knew this man and the things he did. The manager laughed and said that now they couldn't leave so easily, and the woman in red laughed with him. The old man got scared and said that he would leave so as not to create problems for anyone. Jan calmed him down and asked him to sit and celebrate his granddaughter's birthday. The taxi driver put his hand on the old man's shoulder and informed him that he had everything under control. The manager pointed his finger at the lawyer and showed who was creating the problem. The lawyer approached the table and was surprised to meet a familiar taxi driver there. The manager was frightened when he saw that his lawyer knew the guest. Jan asked the lawyer to look into the matter, He agreed and wished him bon appetit. The taxi driver walked to his table and asked his guests to enjoy their food. The lawyer told the manager that Jan was the owner of the shares, and if he continued, the place would be closed. Ju was surprised to learn that Yang owned such large shares. She was very happy that she had such support and continued to celebrate. The manager realized what a big mistake he had made and began to apologize. Jan was angry with them and demanded that they not disturb his company anymore. The manager looked at the woman and asked her to throw her out for using cheap perfume. The waiter approached her and began to escort her out of the common room. The granddaughter was happy and said that she had never tried such food. Ju suggested going to other places, but the girl refused. She just wanted to try the steak. The grandfather shed tears after these events and hoped that he would be able to see her grow up. The granddaughter raised a glass to her grandfather and promised to help him as soon as she grows up. Ju promised to pay for all her granddaughter's school expenses. The old man was very grateful for the help, because he could no longer earn much money. Jan said it was a fairly modest sum and no thanks were required. Ju picked up the knife and asked permission to cut it for the guests. Before this, she asked her granddaughter to think and make a wish. She wished for 100 years for her grandfather, admission to college, and many children for the taxi driver and Ju. Everyone raised their glasses and laughed at the girl's last words. The girl looked at Ju and asked why she was so blushing. The girl became embarrassed and told the girl that she didn't know why. The lawyer reported that the establishment was defrauding customers and asked whether it should be closed. Jan, hearing this, said that he had left the matter to his discretion and hoped that he would live up to his expectations. The lawyer heard the request and said that he would do everything in the best possible way. The granddaughter was worried and asked her brother what would happen to this restaurant. The taxi driver said that this restaurant would close due to constant complaints from customers. Jan gave the old man a check and said that he would take her into his company after training. The old man looked closely and could not believe what he had in his hands. Jan warned the old man that this money was only for his granddaughter's education. The old man promised to pay the taxi driver, but he said it was not required. Jan asked the girl to be smart and study well in college. Jan walked up to his car and said goodbye to the old man and the girl. Ju was shocked by these events and wanted to know what he did for a living. Jan opened the car door and said that he was a simple taxi driver. He said he wasn't taking orders at the time and offered to give her a ride home and pick up a passenger along the way. The girl was surprised that he really was a taxi driver and did not have a second personality. Ian said he had a lot of personalities and asked which one she was interested in. He saw a man voting and asked him to sit in the front seat. When he saw the girl, he said he felt sick in the front and asked to go back. He warned that the girl would then move, but the client begged and promised to pay if she stayed. The man immediately started asking Ju for her mobile phone number. She ignored him, and then the taxi driver explained that she was simply deaf. The man was upset to learn this fact because the girl had a beautiful figure. He arrived at the address and was upset because he was expecting a romantic meeting. Ju laughed after ordering, and the taxi driver waited for a bad review to come his way. The girl didn't believe that he would be left a bad review after such a trifle. The client wrote a bad review in which he stated that he was cheated out of money. It also stated that the driver was deliberately taking a girl with him who was extorting money. The system, having received a bad review, immediately rewarded the taxi driver with hundreds of millions. Jan hugged the robot and was happy with the amount of money he received. He remembered his phone and asked the girl to give it back. She agreed and, surprised, told him that 100 million had been deposited into his account. He explained that he received this amount after transporting another passenger. Ju didn't understand how it was possible to get such a large sum for one order. Jan laughed and said that she was most likely off by a couple of zeros. Ju thanked the taxi driver for an interesting day and invited him home, but he politely declined. Watching the car drive away, she said that Jan was an unusual person. The taxi driver received a call from his aunt, who asked him to pick up a relative who had entered a financial school in a couple of days. Aunt also asked me to pick up my cousin from the airport at around 4 o'clock in the evening. He heard her and asked her to leave her number so he could contact her upon arrival. The employee met the taxi driver and asked if he had any instructions for her. Jan gave her a folder and asked her to find reliable people for his new campaigns. She heard and promised to find new people to manage the company. He asked her not to rush and to offer higher salaries to talented people. Jan looked at her again, praised her for her beautiful outfit, and said goodbye. Waving his hand at her, The taxi driver hurried to sleep after a hard day. The assistant blushed and became embarrassed when she heard what he said about her figure. The next day, the taxi driver left home and got stuck in a major traffic jam. He picked up the phone and they started asking where he was and why he hadn't met him. The taxi driver explained that he was stuck in traffic. The girl was unhappy with this fact and said that she should have taken her friend's car. Jan said he had no intention of listening to complaints and only did so at his aunt's request. Zana, seeing the car, immediately walked up to it and began to get in. Ian pressed the pedal to the floor, but she started screaming that he hadn't taken her suitcase. The taxi driver asked why she didn't put it in the car when she got in. She expected Ian to do it, but he explained that he was only doing it at his aunt's request. The taxi driver explained that his behavior was directly dependent on her attitude towards him. She silently got out of the car and picked up her large suitcase from the side of the road. Getting back into the car, the taxi driver asked Jana where she needed to go. She read a message from her mother asking her to go on a date with Ian. Jan brought her to the hotel and, after completing the paperwork, gave her the key to the room. Zana asked the taxi driver where she could get a bite to eat in this building. Jan explained the location to her, but she brazenly began asking him to feed her. She looked at his back and thought that if he broke down and asked her out, he would be rejected. The waiter showed them to a table, handed them menus, and waited for them to order. Zana made a strange order, ordering a cappuccino without a single drop of milk. The waiter scratched his head and said that he didn't quite understand how to prepare this drink. She explained that there was simply no need to add milk, as they did for her abroad. Ian told her that she should have sensibly assessed how well they knew each other, and then placed an order. She pointed her finger at him, saying that he wouldn't be able to win her over with this, and began to place an expensive order. Jan asked if she understood the meaning correctly. Zana replied that the more expensive the dish, the better their relationship. The waiter turned to the taxi driver, and Jan asked for what he usually ordered here. Zana noticed that he was often here, and asked when he would change his old car. She began to reason that he was a man without ambition and, in addition, with an old car. Jan said that his salary was only 10,000. The girl did not understand how he even survived on that amount. Jana reported that she was very talented and had already found a job as a secretary to the CEO. She told Jan that she received about 20,000 and a bonus. The taxi driver, hearing this, offered to split the bill for her order and pay 6,000 each. Zana was offended that the taxi driver asked her to pay for the order. Jan explained that if she didn't like him, he wouldn't treat her, and the living expenses were also hers to bear. Jana was frightened when she heard this, and said that she did not have that much money. He said that it was definitely not his problem, and that he should call his boss. Zana agreed that it was a good idea and called, saying that she had problems. She told Jan that the boss was having lunch with his daughter, but would be arriving soon. Zana accidentally let it slip to the taxi driver that he was coming to visit her abroad for a whole month. She suddenly realized that she had said too much and hoped that they did not know each other. After some time, Jan was surprised by a very interesting coincidence. In front of him stood Ju, along with her elderly father, Chester. Chester asked his daughter with a serious face if she knew him, and Ju explained that he was her friend. The father came up to shake his hand and asked how he knew his daughter. Zana intervened in the conversation and began accusing Jan of ordering expensive dishes. Chester laughed, saying he understood and the young people wanted to enjoy their food. Jan said he was glad everyone knew each other and suggested having lunch together. He raised his glass, announcing that the wealth would soon pass to Jean, and this was simply an advance. The girl tensed up, and Father Ju was very surprised and asked why. Jan told about their journey together and suggested that if a son was born, he would receive an inheritance. Zana began to justify herself, saying that this was not so and that she was simply misunderstood. Ju, hearing this, decided it was disgusting and poured wine on her. She said she would never return to her family, even if she had to starve and sleep on the streets. Ju took Yan's arm and said that they were leaving here. Chester got angry and hit Jean in the face with his fist as hard as he could. The girl asked him to stop and pay the bill because she had no money. Chester stood in the parking lot next to Ian's car and asked his daughter to explain everything. He turned around and saw Jana running after him with a waiter who was demanding that he pay the bill. Jean hung on Chester and began to beg him to pay her bill at the restaurant. Ju cried in the car, saying she wanted to make peace with her relatives. Jan said that the most important thing then was to get exactly what was rightfully hers. She agreed that half of the business was hers and asked to go for justice. The old man, seeing his granddaughter, said that at such a young age, it should be shameful to bring men. Ju said that her son had already found a young daughter-in-law, and they would soon have a grandson. The old people were only delighted by this news, that they would now have an heir. Ju realized that she really hadn't been wrong about them at all. The old man said that because of the heir, she would not get half. She would be given $1 million and a house. The granddaughter said that she would receive exactly the half that belonged to her mother. The old woman said joyfully that her mother had been dead for more than 10 years and had no property. Ju ordered her to watch her tongue and reminded her that it was she who had driven her to her death. The old woman smiled and said that she simply wanted an heir from her daughter-in-law. Jan stopped the girl and said that it was useless to talk to them without a lawyer. The old man was sure that without his consent, she would not receive any property. Jan explained that she would legally inherit her mother's share. The old woman was confident in her grandfather's words and asked him to call his son and bring his daughter-in-law here. Chester and his secretary were in bed making love. They picked up the phone and asked him if he had found himself a young daughter-in-law. The old man ordered her to be brought home and, if she was pregnant, to marry her immediately. Hearing that Ju had come home, her father immediately asked where she was now. Jean, hearing this, thought that she deserved a reward for her humiliation and dreamed of becoming pregnant. Chester said he had some urgent business to attend to and would be leaving his credit card. Jana thanked him and said that he was amazing and she needed to rest. Chester grabbed her cheeks and asked her to take birth control pills. My father was walking down the red carpet and wanted to call Ju, but she blocked him. Jan brought the girl home and told her to rest, and tomorrow he would hand the case over to his lawyer. Ju said she wanted to destroy the company and asked the taxi driver to help her. Jan said that she shouldn't be so hot-tempered and should think about her decision. She said that she would do anything for this and would pay in full for his help. Ian said he had a plan and she needed to make contacts with nearby hospitals. The girl agreed and offered 67% of the shares after work. Jan agreed and, having received control from the system, sent the girl to rest. The taxi driver arrived at the main office where he was met by his employees. The man introduced the employees to their new major shareholder and said that his name was Jan. Employees whispered that they couldn't believe someone so young could buy the shares. The man explained that this department dealt with civil court cases. Jan explained to the man that his girlfriend was involved in medical matters. The man listened to the taxi driver and said that it was a simple matter and could be resolved without going to court. Jan praised the employee and said that he knew who he could rely on in this situation. At the Chester family home, the old couple were already getting to know their new daughter-in-law. Ju, accompanied by a lawyer, was not surprised to see that she was already there. Chester was surprised by the lawyer, but his daughter said they had a choice to resolve it peacefully. Chester wanted to talk to the lawyer, but he said that communication was only possible with the client. He said that she had entrusted him with the business inherited from her mother. The old man was angry and said that he wished she had died with her mother. The lawyer demanded that he watch his words or he would hold him accountable. Chester was cautious and asked his father to calm down and watch himself. Jana turned on the actress and said that if it was her fault, then she would refuse and file for alimony. The old woman stopped her, saying that she was now one of the mistresses of the house and her son was the rightful heir. The lawyer showed the document and suggested that they agree to the client's terms without going to court. Chester stopped him and said that he would resolve such issues with his lawyer. Half an hour later, Chester's lawyer was already greeting the lawyer who worked with Ju. He asked him to talk later, as his client wanted to get half of the shares. Chester was very afraid of losing all his capital and was ready to offer any amount. His lawyer voiced the terms and suggested that they actually go for a pre-trial settlement. Chester didn't realize it all and offered Juville and $10 million. Ju took a stand and refused to agree to her father Chester's proposal. She said that she was not interested in any money, but only in the company's shares. Chester has his father not to get involved in these matters in the presence of lawyers. The father agreed to give up the entire business without the international medical company, which made up more than half. Ju remembered what Yang had told her and immediately agreed to the proposal. She called a lawyer and asked him to draw up an agreement on these terms. Chester was happy and said that he had given away only a small part of the business, and then he would write bad reviews about the hospitals. Zana cowered in fear and asked Chester for forgiveness for something. She said she had taken pills, but they hadn't helped and showed 2 lines. The old people were happy and were already dreaming of a grandson who would become their heir. Chester was shocked, but Jana said that she had not yet been examined and did not know the time frame. The old woman smiled and wanted to go to the hospital to confirm whose child it was. Chester helped Jean walk and promised to take her to one of his hospitals. He asked her to wait on the bench while he went and paid for her examination. As soon as Chester walked away, Jana quickly took her phone out of her purse. Jan came to the airport to meet his relative from his aunt. She was glad to see him and asked him to take her somewhere to have fun. Her cousin was pregnant, and the taxi driver promised to take her to her. Jean opened the doors and was very happy to see Sister Fiona. She saw Jan and asked him to come to them at least for the sake of his aunt. Zana told about the upcoming wedding and asked to invite Ju. He said that he would be working now, but would definitely come on Monday. Jan brought Ju an envelope and asked him to open it as soon as possible. Opening it, the girl read an invitation to her father's wedding at the hotel. She tore the envelope to pieces in anger, not believing that her father had decided to do this. Jan said that it was good, and that she wouldn't bother her while she was taking care of her grandparents. Monday arrived, and Yan and Ju went to the hotel for the ceremony. The girl heard from the guests that the bride was very young and the age of the groom's daughter. Jan calmed the nervous girl, saying that everything would soon end well. The toastmaster came onto the stage with a microphone and began greeting the bride and groom. Father Ju in a beautiful suit and Jana in a wedding dress entered the hall. Chester took the microphone and announced that today was a very important day for his family. Jana turned to Ju and demanded that he bless her father's words. The toastmaster picked up her words and asked Ju to bless this marriage. Jan ordered the girl to calm down and just go to the toastmaster on stage. He said that Ju looked great and would get along well with the bride in the future. She said she was very glad that someone had appeared who would take care of the household. Zana picked up on this and said that she would hire a servant and ask her to babysit the child, to which she was refused. Ju looked at the old people and asked them if they thought the same. Chester straightened his tie and said that he was glad she was there anyway. The guests laughed at them, saying that if their father had found himself such a bride, they would have left home. Yang praised Ju for her performance and reminded her that they were there for the show. Fiona was very happy when she saw taxi driver Ian at the event. He greeted her and introduced her to his new friend Ju. Fiona asked not to be angry with her. Their family did not approve of the marriage, but did it because of the pregnancy. She asked Jan to go to his aunt, who had found a new girlfriend for him. Fiona said that his aunt looked for a suitable wife for him every day. They approached the woman who was drinking wine, and it was that same aunt. She laughed and asked if it wasn't his aunt, then who else? She waved her hand and pointed to Jana's parents, whom she wanted to introduce. Jana's mother asked if he had ordered a lot of dishes at the restaurant and not paid for them. Jan corrected her and said that the dishes they ordered were on completely different bills. Fiona explained that he was a straightforward man and did not pay on blind dates where he was not welcome. Zana's father thanked Jan, because if it weren't for him, the wedding would not have taken place. Jan laughed that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and told everything about their daughter. The father slammed his hand on the table because he didn't believe the taxi driver's words. He started calling Chester, whom he accused of inviting Ian, who was ruining the wedding. Chester straightened his tie again and started yelling at Ian. He warned that if he created problems, it would end badly. Jan looked at his watch and announced that it was time to watch an interesting show. Jana was frightened and, looking at him, asked what he was talking about. The door swung open and 4 serious men in suits entered the room. Ian patted Chester on the shoulder and told him to enjoy the show he had prepared. Ju asked Yan why her father reacted so harshly to his words. He said that if the father did not pay the huge compensation, the case would be sent to court. Ju paused for a moment, thinking, and then said that she understood everything. In the center of the room stood a lawyer, the chairman of the hospital, and the hotel manager. Chester thanked them for coming to his wedding. The blonde snapped his fingers and asked the guys to turn on one video. The video showed a situation where Mr. Yan and Jana were ordering food, and those who blamed him will be punished. The taxi driver sipped wine and thanked the guys for a job well done. Auntie and Fiona were discussing how powerful Mr. Yang had become. The hospital chairman announced a clause in the contract that required Chester to pay a huge sum. He reported that all violations and evidence had been sent to the lawyer. The lawyer said that the wedding would have to be postponed due to the huge amount of debt. Chester said that today was a very important day and asked for a time delay. The lawyer said he would tell everyone this, and if he didn't start negotiations, he would call the police. He shook the taxi driver's hand and thanked him for his help in this difficult matter. He felt ashamed and promised to restore order in the company as soon as possible. The lawyer said that he would handle the matters himself, and that Jan could avoid being distracted by them. He thanked them for their good work and invited Ju to go for a walk. Chester didn't understand what was going on there and didn't believe that Ju wanted to put him in jail. She said that he chose this path himself and had to bear the consequences. Ju explained that she did this primarily because of her late mother. The guests looked at this situation with horror and condemned the parents' behavior. Zana was disappointed because she did all this for the sake of billions. She approached Chester and asked how they would raise their son without money. Zana asked to beg her daughter to change her mind for the sake of their son. The old men began to apologize to Ju and ask him to save their father. She pulled her hand back and asked who would help her if not herself. Ju took Ian's arm and began to leave the wedding ceremony. The old woman knelt down and apologized to her granddaughter, asking for mercy. Jana cried to her parents that she was left without the promised money. They consoled her. She cried, saying that if she got married, she would be saddled with huge debts. The mother, hearing this, said that this marriage was meaningless and called off the wedding. Jana continued to cry, saying that it was pointless and they were already married. The mother and daughter cried because they would now have to pay off their debts. Auntie asked them to stop crying because tears wouldn't help. Zana tearfully asked her to ask her nephew Jan for help. Chester's entire family looked at them, hoping that he would help them. Fiona asked not to complicate the situation because the international hospital had set conditions. The aunt, putting her hand on her heart, promised to talk to her nephew. Fiona took her mother's arm and said it was time to leave this ceremony. Chester announced that the wedding was off, and the gifts would be safely returned. He was furious that the taxi driver had destroyed everything and promised to take revenge on him. Jan asked Ju to turn off his phone so as not to communicate with his family. Auntie called Jan, but he explained that there was no point in getting involved, as billions were at stake. She was shocked to hear that such large sums were being discussed. Jan confirmed that it was indeed a very serious and complicated case. She said that she understood everything and asked him to stay with her for today. Jan decided to treat them to a delicious dinner since he couldn't eat at the wedding. Fiona and her aunt were delighted to see the delicious food Ian had prepared for them. Auntie continued asking about Jana's plight, but Jan didn't want to discuss it. Fiona saw a good example of what happened to those who chased money. She said that if she had any problems, she would definitely contact Jan. Auntie asked her to finish eating as quickly as possible and go to bed. Jan said there was no need to rush him. He knew the way and would take her there himself. In the morning, the taxi driver met his friend in uniform and greeted him. He was surprised to see him and asked if he had come to give someone a lift. Jan showed his cousin, who was now studying with him, and asked him to take care of her. The man greeted me and asked me to contact him if I had any problems. Jan was very surprised to see his cousin's things. At his age, he only had a backpack. Fiona reassured him by saying that girls always had a lot of things with them. Jan sipped his soda through a straw, glad that it was finally all over. He saw girls hanging around the car, placing a bottle on his car. Jan asked the young ladies why they were there and what they were doing. These were girls of easy virtue who offered their services and asked for a ride. The girls said that he himself called them when he put a bottle of water on his car. Jan said he was just hot, so he took a sip of water and left it there. She asked to be added as a friend in the chat, but he said he didn't have room. Jan got into the car and drove away with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The girls saw him off. He took out his phone and saw that his sworn enemy from the university was proposing a meeting. The lawyer and the chairman of the hospital greeted our taxi driver. Jan sat comfortably in a large chair and asked if they had resolved the last questions. The lawyer said they were willing to hand over ownership of the hospital and compensation, but wanted him to be present at the transaction. Jan said that he had no right to make demands and let him sign in Ju's presence. The man heard the taxi driver's words and promised to organize everything himself. The employee provided a plan to improve the supermarket's earnings. Jan looked at the plan and realized that it was risky, so he asked how much time it would take to implement it. The employee showed on the calculator that $1.5 billion needed to be deposited. Jan calculated that he was a couple of $100 million short of implementing the project. He ordered his staff to begin preparations while he thought over his plan. Lenny, Jan's worst enemy, was the vice president of an investment bank and wanted revenge on Jan. He wanted not just to take revenge, but to return all the shame that he had brought upon him. Jan was glad that someone else also decided to go to this resort. Jan met a girl who asked if this was the driver she had ordered. He introduced himself and asked her to get into the car. She asked him if he had thought about giving up on everything and just enjoying life. Jan said he would enjoy his retirement, and the girl was looking for a companion to climb a mountain in Tibet. He confirmed that he was strong, but he was afraid that with such a beauty his desires would get the better of him. The girl laughed and praised him for his straightforwardness, not for his sneaky secrecy. She arrived at the address and said goodbye, hoping to see each other again someday. Jan called on the phone and said that he had arrived at the meeting place. After a while, one guy met him at the car and waved his hand at him. They set off for the meeting place, but he said he had something to tell them. He said that Lennon arrived in an expensive car and with a secretary to show off his income. Jan realized that his enemies simply wanted to show off in front of him. He had something in mind in any case, and it was necessary to be attentive and on guard. Yana was met by a man accompanied by a beautiful girl and greeted him. The taxi driver waved to his friend and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lenny raised his glass of wine and said that his words made him a little nervous. Jan shook his hand and thanked him for being able to gather everyone here. John said that Lenny was the vice president of the bank, and his girlfriend was the CEO's daughter. Lennon held a glass of wine and asked our taxi driver what successes he had achieved. Lenny's girlfriend turned out to be the same beauty that Jan gave a ride to on his way to the meeting. Lenny was surprised when he heard the word "given a ride." But our hero confirmed that he worked as a taxi driver. The girl asked when he would be returning and asked her to give him a ride. Lennon laughed when he heard this, remembering the great hopes his teachers had placed in him. The guy asked why Jan worked as a taxi driver. He said that this job with flexible hours was ideal. Lenny said that his secretary had prepared a separate room for them and invited them to chat. The secretary waved her hand and said that all necessary preparations had been completed. Jan sent them ahead and decided to first carefully study the resort. Lennon, under the pretext of paying all the expenses, offered to study it together. The other graduates, hearing this, smiled and remarked on how generous he was. Jan also smiled and accepted the offer to walk around the resort together. The taxi driver remarked that the manager of this resort did his job very well. The manager suggested that the guys go fishing, and if they were successful, he would fry some fish for them. Lenny was disgusted by this fish and suggested calling the secretary and ordering a fish feast. The graduate really appreciated Lenya's offer, since this fish was very expensive. The boys watched as the men on the pier skillfully caught fish from the local lake. Lenny reminded him that he had paid for everything today and offered to rent equipment for Jan, but he politely declined. Lenny suggested training and reminded that in life you have to try everything. Jan's phone rang and he picked it up, said hello, and asked what had happened. The employee reported that an investment bank had expressed interest, and the president had already left for the resort. Jan immediately remembered where Lenny worked, thanked the employee, and hung up. The president of an investment bank named Maria arrived at the resort sometime later. She saw familiar license plates on the car and said that she had wanted to meet him for a long time. She asked her secretary to find this man and ask for a meeting for them. The secretary showed the president the photos from the parking lot and was surprised that he looked so young. The girl realized how huge this resort was and didn't understand how she could find anyone there. Ian asked why his friend looked upset since he found out he worked as a taxi driver. He said that after graduation he expected Jan to have a very bright future. Jan thanked his friend for his concern and asked him not to worry, saying that life always had surprises in store. He asked him to forget about all this for a while and just enjoy himself. The secretary approached the vice president and asked what he was doing. He was frightened to see her there, and out of fear, he answered a question with a question. She explained that she had come here with the president to meet with the owner of the financial building. When he saw the president, he began to make excuses for not meeting her, but she said that it was not necessary. Lenny decided to introduce his classmates to the president and warned that two of them were still at the lake. Maria said hello and said that she would go on with her business. Lenny asked the president to take care of himself, for which she thanked him. A man emerged from an expensive blue car and was greeted with joy by Maria. It was the owner of the company whom Jan offered to buy out his holdings. He took out his phone and called our taxi driver, asking him to meet him on the shore. The man hung up and said that Jan would soon come ashore and meet them. Lenny, scratching the back of his head, saw the president and said that he was glad to see her back. Maria said that they were expecting a very important guest here, and Lennon offered his help. A boat with Jan and his friend on board began to sail towards the pier. Lenny felt nervous as he watched the taxi driver slowly swim towards the shore, making them wait. The guy holding the oars laughed and told everyone that he was a little tired. The owner offered his hand and asked Jan to come down to the shore as quickly as possible. Lenny and his friend were very surprised to see how formally they addressed Jan. Maria greeted the financial owner of the building very warmly. Lenny was horrified by the situation and couldn't believe that Jan was an ordinary taxi driver. A friend asked why he was called Mr., and Ian reminded him that he was talking about life's surprises. The friend was glad that Jan had hidden his condition very well and was happy for him. The owner introduced the taxi driver to President Maria and said that she was interested in investing. Jan shook the lady's hand and apologized for the long time it took him to swim to the shore. The taxi driver also turned to his classmates and apologized to them. The president asked if he knew Lennon and his classmates. Ian confirmed this and said that today was their college reunion day. Maria scolded Lenny for not telling him, but he thought Jan was just a taxi driver. The president became angry and ordered her subordinate to apologize to him. He asked her to calm down and said that Jan himself had not told him anything. Maria couldn't believe it, because the place where they were belonged to him. Classmates were shocked to learn that the place belonged to their classmate. Jan asked me not to be so harsh, and said that he did indeed drive a taxi sometimes. She supported this and remarked that she was surprised at what he had achieved at such a young age. The boys were amazed that there was such an outstanding person among their classmates. Lenny was furious that everything came so easy to him while he himself worked hard. Yana was invited to have lunch indoors because it was very hot outside. He refused because he had already promised to have lunch with his classmates at Lenya's feast. Lenny was confused and did not understand why the president was looking at him so menacingly. The owner asked to join the feast and chat in front of his classmates. Lenny laughed and timidly said that he was not at all against such an event. Jan told the president that it was Lenny who had organized everything, and that he was the one who had decided it. Maria smiled and said that there were no problems and called everyone inside. Classmates noticed how modest Jan was and said that he had always been like that. Lenny was furious that when they flattered him, they didn't have that attitude. He raised his glass of wine and said he wanted to toast his president. Maria said the first toast should have been to Jan, and regretted agreeing to appoint him vice president at her daughter's request. Lenny got scared and said plaintively that he was raising a toast to Mr. Yan. Maria said that she came here to look around and get to know Jan better. Lenny noticed the taxi driver's modesty at school and asked why everything remained the same. Maria slapped him in the face and told him that he better leave and not disturb her work. Jan said that he understood everything, but asked not to do this at the table in front of the guests. The owner noticed that Maria was indeed impulsive and asked her to drink some wine and continue. The president offered her deepest apologies and drained her glass of wine. Jan's friend was very happy for him and was surprised that the president himself wanted to establish a relationship with him. The taxi driver picked up the phone and began explaining to the person on the other line where to find him. He said that he saw the car of the investment bank's president and offered to call her. Ian said that there was no need for that because she was nearby and invited him to join them. He replied that he heard it and ran as quickly as possible to their room. Maria was very surprised when her lawyer friend came into their room. He explained that he saw Jan and the president's cars together and decided to talk. The president was very surprised that this lawyer was acquainted with Mr. Yang. The lawyer explained that he was a very large shareholder of the company. Maria realized that Jan was very influential, and it was impossible to establish a relationship with him using money alone. She looked at the bewildered Lennon, asking why he hadn't introduced them earlier. Jan asked Lenny if they could add another place to them. He hesitated, but immediately asked to bring another chair for their guest. Maria once again stated who our taxi driver was and asked the lawyer to continue. Jan agreed that everyone had met and understood that the bank wanted to invest in the resort. Maria agreed with the taxi driver and hoped that he would share the shares and they would put the resort in order. Maria offered to invest $70 million to own half of the shares. Jan didn't agree. He wanted either half for $100 million or 70 for 35. The owner became nervous because Jan was demanding a very large sum. Maria reported this and said that they had already exceeded the amount they had originally wanted to invest. Jan disagreed. He believed that if ecology was developed, the resort would become famous throughout the world. Maria did not agree with this decision and asked to hear her sincere proposal. Jan thought he had only spent $45 million. And the president's sum was a huge benefit. He suggested they discuss it later in private, and she agreed and raised a toast to him. Maria got drunk and started begging him to buy the project. It was very important to her, Jan agreed. She shared that if she does not prepare the project within the nearest time, she will lose her position. Jan asked her to calm down because he had already agreed to this project. Maria said she would send someone tomorrow for the contract details. Yana met a girl whom he promised to give a ride to, but he offered her a taxi because he had drunk alcohol. She reminded him that he had promised her to walk the route in Tibet and asked him to keep in shape. Ian supported her and promised that he would keep in shape for her safety during the climb. The secretary opened the box and asked Maria to choose one of the gifts. She chose a phone number and sent it to the taxi driver to maintain the relationship. The secretary was about to give the order, but the president stopped her. She asked her to take all the boxes and let him choose the gift himself. The secretary picked up the box and began to carry out the received order. She called the taxi driver and told him that he was being awarded the latest model phone. He said which area he was going to give the phone to the client and asked to find him there. Jan called on the phone and said that he had arrived and the client could come out. The client asked him to deliver it personally, but Jan said that if the phone was not picked up, he would take it to the police station. The client started talking about the latest model phone and the bad reviews. He got angry and promised to use the full power of 1 million subscribers. The blogger began his broadcast and asked his subscribers to give him a lesson. He started lying that the taxi driver had stolen his phone and didn't want to give it back. Jan waited until the promised time, saw that no one was there, and decided to leave. The blogger, who went outside, managed to see the taxi driver drive away with his phone. He and his assistant called another yellow taxi and wanted to catch up with it. Jan had already arrived at the station and started talking to the duty officer about the telephone. The blogger had already caught up with our taxi driver and asked his viewers to remember him carefully. Jan warned him that he was breaking the law, but the blogger was confident that he was right. The duty officer confirmed the taxi driver's words and ordered him to stop filming and leave the premises. The blogger agreed, saying that his face was already remembered, and asked that a report of the theft be accepted. Jan told the officer on duty that he had a video recording and could prove his case. The blogger realized that something was wrong and simply asked for his phone to be returned. The officer, holding the phone in his hand, began to explain that first and foremost, it was his fault. The blogger pointed out that there was a scratch on the phone, and this constituted property damage. The duty officer asked Jan if he had caused the scratches, and our hero said that they had already been there. The blogger started shouting that he was simply shirking responsibility and demanded compensation. Jan said he could buy at least a box of them, but the blogger didn't believe the taxi driver was capable of such a thing. The secretary entered the station with a box in her hands and asked what was happening there. Jan took the box and said that his client had forgotten his phone and he had brought it here. The taxi driver opened the box full of phones and the secretary said he could take as many as he wanted. The blogger was horrified when he saw a whole box of new model phones. The secretary explained to him that this was a standard reward for their clients. The blogger said that these phones hadn't even been released yet and decided that they were stolen. The secretary said that their main office was in America, and the blogger should have watched his words. Ian looked at his phone and realized that it was a fake and they were trying to scam him. He showed it to the officer, and the blogger started shouting that it wasn't true and that he had paid a large sum for it. The officer held the two phones together and reported that they were noticeably different. The blogger's friends, as soon as they realized that things were getting hot, immediately abandoned him. He begged them to wait and shouted after the pathetic fans running away in fear. Realizing the situation he was in, he immediately began to beg to forget everything. Jan laughed and asked the blogger where he was going so quickly. He suggested looking at his phone and reading what fans were writing about him. Ian started making fun of his behavior and told him to think before acting like that next time. The blogger said that he understood everything and, like a madman, began to run away from the building. Jan thanked the officer for his work and hurried away. The girl boasted about a new model phone and said that she bought it on the cheap. The cousin looked at her old phone and thought that it had been slowing down lately. Some stranger shouted from the window and offered a meet. The girls went to watch it. The guy laid flowers on the ground around himself to attract attention. Flowers were around his feet, and he was shouting that he loved her and asking her to be his girlfriend. Fiona realized that this was someone confessing their love to her, and her friends were advising her to be discreet. She quickly went downstairs, and the guy, opening his arms, offered her a hug. Fiona gave Ian a big hug and thanked him for coming, but her suitor was confused. Ian said that if he had warned him, he would not have seen this scene. Fiona called the guy crazy. The taxi driver reached into his pocket and gave Fiona a new model phone. Her friends were shocked to see that she had the latest model, which would only be released in a month. Jan explained that it was a gift from the investment bank as a good client. The suitor, having heard about the investment bank, fell into despair and accepted complete defeat. Ian invited Fiona to have dinner, to which she happily agreed. The girlfriend noticed that Jan was very handsome and rich, and began to dream about such a guy. Fiona said he gave the phone away while her friend was showing off hers. Jan said it was an accident, and asked her to speak if she wanted anything. Fiona was delighted and called the taxi driver the best cousin in the world and wished him something tasty. Jan came to his work with a package and called his favorite coworker to him. She was glad that he returned, and the taxi driver handed her a large bag with a gift. When she received her new mobile phone, she was surprised that it was a new model that had not yet been released. He explained that it was a gift from the bank, and he thought it was the perfect gift. The employee was happy and thanked her boss for this gift. She called him very kind and was already carrying the dinner she had prepared for him. Jan read that the system increased his employee's loyalty by 5 points. He realized that the phone had increased his loyalty levels. Jan received another negative review, this time from a blogger, and wanted to sue him. The system girl congratulated him on his negative review and offered him shares in 2 golf clubs. Jan asked if he could receive both of these wonderful awards. The system said that everything depended on luck and negative reviews. The employee brought dinner, but Jan said that now it was necessary to deal with the complaint. He said that he was already used to it and told Julia that they would go to the golf club. She was happy and thanked the boss for being so kind to her. They started having dinner, and the employee offered him a drink to his health. Jan walked past some men who were praising an older man for a good hit. He explained that he spent over $1 million on golf and practiced diligently. The man admired him and said that it had taken him more than 5 years just to save up. The employee told the taxi driver that she needed to step away and change. Ian grabbed a golf club and boldly hit it straight at the white ball. He lost track of the ball and tried to figure out where it was flying and where it would land. When he saw the ball on the ground, he realized that he hadn't even been able to hit it a little. An elderly man asked if our taxi driver was playing golf for the first time. The man advised him to exercise more. Jan said that he was just having fun while working as a driver. The old man was surprised when he heard about the driver, and Jan said that he was a simple taxi driver. The man advised him not to take up golf, but to save money and get married. Jan waved it off and said that he didn't want to get married and was playing for fun. Employee Yulia changed into a nice suit and said she was ready. The old man didn't believe the taxi driver when he saw him with such a young and beautiful companion. Jan picked up the phone and was told that if he didn't apologize, he would receive another complaint. He asked the girl not to delete anything. She heard him and agreed. Jan, happy to receive another complaint, was delighted and hung up. The system reported that he had received the shares, and the taxi driver sent her to work on the documents. Monica turned to Jan and asked what he was doing here today. The taxi driver was pleasantly surprised by this coincidence and invited her to play together. With a good swing, the taxi driver powerfully hit the golf ball. Monica saw him hit and immediately realized that he had little experience due to his job. Ian confirmed this, and she offered to give him a couple of golf lessons. She hugged him from behind, took his hands holding the club, and showed him what to do. They played for a whole hour, and she suggested something to eat. Ian asked her what was wrong, noticing how active she was today. She said she wanted to travel the world, but her family was forcing her to go on a blind date, and she asked Ian to help. He politely declined, saying that he was not at all prepared to participate in it. Jan did not listen to the girl's answer and began to leave. She shouted after him, but he did not react. He arrived at the office where Yulia had already prepared the documents he requested. The cards the taxi driver held in his hands gave access to both clubs. All that remained was to find out the situation from Yulia. He handed the documents to the employee and asked her to handle the transfer procedure. The girl looked at her boss and thought what an incredible person he was. In a residential area, a brightly made-up girl in black was standing on the street. Jan drove up and asked if she had ordered a taxi to this place. The girl got into a taxi and started complaining about her tooth and asked for a bottle of water. Ian asked if she had the wrong address, and she confirmed that they were going to the funeral home. He said it was just a toothache and it would be better to go to the doctor. She laughed and said that her friend had had an accident and she was going to see. They started laughing and she thought no driver would take the order and asked him to wait. Jan warned that it was too dark here and they had to be careful. He parked near the building and waited for her to come back. Ian met his passenger on the street 5 minutes later and reported that she was quite fast. She said that although he was her friend, they were not very close. The girl got into the car and asked the taxi driver if he had a dentist's number. Jan thought about it and, taking out his phone, asked her to write down the number of one of his friends. The girl was scared by the prices of this hospital, but Jan warned her that he had a friend there. The passenger suggested adding each other as contacts and playing golf. Ian agreed and hoped to meet her at one of his golf clubs. Marilyn greeted Ian and said that she knew he would not leave her. Ian said she had misunderstood him and he had simply come to play golf. She offered to stop pretending and become her boyfriend, but Ian politely refused. The taxi driver said that a friend was waiting for him and hurried to meet him as quickly as possible. The man, who was driving on a date, got out of the car with a bouquet of flowers. Marilyn Millions ended to demonstratively hug our taxi driver hero. Jan got scared and told the man that he had seen the girl for the second time and that they were not in a relationship. He left this couple, and the girl did not understand why everything was difficult with him. The guy didn't understand why she ran after him when he didn't like her. She said that he wouldn't understand. He seized on the fact that he didn't like her and believed that he still had a chance. Ian arrived at the golf club and was greeted by nice girls. The taxi driver was greeted by the same client he had driven to the funeral home that night. She looked at her friend who worked there and called her very beautiful. The passenger told how she met Jan and they shook hands. The girl asked if she had any orders and asked for help. She said she did it with pleasure and asked to go to the reception desk. They all went to the golf course together to spend time together. The girl picked up the stick and began to explain in detail how to use it. Marilyn listened as her boyfriend talked about his golf skills. He invited her to play golf, but was rudely refused. The guy was very upset and began to ask why she didn't give him a single chance. She said that she wasn't interested in him, and there was no point in giving him any chance. Marilyn approached Ian and asked to play with them as friends. Jan looked at the guy and asked if she had really told him about this. She said he knew, and the girls agreed to play golf together. Jan took the stick firmly in his hands and said that it was high time to start. All three girls watched him play and gave him helpful advice. This made the boy incredibly angry, and he thought that Jan had long since crossed all boundaries. The manager approached him and asked why he was playing all alone today. The man looked at the boy and asked him why he stopped his game. The guy asked him if he knew Jan. The manager apologized and explained that he could not disclose this. He heard this and asked the manager to cancel the card in that case. The man became nervous and made him promise not to tell anyone about it. He agreed, and the manager picked up the phone to call the office and find out. Having reached the number, he contacted the secretary and asked for information. The man said he only had one recording in cash, and the girls paid for this session. The guy laughed loudly, saying that the taxi driver was actually poor. Overjoyed, he asked the manager to top up his card with $200,000. He wanted to use all the privileges of his card and drive Jan out of his field. The manager said that the field was occupied by a platinum member and asked me to move to another one. Jan didn't understand his message and asked why they had to move somewhere. He explained that if a person had a platinum card, they should have provided him with better conditions. Marilyn got angry and said that he did it all on purpose. Jan didn't like this and said that the guy should come up to him himself and ask for the field. He started to resist, but then gave in and went to report the information. The manager explained the situation, and the guy, thinking he would punish Jan, went onto the field. The taxi driver laughed and said that he would not be able to take advantage of the privileges. Marilyn didn't like the guy's behavior and asked what he was doing anyway. He said he wanted to join them, but he knew she would refuse. The guy said he came to play golf, and either he plays together or they leave. Jan took a stand and was absolutely not going to give this guy the field. He approached the guy and politely recommended that he play somewhere else. The guy said that the taxi driver didn't have a map and didn't dare tell him what to do. Jan laughed and, taking his card out of his pocket, asked the manager about its properties. The guy was sure that his card was the most expensive and was not comparable to the other. The manager was very surprised to see the black card that the shareholders owned. Jan saw the manager's face, laughed, and asked to keep this field for himself. The guy didn't believe it was a real card and asked the manager to check it. He said that they had already been notified about the new shareholder and asked Jan to continue the game. The guy couldn't come to terms with his situation and demanded that the boss be called here. Jan calmed the man down and told him to call his boss on his mobile phone. Yana was greeted by the club director and asked to call next time so that she could show him the club. He said he wanted to meet his friends after the game, and she apologized for the misunderstanding. She confirmed that he was a shareholder and offered the guy another field. He got angry and ordered his card to be canceled because he was moving to another club. Marilyn said that a grown man would never do such nonsense. Jan showed him the card of the second club and, laughing, said that he would disappoint him. Everyone present, seeing this, was shocked and could not believe their eyes. The owner approached the taxi driver and asked him to look at this map. She didn't expect Jan to buy the same number of shares in both clubs. The woman was shocked to learn that such a young guy could spend such sums. The guy didn't understand why he had to buy cards from rival golf clubs. Jan said that he knew the situation and offered him one last time to make his choice. Marilyn suggested that he choose a path where he would no longer be a fool. He immediately began to justify himself by saying that he didn't know about Jan's status and apologized. He promised to go play on another field and not bother them anymore. The owner praised Jan for resolving the situation and saving the company money. She said that she admired our taxi driver and the decision he made. He said the manager was terrible and shouldn't work there anymore. Jan named all the manager's wrong decisions, which convinced the owner. Having heard her shareholders' arguments, she decided to fire him immediately. The employee came running and said that the security guards had gotten into a fight with security guards from another club. The owner asked the taxi driver to continue playing, but he offered to help. Jan was told that the staff of both clubs had long wanted to merge, and he was supposed to help them. She said that the club bosses were brother and sister, and all the problems were due to their grievances. Jan asked if the boss had a husband, but she didn't have one, as she was always busy. Seeing the beaten guards, she began to scold them and ask how this happened. The security guards from the other club simply shrugged their shoulders and talked about provocation. She called her brother and started swearing and calling him to the scene. He refused to come, citing being very busy, and reminded that such a case had already happened. Jan got tired of watching this circus and demanded to talk to her brother. He introduced himself and asked what the person on the other end of the line was so busy doing. Jan demanded that he appear, and he obediently promised to come. The brother stood still and asked with a smile what had happened between the guards. The security guards started complaining to him and showed him the bruises on their faces. Other guards disagreed and said they had brought weapons. Jan watched this performance and ordered the guys to stop. The owner asked Jan to come to his office to resolve this issue. The taxi driver didn't like the owner's policies and reminded them how much money he had spent on their clubs. The old man began to justify himself, but Jan interrupted him and said that their feud would lead them to responsibility. Some guy asked if this feud would ever stop. He didn't like their behavior. The club's guests were fed up with these squabbles and began protesting and demanding a refund. The owners began to blush and apologize to the guests, promising that it would not happen again. Jan, as a shareholder, decided to bring them together and resolve the stalemate. He gathered all the important people around the round table to unite the clubs and solve problems. Jan said he didn't spend the money to make the company go under. The old man said that he did not agree to the merger, and that one of them had to survive. The woman also did not agree and wished him death so that he would apologize to his parents. The old man began shouting and cursing again, talking about the fight for the inheritance. The woman banged on the table and said that she had every right to half. Ian restrained himself, holding a glass of wine in his hands, and looked at this vile abuse. He ordered them to stop, saying that 10 years had already passed since the death of their parents, and it was time to think with their heads. The owners continued to stick to their guns and said that the merger was impossible. Jan said that if this continued, the reputation would be destroyed and they would lose everything. Other shareholders supported Jan and were afraid that they would lose their funds. The old men continued to quarrel over their greed and did not understand how to divide the shares. Jan said that if they couldn't resolve the issue, he would become the head. The owners agreed because they were afraid of losing their parents' business. Jan joined their hands and said that their harmony would improve the work of the club many times over. Since they had come to an agreement, Jan asked his secretary to appoint a person to take his place. A girl with a dog approached Jan's car and asked if it was the right car. Jan saw the animal and asked the girl to cancel the order because of the animal in the salon. The girl was unhappy and said that the dog was well trained and would not harm the salon. Jan reported that the problem was not with the cabin, but that other passengers might have allergies. The girl continued to swear and threatened to leave a bad review. The taxi driver said that she could complain as much as she wanted, and he didn't care about the review. A beautiful flight attendant in an elegant pink uniform emerged from the airport doors. She got into our taxi driver's car and asked him to take a nap on the way. Jan agreed and promised to wake her up upon arrival at the address that was given. The girl suddenly woke up and began to scratch herself violently, saying that she had a terrible itch. Jan, seeing this situation, asked her if she was allergic to animals, especially dogs. The girl broke out in spots and said she gave away her poodle because of allergies. Jan apologized, explaining that the previous passenger had a dog and promised to take it to the hospital. The taxi driver stepped on the gas and drove straight to the hospital at speed. The girl, having seen the hospital, asked to be taken to another one, fearing that the prices in this one were high. Ian realized that she was a good person and anyone else would have deceived him. He promised to pay for her services, and they went to register at the reception. The employee reported that registration was complete and she could go up to the doctor. The doctor examined the girl, said that there were no serious problems, and prescribed pills. The taxi driver thanked the doctor and said that he appreciated his efforts. The nurse turned to them and asked them to wait while she brought them their medications. The girl was surprised that they spoke to Jan politely. He explained that he had been here before. She didn't understand why a taxi driver could afford to be treated here. Jan said that he simply didn't have a wife. The girl laughed and said that her name was Irene, and the taxi driver told her his name. A couple of hours later, the taxi driver was sitting in his car and was already thinking about finishing the job. Irene contacted Jan and told him that the medicine wasn't working and that he needed to go to the hospital again. He asked the girl to give him her address so that he could call a doctor directly to his home. Jan brought the doctor. They got out of the car and went straight to the 20th floor. They were met by a girl whose entire body was itching, and she assumed she was allergic to the medication. The doctor said that everyone had different reactions to the medications, and he would conduct an examination. He explained that everything was fine, and the medicine he gave just hadn't worked yet. He advised me to be more patient and not to scratch, so as not to make it worse. Jan asked if she lived alone. The girl said that now she did, because her friend had moved in with her boyfriend. He said everything was fine and asked her to call him if anything bothered her. She said goodbye to the taxi driver, but some girl met her at the door. The girl stood holding her boyfriend in her hand and asked why she hadn't introduced her to hers yet. Irene began to justify herself, saying that it was just the driver who gave her a ride. Jan waved his hand and said that it was time for him to leave, and the girls saw him off. Irene asked her friend if she had come to pick up anything. Her friend asked her not to do anything stupid and find herself a rich guy instead of an ordinary one. She began to explain that while she was riding in his car, she developed a severe allergy, and he helped her. Her friends started to force her to write a complaint against the taxi driver for putting her in danger. Irene began to explain that the taxi driver had helped her and had been very polite and did not deserve the review. My friend grabbed my phone and said she would write a negative review herself. Irene tried to stop her, justifying the taxi driver, but her friend did not want to listen to her. She said that there was no need to be so naive just because he was cute. A friend said that people like him should not be indulged, and it was dangerous. Irene was worried that this review would cause the taxi driver fines and problems. Jan was driving in his car and received a congratulatory message about receiving a bad review and company shares. Irene held the phone in her hands and sobbed because she was ashamed. A friend was telling someone on the phone that she saw Irene with some man. She said that the guy's only drawback was his profession as a taxi driver. A friend spoke to the head of the stewards. He was unhappy that Irene was talking to a taxi driver. She said she left a negative review and hoped to anger him. Irene's father and the headmaster were classmates, so he didn't dare go that far. The chief gave Irene a box of allergy medication because he learned about her illness. The girl told him that she had already been to the hospital and had received all the necessary assistance. The boss said that a place had opened nearby and invited her to dinner. Irene refused dinner because she felt unwell and wanted to rest. He wanted to take her home, but the girl said that she had already made arrangements and that they would pick her up. Ian drove to the business center to pick up his new friend Irene. He asked how she was feeling and if she needed to be taken to the hospital for a checkup. Irene said that she called her because of the review. Jan asked not to worry about it. She calmed down and, as an apology, offered him lunch somewhere. The boss was unhappy that he had been getting close to Irene for 3 years, and the taxi driver had just taken her away. They pulled up to some French restaurant and there was a banknote lying on the road. Jan noticed it, picked it up and began to examine it carefully. The girl was happy for him. He said that the money he had found needed to be spent quickly and called her to the lottery kiosk. He asked the cashier for 2 lottery tickets, and the girl asked him to name the numbers. Jan asked Irene to name 4 numbers. She thought about it and then immediately told them to him. Approaching the seller, the taxi driver turned to her and asked her to write them down. Jan promised the girl that if he won, he would treat her to an expensive establishment, and she agreed. The next day, as Ian was getting out of the shower, he received a call from Irene, who shared good news. She said that the lottery ticket was a winner, and they would receive 5 million. The girl asked if our taxi driver was free tomorrow and invited him to her home. She was very happy to hear that he would come to her house tomorrow. The friend was making out with the boss, and he asked her to find a girl and make her flirt with Irene's boyfriend. She didn't want to do it, but the boss started blackmailing her by saying that he would return her to the economy. The friend didn't want to lose her status, so she agreed to this act. He undressed and said that if he and Irene were to have a wedding, she should be present. They started making love right on the steps of the office building. A man from the school called Yan told him the situation and asked for financial help. The girl informed the director that their graduate was ready to come to them and donate $300,000. The director was delighted. Although he said that it was a small amount, he was still happy to have such a student. The secretary also said that they had graduates whose fortunes exceeded 100 million, and the director asked to send them letters. The girl called Jan and told him that the school was inviting him to visit. Jan declined the offer and said that he didn't have any time for it. The girl said that this was her task, and if she did not complete it, there would be problems. The taxi driver told me where he was going and suggested meeting me there. Jan arrived at this place before the appointed time and began to wait. He saw in the side mirror how a woman in a blue car was reversing. An old woman wearing black glasses and holding a cane, looking like she was blind, was walking behind the car. Jan was surprised and did not understand how she was going to cross the street in such a position. The old woman moved in the direction of the blue car, reversing. The door of the blue car opened and hit an old woman in black glasses walking past. The woman fell to the ground, dropping her cane, and began to complain about her sore back. It was a girl from school who was on her way to meet Jan. She got out of the car and asked how the old woman was. The man got out of his car and started asking what happened to his mother. He started yelling at the girl and scolding her. She started making excuses and saying that she didn't have much money. Jan heard that she was a student and assumed that she was the one waiting for him. He called and saw that she picked up the phone and asked him to help her. Jan said he saw what happened there and successfully recorded everything on his recorder. He got out of his car and told everyone that his name was Mr. Yang. The girl began to say that when she got out of the car, she hit the woman, and she did not have the money that they asked her for. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to calm down, telling her that he would sort it out himself. The man heard that Jan was going to help and asked how they would solve this problem. Jan said that everything depended on what decision he made with the old woman. The taxi driver pointed to his car and said that everything was filmed on a dash cam. The old woman brazenly said that it was wonderful and they would be able to see everything on video. The man said he could talk as much as he wanted, but he would have to pay. Yang asked how much and was told a large sum of 700,000 yuan. The girl was outraged and asked why they didn't just rob the bank. The man noticed that his mother's bracelet, worth 500,000, was broken. She started to act like an actress and cry, saying how dear this bracelet was to her. Jan asked if the man and the old woman considered themselves very intelligent people. He took out his phone and started to transfer the amount. The girl stopped him, asking him to call the police. Jan said that this was not necessary and asked for the exact amount. The scammers thought they had it all figured out and they had found a rich fool. The man rejoiced and watched as the amount he demanded was credited to his account. Jan was delighted and said that now they could definitely be sent to prison. At that very moment, expensive cars began to stop around them. The lawyer got out of the car and said that he had looked at the dash cam and could jail them for 10 years. He laughed and told Jan that, in principle, these two could have received life sentences, and the money would be returned after the trial. Ian looked at the girl from school, and she understood what it all meant. The men in suits informed the old woman of her crime and asked her to come with them. The lawyer introduced himself to the criminals and said that he would now be handling the case. The man got scared and started backing out, simply promising to return the money. The lawyer said that it was a huge amount of money to extort, and they were facing life imprisonment. The man could not believe the lawyer's words and thought that they were trying to intimidate them. He showed his documents and said that he was a professional lawyer. He started asking Jan if this was his original plan. The taxi driver said he gave them a choice. Men in suits began to forcibly take away the guy, who begged them to let him go. The girl thanked the taxi driver for his help, but he said that he had planned it that way. She began to tell how she was inspired by his actions and decided that he would help her too. Jan thanked her for the invitation and asked her to be careful on the way. The girl said goodbye and waved her hand to the car driving away. A few days later, Ian and Fiona were walking past a beautiful white cathedral. Fiona asked her brother if it was his ex-girlfriend who had just walked past. Ian confirmed this and said that he simply did not pay attention to her. The taxi driver was called on the phone and asked to come to the office as soon as possible. Jan arrived at the office and started apologizing to everyone for being late due to traffic jams. The principal invited him to sit at the table to celebrate the school's 60th anniversary. Jan approached and began to introduce himself to the presidents of the construction company and the education educational institute. The taxi driver was surprised that the school could boast of such outstanding students. The guys asked what kind of business Jan was involved in to be able to collaborate. Jan said that he just worked as a taxi driver and wouldn't mind giving someone a ride. The boys didn't understand why such a capable person didn't want to declare himself to the world. The director explained that he had gathered everyone here to help purchase land near the school. The president of the construction company explained that the land was leased for commercial use and was unlikely to be sold. The director looked at our taxi driver and asked if he had any ideas. The guy stopped him, saying that a simple taxi driver was unlikely to have such connections. The director stood his ground and explained that everyone present had a right to vote. Jan said he knew who bought the land, but he doubted they would sell it at a loss. The guy noted that the school was short of money and asked how much the taxi driver had donated. Jan said that he hadn't contributed anything, and the guy asked why he was there then. The director explained that Ian was quite an influential man with assets worth billions. The graduate said that Jan was too modest and did not boast about his wealth. The president did not believe that a simple taxi driver could have so much money. Jan picked up the phone and called the landowners to assess the situation. The man heard Jan and explained that if they bought it for 50 million, he would be happy to sell it. He said he would contribute the sum of 30, but would compensate for it by hiring them to build the buildings. The man, upon hearing this information, was very happy and immediately agreed. The director asked again whether he was ready to sell them the land at their price. Jan confirmed this, and the happy director promised to name the building after him. He said he simply made a call, and those who invested money made more. The director didn't listen to this and offered Jan the position of vice president. He was ready to have the corps named after him, but he wanted to hand over the position to another guy. Everyone began to bow and heartily thank Mr. Yang for his generosity. The director asked Jan to come up on stage and read a speech in front of everyone. The taxi driver refused, saying that he had already wasted too much time, and said that it was time to work. The graduates were very embarrassed to see Jan refuse to give his speech. The guy who was sure he was the best at everything admitted defeat. Fiona called Ian and asked why he left without giving his speech. The taxi driver said he hadn't planned to go there because he didn't like a lot of attention. The man noticed Fiona, who was talking on the phone. He said hello and introduced himself. Fiona said she saw him give a speech. He put his hand to his ear and asked if he could invite her to dinner. Fiona explained that she had already eaten and was heading back to the dorm. The guy started bragging that he had donated $1 million and offered to buy her a laptop. Fiona said she already had a boyfriend, and he asked what he had been doing. Fiona said he worked as a taxi driver and offered to call him so that he could take her away from him. She called Ian and said that someone wanted to convince him to break up with her. The man, seeing a familiar face, immediately began to justify himself to Jan. Fiona began to talk after the running guy, asking why he changed his mind. Jan drove away and noticed two guys dragging a distraught girl somewhere. They asked what the taxi driver was staring at and ordered him to get lost. Jan said he was just passing by, and the guy told him he didn't see anything. The girl started asking for help, saying that she had drunk their drink. The guy warned that this was the last warning and asked him to leave again. They continued to lead her somewhere and asked Judy not to resist. The girl continued to ask for help and said that she would rather die than go there. The taxi driver said that if she didn't want to, her boss could buy some pork and experience the same sensations. The guy raised his fist and reminded him that he had asked him not to interfere in this. Jan didn't lose his composure, pulled his hand away and hit the guy in the stomach with his knee. And he hit the second one so hard in the face that his cap flew off. Jan picked up the girl and helped her stand on the ground where her attackers lay. The taxi driver was sitting in the car and looking at his smartphone. As soon as he heard that the girl woke up, he asked how she was. The girl got scared and started asking who he was and why she was here. The taxi driver told her to watch her words and informed her that he had actually saved her. Ian looked at the girl again and asked if she was a celebrity. The girl was surprised that the taxi driver was able to recognize such a celebrity only now. The taxi driver was surprised that such a celebrity was rude and blamed him first. She apologized, saying that she had been through a lot today and asked for forgiveness. Judy began to complain about the difficult life of an artist and all its complications. Jan listened to her words and asked where to take the girl so she could rest. The celebrity asked the taxi driver to do her a favor and take her to her apartment. Jan agreed and, getting out of the car, began to put the girl's jacket on. Having wrapped her up, He put his hand on her shoulder and began to walk her to the hotel. Paparazzi in the car began taking pictures of the taxi driver seeing the celebrity off. 10 minutes later, Jan was walking out of the hotel building with a satisfied face. The paparazzi was shocked by the guy's speed and couldn't believe that it all ended so quickly. Another began to come up with a title for the article, accusing Jan of being a quick shooter. Jan stopped and, because he felt cold, sneezed loudly. As he approached the car, he decided that some villain was cursing him. The next day, he came to the gas station and asked the girl to fill the tank. The girl took the gun and, looking at our taxi driver, began to laugh. She began to tell him that it was not enough to be handsome, but that he also had to be reliable. Jan said she couldn't know if it was reliable without even trying it. The girl who got into the car also started saying that she knew the taxi driver and talking about his reliability. The passenger started talking about her husband's erection, but Yan didn't understand what she was talking about. She explained that everyone already knew how he came to the celebrity and left 10 minutes later. He stopped the car abruptly, contacted a lawyer, and began discussing whether they could file a lawsuit. The manager was at Judy's house and explained that they needed to find a taxi driver and clear up the situation. The celebrity said she had no contacts, but her manager was worried about the cancellation of the film with her participation. Judy cried and didn't want to get into trouble because of some fiction. The manager was surprised when she showed the celebrity that Ian had published the news. She was surprised that some taxi driver was able to hire a lawyer and demand that the false articles be removed. The head of the media center was furious, saying that it was necessary to check the veracity of the information. The paparazzi asked if he had asked them to get incriminating evidence and prevented him from filming. He said it was impossible to win against this lawyer and advised them to open another studio. The boss said he had no other choice. Otherwise, they would all go to jail. The boys fell to their knees, hugged each other, and started crying, saying that this was the end for them. The manager was surprised that the studio was closing because of a simple taxi driver. Judy was glad that this short drama, where the taxi driver defeated evil, was amazing. The manager asked the actress if she was sure she didn't know who the taxi driver was. She raised her hands in the air and swore she had no idea who he was. The chief manager instructed his subordinates to find the taxi driver and punish him for helping the girl. Jan was doing his work and noticed in his side mirror that he was being followed. As soon as the taxi driver stopped, people in black suits began to surround him. The man pounded on his window with his fist and said that their boss wanted to teach him a lesson. The taxi driver got out of the car, and the man grabbed him by the shirt and demanded that he go with them. Jan pulled the offender's hand away and asked if they were sure they weren't concerned about the rules of the law. The men said that Jan was too naive, and that if the laws worked, there wouldn't be so many crimes. Jan realized that he couldn't reach an agreement and asked to be taken to his boss as soon as possible. The guys who surrounded the taxi driver's car dispersed and asked him to follow them. While Jan was driving, he called his employee and asked him to send people to him. The boss, sitting in a chair with a cigar in his hand, asked why Jan was sticking his nose into other people's business. He explained that when he got there, the girl was unconscious and needed help. The boss slammed the table and asked why he was talking so carelessly in that position. He stood up and ordered the guys who were taking the girl at night to beat up the taxi driver. They had bats in their hands and promised to show Jan what real pain was. The guy in the suit kicked down the doors and went inside with his partners. The boss was frightened when he saw that the chairman himself had burst into his office and even kicked down the doors. Jan said that if they had arrived a couple of minutes later, he would most likely have gotten his head smashed. He apologized to the taxi driver and promised to be much faster in the future. Jan thanked him for coming, said that they were acting outside the law, and asked them to act. The chairman heard what the taxi driver said, rolled up his sleeves, and behind the closed door there was a noise. 20 minutes later, he was standing on the street next to Jan's car, reporting that he had taken care of everything. He praised the guys and said that if he needed a lawyer, he could call the man. The chairman and his men said goodbye to the car as it drove away. The man opened the office door and, seeing people lying unconscious, began asking what had happened. It was the boss's brother. He sat him down on a chair and started asking who did it. He said that it was the taxi driver who brought the security and asked them to avenge him. The brother immediately suggested to the boss that he contact the police for help. The boss immediately began to dissuade him from doing this and asked him to call his friend. The brother was angry because they were refused and told not to call again about this matter. Jan remembered that his friend Irene had invited him out for a drink and went to pick her up. A striking girl in a short black dress met our taxi driver at her doorstep. She asked him to wait in the room while she took a quick shower. Jan agreed to wait, sat down on the sofa, and took a glass of water in his hands. The friend who promised to set Ian up quietly threw her towel on the floor. When she got out of the shower, she asked the taxi driver to find her white towel. Jan got up from the sofa and, after searching a little, saw that it was lying right on the floor. The girl laughed and promised that she would dry off quickly and they could go. The friend didn't believe that a man could resist a beautiful naked girl. He threw down the towel and said he would wait for her in his car. The girl was disappointed and didn't understand whether it was every man's dream to sleep with a girl's friend. My friend came down half an hour later and was already sitting in our taxi driver's car. She asked Jan if Irene had called him while he was waiting for her in the car. Jan said that she called, but first he would drop her off at the club and then pick her up. She thanked him for giving her a ride and then asked him what his income was. Jan smiled and said that he enjoyed working as a taxi driver and that he earned $500 a day. She said it was a small amount and they were incredibly lucky to win the lottery. The friend corresponded with the boss, and he promised to keep her in business class if she was successful. The girl said that Irene was already on her way and there was no need to pick her up anymore. She asked me to wait for her at the bar while she went to the restroom to touch up her makeup. A friend crossed paths with a girl with ash blonde hair and told her that she could act. She immediately asked Jan if he was alone and asked him to join him. The taxi driver was sitting on the phone and, after apologizing, said that he was waiting for his girlfriend. She ignored me and asked me to add her as a friend, and that she would bring better girls another day. Jan said that he wasn't interested. He already had a girlfriend that he liked. The girl said that even the most delicious dishes could become boring, and variety was needed. Ian said the girl was too weird to try to win his heart. He said that she could not sit at the table without his consent and sent her away. Irene's friends saw this and suggested that perhaps he didn't like sexy girls. She decided to call and ask a more modest girl for help in the hope of success. The girl told the taxi driver that she had taken too little money and asked him to join her, but he said it was busy. She offered to join the chat and watch a movie, but Ian was very cold towards her. The girl grimaced and tried to figure out with her mind what was wrong with him. She got offended and told him to keep watching his stupid movies. Irene's friend didn't lose her composure and decided to use her last trump card. She came up to him from behind and told him that those girls had been talked into it, and that he needed to be more careful. Jan, hearing this, became frightened and began to think whether this could have been a test arranged by Irene. A friend asked why Jan drank only water, and he explained that he had yet to drive. He asked her what she could have been doing in the toilet for so long. Ian started to provoke her and asked how long she would pretend to be innocent, and whether it was time to have sex. She, hearing this, spat out of her mouth the drink she had just sipped. Jan laughed and said that while they were young, they should try to live life to the fullest. The girl who was walking through the club screamed for them to leave her alone and stop following her. She ran up to the taxi driver and asked if such a handsome man could help her. The friend started filming a video, and the girl asked him to say that he was her boyfriend and save her. She was scared when Ian ordered the show to end and said she didn't understand what he was talking about. The taxi driver took out a wad of money and said that whoever confessed would receive this amount. The girl immediately ran up and said that she had been bribed for $200. Jan thanked her for her help and gave her a large sum of money, but his friend was unhappy about this. Irene came to the establishment and, seeing the crowd, the first thing she did was ask what was going on. The friend, pointing her finger at Jan, said that their plan had been revealed and that he was a good person. Irene became embarrassed and said that she didn't understand at all what was going on here. Jan winked at the girl he gave the wad of money to, and she decided to tell Irene everything. The girl listened to what was happening in the establishment and asked why this was done. Irene began to scold her friend, saying that she had always believed her and did not understand this act. She continued to stick to her guns and say that it was her idea. Irene said it was nonsense and she had clearly asked her not to do any tests. She started making excuses to the taxi driver, and her friend, trying to get out of it, wanted to show the messages. Jan took Irene's hand and asked her to tell him honestly whether it was true or not. She put her hand on her heart and said she knew nothing about it. Jan said that he was very familiar with the situation and was sure that their boss was to blame for everything. The friend's face twisted when she saw how quickly the taxi driver figured out their plan. Irene assumed it was their captain, who sometimes dropped hints to her. Jan ordered to call this captain and apologize within an hour. Otherwise, he would fire him. My friend said that he was an ordinary taxi driver and wouldn't be able to do anything to the captain. Irene caught her friend doing this and asked if it was the captain who had ordered her to do this. She didn't listen to excuses and threw the drink that was on the table in her face. The friend said that because of her innocence, they all felt bad, and they needed to accept his feelings. Irene didn't listen to her friend's nonsense and decided to call the captain herself. She decided that Irene had gone crazy and might lose her job. Irene didn't understand how she could talk about work after she wanted to set her up. She got through to the captain and started saying that he might not dream of becoming her boyfriend. Jan asked for the phone and, picking up the receiver, began to introduce himself to the captain. The man began to threaten him that if she did not do what he asked, they would find a way to fire her. Jan laughed and said he wanted to see what they could do and would come tomorrow. The taxi driver offered to give Irene a ride home, but her friend asked her to think again. She said that their friendship was over. Work could be found, but the second Jan was no longer there. Irene was worried about what had happened, but the taxi driver explained that everything was perfectly fine. He took the girl gently by the neck and sweetly kissed her pink lips. Irene was very worried about her job and offered to buy her a car to work as a taxi driver. Jan listened to her and asked why she needed to leave her old job. She didn't want to work after what happened and had already applied to other companies. Jan praised Irene for her strengths and promised to buy her whatever she wanted that evening. That same captain approached the car and started shouting that you can't park there. Irene said he just dropped her off there and didn't park his car. He continued to say that it was forbidden to stand there and said that he was waiting for the second shareholder. Irene said that if Jan was busy today, she would call a taxi home. He said that everything was fine and he came to the meeting and would take her home afterward. Irene couldn't understand what kind of meeting he could have at a major airline. He pointed to the crowd of people at the entrance with the sign and said that they were waiting for him. The man laughed and asked them to stop pretending, saying that a taxi driver could not be a shareholder. He started threatening the taxi driver and ordered him to move the car or he would call security. The man was hit in the face and was scolded for being rude to Jan. The chairman did not understand why he behaved this way and ordered him to apologize. He introduced himself and his people and offered the taxi driver his deepest apologies. Jan said he was glad to meet them and hoped the meeting would go smoothly. The guys were very surprised that all the preparations were carried out personally for Irene's boyfriend. The chairman insisted on the captain's personal apology to Mr. Yang. He promised that if he ruined their meeting, he would quickly be kicked out of the company. The guy was confused and asked Jan if he was just a taxi driver. The taxi driver said that it was just his hobby and he sometimes did investments. He told Irene that he bought some shares so that they wouldn't bully her at work. Jan asked to teach her a lesson if anyone started bothering her at work again. Irene kissed him on the cheek and said that he really was amazing. She was happy that the captain couldn't fire her and asked if she could fire him. The chairman said that it was quite possible to do so through forced dismissal. Irene decided to provide messages to prove his crime at work. The chairman realized that this captain was abusing his position and blackmailing people. He asked his ex-girlfriend if the captain had abused his position to take advantage of her. The friend just bowed her head and remained silent. It was clear that she had been caught red-handed. The chairman ordered him to go and sign a letter of resignation, and he would be spared because of his father. The boss turned to Jan and asked him not to waste his time on such people. The taxi driver patted Irene on the head and asked her to have fun while he was at a meeting. Irene waved as she watched the taxi driver leave with the airline chairman. One of the proposals at this meeting was to make Mr. Yang the chairman. Jan asked to become vice chairman so as not to have to deal with the day-to-day affairs. The chairman agreed, but asked to attend events and important meetings. Jan was forced to refuse, as he was not suited for such a responsible job. The chairman noted the taxi driver's uniqueness and praised him for his honesty. Jan said that he was still too young and that other people should do it. The chairman asked if he had any instructions for further work. He said that he bought the shares only for the dividends and would not interfere with their affairs. The chairman heard his answer and said that he understood Jan's intentions. The captain's father entered the room and asked the chairman if they had finished their business. The chairman asked the former captain what he was doing in this office. The father explained that he did not understand what his son had done to deserve his dismissal. The chairman said there was no point in discussing it, and the decision had already been made. The father began to justify his son and say that such behavior was not only observed in him. Jan was unhappy with his words and asked if it was okay to use people in this company. The chairman said that only the former captain, who was fired, had this problem. Jan said he would conduct a more thorough investigation to confirm this. The father was grimacing and couldn't understand how the taxi driver was going to conduct this investigation. The chairman realized that the father was also not clean and ordered him to write a statement as well. He called security and ordered them to escort these people out of the building. The chairman asked Jan to ignore it and said that he was only doing it for his son. Jan said that it was necessary to give way to a new generation And the chairman did the right thing. The chairman decided that Mr. Yang's girlfriend would be ideal for the position of the new captain. He said it was good to be young. It showed the company was full of vitality. The employees said that Irene was very modest because she hid the fact that her boyfriend was a shareholder. The girl reported that the meeting was over, and Irene had been appointed the new captain. The girls were happy for her and began to assume that it was her new boyfriend who had done this. Irene, holding a glass in her hands, told her colleagues that they would meet him someday. She asked if they had left and ran quickly to catch up with them. The chairman and his subordinates escorted Mr. Yang to his car. Irene ran up and started hugging her boyfriend, asking if he was the one responsible for her promotion. Jan said that he had nothing to do with it, and that she was promoted only for her good work and abilities. Irene said it was amazing and asked how she managed to fire the captain. Jan said he was very old and suggested hiring someone younger. She was worried that he might join a new company and become a captain again. Ian told her not to worry and promised to blacklist him so they wouldn't cross paths. The taxi driver was walking past the shops and said that he would buy Irene whatever she wanted. The girl was very happy and said that she would definitely choose something worthwhile. Ian smiled and praised his new girlfriend for her positive attitude. The taxi driver chose some wonderful suit and showed it to his companion, who was delighted. She said that this was quite enough, and she didn't need anything else. The girl winked at her boyfriend and said that this gift was quite enough. Jan, passing by the shop, offered Irene to buy them a couple of watches. She agreed, but asked them to go to a place where they could buy it cheaper. Jan asked the girl not to worry because she deserved it. He took her hand and began to look around. But someone called Irene's name. It was her friend, along with the chairman, who had also come shopping. They started holding hands and hugging, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. Irene introduced her to her new handsome boyfriend, Mr. Ian. The girl introduced herself and said that she stopped working after she got married, and introduced her husband. Jan shook his hand, and the man asked what kind of watch the couple had come for. The taxi driver said that they were just passing by and decided to pop in. The man said that they had come to pick up their watch and offered to go with them. The four of them entered the department and were greeted by a consultant. The girl called the man into the VIP room and said that his order was ready. He asked them not to rush because he wanted to wait until their friends bought themselves watches. The girl approached the taxi driver and asked how she could address him. She asked where he worked and said she could match the watch to his profession. Jan said that he worked as a simple taxi driver, which stunned the consultant. A friend laughed when she found out that Irene's unusual boyfriend was a taxi driver. The man was also surprised when he found out. But Jan said that he loved this job. Ian approached the consultant and asked what watches she could offer him. The girl said that there was no watch for him here, and it was not logical to spend all his savings on a watch. Jan offered to help her friend while they looked through the selection. The consultant agreed and, running up to Irene's friend, began to show them the offers. She began to quietly ask them if the taxi driver and his girlfriend were really their friends. A friend said that she worked with her at the same company and they were colleagues, not friends. The consultant sighed, wondering how they could have such friends. The couple approached Irene and announced that they were finished and leaving. She asked if they liked anything. Irene decided to show one option. She showed the watch, and the consultant asked if they were sure they would buy the watch for $3 million. Irene was horrified when she saw how much this model of watch cost. My friend said she had good taste, but unfortunately, I had to choose a different model. The consultant didn't know what to offer them when the cheapest watches cost over $100,000. A friend told Irene that she had chosen a guy who was still on his way to the top, and that she had to be patient. The man said that this was indeed the case, and that in a couple of years, they would be able to buy this watch. Jan said they would buy the watch, but only if they were given another seller. The man was shocked and reminded that the watch cost $3 million. Jan said he didn't care about their price, but the most important thing was that he liked them. Irene asked how much her colleague's watch cost. She said $200,000. She offered to buy Jan the same watch, but he insisted that they should buy what they liked. The taxi driver shouted into the hall and asked if there were any more free sellers. My friend's husband said that there had to be money on his card or it would be a disgrace. Jan said that he had not spent money recently and had saved up some money. A girl entered the room and introduced herself as the store manager. She asked who needed help. Jan approached the manager and said that he wanted to buy a watch of this model. The manager put an expensive watch on the taxi driver so that he could see how it fit on his wrist. Jan and the girl raised their hands with the watches and saw that they were amazing. The taxi driver took out his credit card and said that they wanted to buy them. The manager met with such clients for the first time and suggested considering other models. Jan said that it was not necessary, and the manager showed them to another room. The friend's husband was angry and did not believe that a taxi driver could afford to buy such a watch. The girl thought that Irene was jealous of them and wanted to see them disgrace themselves. The manager placed the card on the machine and informed that the payment was successful. The couple was shocked when they saw this, and the consultant regretted her commission. The taxi driver now became their VIP client and could contact them at any time. Jan said goodbye to his friend Irene and said that they would go look for somewhere to get a bite to eat. Irene asked her to come see her if she was ever at the airline. The couple grimaced and said that they would definitely stop by to see her at work. Jan asked what she would like to eat. Irene wanted something hot and spicy. My friend thought this taxi driver was handsome and amazing and wanted one like him. The man banged on the table and said that he had asked him to find reliable people for the job and was unhappy that he had gotten involved with Jan. The boy apologized to his uncle and said that he didn't know that Jan was a shareholder. His uncle kicked him in the stomach and said that he had put a lot of effort into this. He demanded to break off the relationship, and the guy asked why they were so afraid of the taxi driver. The man said that no one had found any information about him, and everyone was afraid of the unknown. The uncle forced the boy to go and solve the problem by kicking him in the ass. The manager informed Judy that the company had suspended investment in their project. Judy was very unhappy that she was almost set up, and now there was trouble with the project. The manager said that they would find a new investor and resume the project. Judy said she urgently needed a snack to relieve stress. Ian was having lunch with his girlfriend and offered her some food from his plate. Judy and the manager came to the same establishment and noticed our taxi driver. The celebrities, seeing him, thought it was just a coincidence, and the manager asked what she was talking about. She pointed and said that it was the same taxi driver who saved her life. The manager invited Judy to come over and say hello to her savior. She approached the table and asked him about this place. The taxi driver began to ask who she was. Judy took off her mask and Ian recognized her and asked if she had come to meet the investor. She said their project was on hold, and she came to eat away her pain. Jan said she just needed to find another investor and not necessarily wait for the old one. She said that as soon as they find it, they will resume it. And Jan asked them to take care of themselves. She said that thanks to him, all the paparazzi were fired and, putting on a mask, said goodbye. Irene was very surprised that Jan knew such a big celebrity. The taxi driver said that he had many hidden talents, but with time, she would see them. The girl covered her mouth and laughed loudly when she heard this explanation. They called Jan on the phone. He picked up the phone and asked what had happened to him. The girl said that she felt very dizzy and asked to be taken away. Jan got up from the table and said that he would come to her aid immediately. He told Irene that her friend's daughter was in trouble and he should help her. The taxi driver said he would pay the bill and asked Irene to go home. The taxi driver ran to the place, and there were girls standing near the doors, and he was shouting Yanni's name. The girls called Jan a pervert and said he was standing in the women's restroom. He started knocking on the cabin door and saying that he had come to help her. The door opened and Yanni came out, asking to be taken home. The taxi driver asked who the girls were to her, and they said they were classmates. The girl with green hair asked what the taxi driver was related to Yanni. The second girlfriend ordered him to let the girl go, otherwise they would call the police. Jan said that he was her brother, and if he found out that they brought her to such a place again, he would take care of them. He picked up Yanni on his back and said he would carry her to the car and take her home. The green-haired girl was irritated by this. She didn't understand where he came from here. The second girl was worried about what to tell the client who was interested in Yanni. The green-haired woman burst into the office and told the man that Yanni had been taken away by her brother. The second girl said Yanni crossed the line when she took the gifts and left. The manager was unhappy that the girls couldn't handle such simple tasks. He took the bottle in his hands and began to demand an answer from the girls about what to do next. The girls were stunned and didn't know what to say to their boss. The girl said that he had already taken the pill and it would be a hard night. Julia met her boss with Yanni on his back and asked what happened. Jan sat the girl down on the sofa and asked Julia to bring a glass of water. The girl hugged the taxi driver and started crying into his shoulder. She was scared of what was happening. She said that she went there under the pretext of celebrating a birthday. Jan realized that these classmates had tricked her into going to the party and gotten her drunk. Yanni said she never thought they could treat her like that. Yan called Julia over and instructed her to organize an entertainment company to find Yanni a contract. The taxi driver decided to invest in Judy's project and make Yanni the second actress in the project. Yanni was very surprised when Ian said that he knew a celebrity of such magnitude. He explained that her project was on hold, and if everything worked out, he would send her the script. Yanni was very happy and thanked her brother Jan with all her heart. The taxi driver asked his employee to prepare a room for Yanni. The next morning, the taxi driver gave Yanni a ride and said he would contact him as soon as he had any information. He said goodbye to the girl, and she wished him a good day and an easy journey. Jan received a new order that sent him to the financial building. He greeted the people and asked if they had ordered a taxi here. The girl asked her neighbor if it was true that they had rented an entire floor for their office. He started saying that the most important thing was his friend Jan, and perhaps he would agree to give them the floor. Jan, with sweat on his face, listened as the girl asked how he knew the owner of the building. The taxi driver approached the man and asked if he was sure he knew Mr. Yang. The man confirmed their acquaintance, and Jan asked how exactly they met. He started telling me that he had been his friend in college, and now he lived overseas. Jan thought that if he was going to brag, he should have tried harder. The girl said that the car was useful to them anyway, and there was no need to change it. The man asked them to wait and quickly went about his business in the office. Ian turned to his passenger and asked if she would like a drink of water. She thanked the taxi driver and he asked what their company did. She said they wanted to start a water company and invested their own money. Jan asked the girl why they trusted this man so much. She believed it was true because she bought 10% of the shares for 100,000. Jan decided to help the girl and take her upstairs to show her what a fraud he was. They started to climb the steps, and Jan was greeted by guards. The girl was surprised that his name was Mr., and he asked her to come into the office. He walked into the office with the girl, and the manager of the financial building was there. The man who was sitting on the chair began to loudly ask what they were doing there. The manager politely asked Mr. Yang to sit down and pointed to a chair. He asked how their conversation with the building's client was going. The manager explained that he wanted to rent a square meter in the toilet, but get a certificate as for the floor. And he was a scammer. Jan asked why he was going to do this, and the man was shocked that he was not a taxi driver. He asked how he could forget his college friend whom he had tutored. The man asked if he owned the building, and the taxi driver continued asking if he remembered him. The manager picked up on this and asked if Jan knew this young man. The man said that he apparently finds it fun to laugh at the poor and work as a taxi driver. Jan smiled and said that he was just killing time that way. The girl began to ask why he deceived her and asked for the money back. The fraudster roughly pushed the girl away and began to quickly run away from the financial building. The manager slammed the door in the man's face and told him he would have to wait. Jan looked at the situation and asked the manager to contact the police. He was dissatisfied with all the man's actions and wanted justice. The scammer started showing papers and dodging in front of our taxi driver. He showed that the girl herself contributed the money, and it was done legally. The girl agreed that it was voluntary, but she did not know all the nuances. The man explained that the money could only be returned under the contract after 5 years. The manager read the document carefully and said that this was indeed the case. The girl fell to the floor, grabbed her head, and began to cry from her grief. Jan and the manager watched as the scammer and the girl were led away by the police. The manager started talking about fraud and did not understand how she had fallen into such a scam. Jan said she was lucky to have had such an experience when she was young, and would never have gone through something like that in her old age. The taxi driver decided to check out their work, and the manager was happy to show them the news. He took out his phone and received a bad review from the scammer, and found out that the police had released him. Jan got angry. This situation really irritated and infuriated him. The system told the taxi driver that he had unlocked a new skill, painting master. Jan suddenly found himself in some kind of computer space and was very surprised. He was holding some kind of sphere in his hands and said that he was tired and the painting master would help him. Jan called his friend and asked him to find evidence of a certain person's fraud. The next day, the taxi driver laid out a long easel on the table. He picked up a large white brush and said that he was well prepared. 2 girls knocked on his door and wanted to treat him to food. Yulia met the girls and said that he would finish drawing and come down to them. The girl was very surprised to learn that Mr. Yang could paint pictures. Julia confirmed that he had started only recently, but he had amazing work. She led the girls to the easel and demonstrated the taxi driver's work. The girl was a collector and said that if he had lived in ancient times, he would have been a celebrity. Jan heard this and asked to be praised directly to his face. This made him happy. The girl offered to buy the painting from him and pay $5 million for it. Jan said that it was his first time drawing and he didn't expect it to cost so much. They sat down in the living room and Julia served them delicious food for tea. The girl said that she had prepared the treats and wanted Jan to appreciate them. He tasted the dish and said that whoever took her as his wife would be very happy. The girl returned to the subject of the painting again and asked him to sell it. Jan had his mouth full and was very surprised that they wanted to buy her for such a sum. She hoped that he would agree, as she really wanted to buy the painting. Jan agreed because of the girl's great desire, and she wrote him a check. Jan was holding a check for that amount in his hands, and the girl asked if he remembered one company. The taxi driver didn't understand why she bought paintings by great artists from him instead. He handed the check to his employee and began a conversation about the company the girl had mentioned. She apologized for her and said that she was dissolute and told about her father's plans. Ian asked about his cousin, but the girl said that they were no longer connected and asked him not to worry. The taxi driver liked this information and happily agreed to the terms. The girls looked at Jan's painting and were surprised at how he could draw like that at such a young age. She was sure that if his talent became known, prices would skyrocket. The girl asked her aunt if there was a chance to interest him if she made him a great artist. Her aunt asked her to turn the situation around and think about how she would act in such a situation. She asked to call the old man and ask him to come as soon as possible. The girl suggested making a fuss and hiring several famous reporters. A guy from the club ran to the manager and told him that they had managed to find her. The manager asked if they had managed to find a girl named Yanni. The guy said that they found the taxi driver who took her away last time and were following him. The manager was glad they found him and was still furious to teach him a lesson. He gathered all his guys in the club, snapped his fingers and told them to move out. Jan brought his passenger to the place and wished her a good time. Suddenly, our taxi driver's car was surrounded by a whole bunch of expensive cars. The manager came out of one of them and pointed with his finger to surround the taxi driver's car. He approached Jan's car and began to threaten him and order him to get out of the car. The taxi driver did not understand what the man was talking to him about and was sure that he had been mistaken. He said it was not a mistake, and he had been looking for it for several days in a row. Jan called him by name, and he was happy that he was a famous person. The taxi driver explained that he had also been looking for it, and had not expected to find it so quickly. The guy said that he was right there in front of him, and was waiting to see what the taxi driver would do to him. Jan looked closely at this clown, and said that he would soon find out. The guy got angry that Jan was sitting in front of him on the phone, and started threatening him with violence. The taxi driver said he was arrogant and had persuaded the bitches to get his sister drunk. He said that he was very excited that day and that he got in the way of making Yanni happy. The manager's people laughed and said it was a great joke. Jan wasn't laughing at all and waited for the security team to arrive. The guys in green armored jeeps started ramming the black cars. The manager was scared and asked where the armored vehicles came from. Guys with bats started getting out of the cars and ordering people to lie down on the ground. The guy got scared and started getting into the car to escape as quickly as possible. As soon as he sat down, he started to run away from there at full speed and through a red light. The head of security asked if Jan was okay, while the other guys were held down on their knees. The taxi driver said that the manager had left and that he needed to catch his car urgently. The chief said that his car could no longer be caught and decided to call a helicopter. Jan ordered the ladder to be thrown down, but he was warned that it was dangerous. He insisted, saying there was no time, and asked that the ladder be thrown down. The man contacted the helicopter by radio and ordered it to lower a ladder. Jan climbed up the ladder nimbly, and the man helped him up the boat. The helicopters quickly caught up with the manager, who was leaving in his sports car. He laughed and thought that they wouldn't catch him, that he didn't even notice the helicopters. Suddenly he heard a noise and, looking up, saw a helicopter on his tail. Jan was saying on the radio that his car was too slow and laughing. He didn't understand why some pathetic taxi driver was on board a helicopter. The manager slammed on the brakes and Jan asked why he was so slow. The taxi driver ordered his pilot to descend as low as possible to the car. The manager was terrified to see a huge helicopter descending on him. He tried as best he could to escape the pursuit and hide somewhere. The taxi driver was told that he had stopped again, and the taxi driver asked him to go back. The manager gave in, but still didn't understand where the armored vehicle and helicopter came from. He called his father and said he was being followed by a helicopter. His father called him a bastard and demanded to know who he had insulted and he said the taxi driver. The father did not believe that some taxi driver could follow him in a helicopter. The manager shouted that he would send his location to him over the phone. He began to stop in front of people in black suits. The man sat down and began asking if he had said that he was a simple taxi driver. Jan flew up in his helicopter and began to carefully descend the stairs. The head of security praised Jan for his excellent physical fitness. The taxi driver laughed cheerfully and thanked the head for these words. The security guard ordered to catch the manager and bring him to Mr. Yang. The manager was brought in by men in black suits and made to kneel in front of Jan. He grabbed him by the hair and asked him if he wanted to run away from him again. Jan hit him in the face after he said that he hadn't run away from him anywhere. The manager didn't understand why the security people were helping the taxi driver. Jan slapped the poor guy in the face again and said he didn't need to know. The taxi driver continued to hold him by the hair and ask him to repeat his words again. He began to swear that he would never hurt Yanni again and asked to be let go. The taxi driver kneed him in the stomach and said that he forgave him today. Jan said that forgiveness does not give him the right to just leave here. The chief said he understood what he was talking about and asked to collect information about the man in the car. He ordered the guys with bats to deal with the guy in the yellow suit as quickly as possible. A crowd of people in suits began to beat up the insolent man who had recently run away from them. Jan got into the car and found the document he had recently requested. The taxi driver found out that he worked in financial pyramids and understood why he deceived people. They sent Yana a text message asking him to come to the hospital, and he left immediately. It was Yanni, and the taxi driver offered to take her to dinner somewhere at his expense. He said that there was a good restaurant nearby and suggested going there. They entered the establishment and were offered a menu and asked what they would like to order. The waitress suggested trying a perch dish for only 100 yuan. Jan asked them not to cheat them because they were dressed simply, and asked again the price. She said they have special purchasing channels and operate like other restaurants. Yang thought about it and remembered that in other restaurants the price was 200 yuan. She asked if the guys were ready to order, and the taxi driver agreed that perch was a good offer. The girl asked if they would like to buy a lobster from them at the same price. Yang was very surprised when he learned that the lobster cost 100 yuan. The waitress said that they are not from a farm, but natural with all the beneficial properties. Ian slammed the menu on the table and asked for another serving of lobster. The taxi driver ate very tasty food and thought that if he found a supplier, he would earn a lot of money. The girl thanked her for the delicious dinner and asked what they wanted to ask her for. The taxi driver gave her the document, and she asked what she needed to do. Ian asked her to deliberately fall into his trap and secretly film their conversation. The girl was delighted and shouted that she was ready to take part in the secret operation. Jan said that this man is a fraudster, and he wants to put him behind bars. She agreed and said that she would do what he asked her to do. The taxi driver promised to give the girl money so that she could gain his trust. He asked the cashier for the bill, and the girl charged him 500 yuan. Jan pretended to be nice and whispered to ask where he could buy such products. The girl did not disclose the supplier and recommended coming to them. He said his brother had opened a restaurant and they could help him find a supplier. She started laughing and trying to say something to the young man. The cashier stopped and asked him again for 500 yuan. She received a sum of 5,000, but promised to return the money to him immediately. He asked to keep the money for himself, but to help him with his question. The girl thanked him for his kindness and left him a number he could call. She said that the question of cooperation would depend solely on him. Jan saw his companion off and wished her a safe journey and good luck. Jan called and said that he had a restaurant and he wanted to buy food. He realized that they were not supplying products to new customers and said that apparently their products were not that good. Jan asked his passengers to fasten their seatbelts and was about to set off. The girl praised that her director earns a lot and is already buying a second villa. The man said that those who know how to make money can afford it. It was the director of that very restaurant, and he praised the girl for her insight. He said that his son-in-law was a shareholder and could get her a good job. Jan found out that the manager was receiving bribes from suppliers and wanted to know about it. He came to this restaurant and Fiona met him there, waving her hand. Fiona said she didn't know what to order, so the waiter served her snapper and lobster. Jan said it was a great choice and something he had been wanting to try for a long time. He realized that they tasted different from the ones he had eaten recently. Ian asked the waitress if these products were wild-caught. She confirmed that all their seafood is wild-caught. Jan said that he understood everything, and the girl politely asked to call her if necessary. Fiona noticed that the taxi driver was acting strangely and asked what was wrong. Jan said he knows exactly when food is in its natural habitat. Fiona banged the table and said that this was outrageous and she would complain. Jan stopped her and said that he would talk to the shareholder and resolve the issue. The girl was surprised that her brother had shares purchased from this restaurant. Jan boasted that he bought a few shares and became the second shareholder. He asked her to study hard and then help him with management. Fiona promised to study hard so that her brother could be proud of her. The taxi driver offered to continue eating and then promised to take her home. He began to understand the huge difference in food and decided to figure it out, despite the shareholders' children. Jan arrived to pick up the clients and, by a wonderful coincidence, picked up the same people. The man said that he simply decided to order his car again. Jan laughed and said that no matter what, they were destined to meet again. The supplier called the taxi driver and asked if his restaurant sold bass and lobster. The passenger put on a serious face and tried to figure out if the voice was familiar to him. Jan said that he understood correctly, and he did not want any problems with supplies to the restaurant. The supplier wanted to meet him, and the taxi driver gave him the exact date and time. Jan apologized and said that it was an urgent call and he couldn't help but answer. The man immediately began to fuss and asked if this restaurant needed a reliable supplier. He said his brother opened a restaurant and was lucky enough to get in touch with a supplier. The man heard his taxi driver's words and simply said that he understood everything. He arrived at the appointed time and began to show the supplier the state of his kitchen. He showed me an expensive frozen steak and said that if this continued, they would close. The supplier realized that he was of rather average quality and would be able to provide it. Jan asked if he could definitely get that level of quality at his price. The guy said it was possible, and the taxi driver offered them his cooperation. He picked up the phone and said that the ports were already open and they would be delivered today. Jan asked to send a batch for testing and hopes that the quality will be as required. The supplier said they would deliver the products as soon as possible. He noticed that someone was trying to run away around the far corner unnoticed. The supplier ran after him, trying to catch up as quickly as possible. It was a relative of the supplier. He was holding onto the wall and trying to catch his breath. The supplier asked not to worry about anything, and if everything goes well, he will arrange deliveries. The man warned him not to trust strangers. The supplier was confident in his work and suggested that we have some fun somewhere. The restaurant owner looked at the perch and asked what he should do with it. He asked to prepare a few dishes and send them to the villas, and take the rest for himself. The owner smiled and thanked Mr. Yang for his great generosity. He asked to call the supplier and continue deliveries, covering the costs. The cooks and the owner thanked Jan, who was fiddling with his phone. He called the director, reported that the fish had a strange taste, and asked him to find the person who makes the deliveries. The director said that his brother-in-law was responsible for the supplies and everything should be fine. Jan promised himself that if nothing changed tomorrow, he would take action. The man asked to contact the supplier and be careful not to let everyone down. The girl said that he was getting married soon and that this was how he earned money. The man said that he needed to be careful or he would lose everything. The girls said that they would soon cash out the money and leave. They were not afraid of the shareholder. She reminded those who wanted to invest in them to buy back shares and reduce risks. The man supported the idea and said that his share needed to be reduced. The woman raised her glass of wine and said she would pass the information on to her suppliers. The owner said they received a shipment of sea bass and did as he asked. Jan looked at the boxes and began to think about what the director could have done and how he acted. He picked up his phone and read that there would be a shareholders meeting today. The man raised the issue of development and reported that he had found investors willing to invest. The wife said that they could not sell the shares because they would lose influence. Other shareholders were unhappy that they wanted to use their shares. The director asked not to worry, as all this was being done for the good of the company. He and his wife also promised to contribute a certain amount of their own funds. The man didn't like the expression to contribute a certain amount. Jan clarified that if his percentage were to decrease, he would no longer have voting rights. The director asked not to worry and promised that this was only a temporary measure. Jan said that not having a sword in your hand and having one are two completely different things. He disagreed and said that either their shares would be reduced or everything would remain the same. The director started to get angry at Jan and wanted to lose his temper, but he held on for now. The wife said that Jan is only the second shareholder, and they are the founders and will pay him compensation. The taxi driver stated that the compensation should be 10 times the amount of the deposit. The director stated that they owned the majority of the company and his opinion was not taken into account. Jan said that he didn't care what they said and he was refusing the offer. He proposed a vote, and asked everyone who agreed to raise their hand. Everyone in the hall raised their hands, unquestioningly obeying the director's words. He said that the majority voted in favor, and they don't have to listen to Jan. The wife said that they would soon be 20 years old and invited them to celebrate with investors. The shareholders were delighted and said that they would be very happy to attend the event. Jan remained silent and simply lifted the glass of water to drink from it. The director asked the taxi driver what he thought about this event. He said that the shareholders should come and would have an unusual gift. The director heard Jan's words and was very glad that Jan would come. The wife laughed and didn't expect that everything would turn out so simple and easy. Jan said that since they had decided to provoke him, it was time to act. Jan's client saw him in the elevator and asked what an ordinary taxi driver was doing there. The taxi driver said that his friend was invited and took him along to the event. The man asked what his friend did, and Jan said that he had invested in a company. He stalked Jan and asked him to introduce him to his close friend. The taxi driver pointed to the man who was talking to the director and his wife. The man said he was joking, and there stood his brother and brother-in-law. Jan said he could check it himself, and he agreed to do so. He began to wonder how the restaurant owner could be acquainted with his brother-in-law. The man approached the director and his wife and began to congratulate them on this event. The wife said they had brought in new investors to weaken their influence and asked them to be careful. The director asked not to create any more problems until the company entered the market. He said that he met a taxi driver who said that he knew them. The man pointed at the guy who was fiddling with his phone, and the wife was surprised. The director almost dropped his glass and said that this was their second shareholder. The brother was shocked to learn that the taxi driver was actually the second shareholder. He admitted that his brother had recently ordered bass and lobster for him. The director and his wife became very tense when they heard what he said. He asked to approach the taxi driver and asked him to say that they wanted to talk to him. The brother agreed and began to slowly approach, scratching his head. He asked why Jan pretended to be a taxi driver and tried to trick him into buying fish. Jan said that he was indeed a taxi driver and that the fish scam was to collect evidence. He didn't understand why he was doing this and said that his sister wanted to talk to him. Jan got serious and decided to find out what this family could come up with. My brother led our taxi driver to some room and asked us to follow him. They gathered in a large office, and the director asked to find out what the taxi driver wanted. Jan said he wanted his wife's shares at half price. Otherwise, his brother would go to jail. These words frightened the brother very much, and he almost lost the power of speech from fear. The director said that he did not dare threaten him and did not know how he made his fortune. Jan said that he knew about all the illegal deals and there was nothing to be proud of. The assistant knocked and said that new investors had arrived for the event. The director ordered that the phone be taken away from Jan and that he not be allowed to leave the room. The brother called the men and asked them to help him deal with the taxi driver. The guys pounced on Jan and started holding his arms, trying to twist them. The director said that fighting with him was a bad idea, and he would deal with him after the event. Jan thought that the director did not yet know that all the investors were his people. The director and his wife came out into the hall and apologized for being late. The investor asked why the second shareholder who invited them was not here. The director asked if the lady knew the second shareholder personally. She confirmed this and said that it was he who suggested investing in the hotel. All the investors supported her words and said that they invested only because of his reputation. The director and his wife had just realized everything and knew that it was all over now. A famous lawyer entered the room and frightened the director and his wife. He said that Mr. Yang invited him, but he couldn't find him anywhere. The lawyer asked where he was locked up, and his wife began to quickly run away. She opened the door where she was holding the taxi driver and saw them trying to detain him. The wife chased the guys out of the room and told them to leave as quickly as possible. Jan asked why she returned so quickly and how things were going with the investors. She said she had thought carefully about his request and suggested finding a quieter place. Jan pulled her hand away and said that now he definitely wouldn't believe her. She tried to curry favor with the taxi driver and asked him not to give away her brother. Jan reminded them that as soon as they locked him in here, they broke the law. The security guard started asking where Mr. Yang was because he couldn't get through on the phone. The lawyer promised to sue him and take away his property, as well as put their brother in jail. The man began shaking the director and ordered him to be taken to Mr. Yang. The girl said that the taxi driver was her friend, and if he harmed him, he would lose everything. The director realized that it was all over for him and that he had gotten involved with the completely wrong person. Jan's men burst into the office and started asking if he was okay. The lawyer asked him to step aside for photographic evidence and then take him to examine the injuries. The director said that there was no need for this and that it was not at all necessary to do this. The lawyer said that it was necessary, and it was time for him to look for a lawyer to reduce the sentence. The head of security said that if testimony was needed, he could count on it. The director began to beg Jan not to sue in exchange for any of his wishes. The taxi driver started holding his head and saying that it hurt a lot and that he felt sick. He asked the lawyer to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. Jan's people began to accompany him and ask him to bring the car as soon as possible. The director announced that the shareholders' meeting was over and they could disperse. The director, his wife, and her brother sat and watched the shareholders leave. The wife asked the director what they should do now and how to resolve the situation. He slapped her and told her that she should have watched her stupid brother better. She said it was his plan to get divorced before his trial started. The director looked at her and asked if she was sure she was talking about a divorce. She started crying and making excuses that she didn't mean it at all. The director started calling the lawyer and asking for a divorce certificate as soon as possible. They hoped that in this way they would preserve some of their assets and leave money to their child. The brother was worried about his parents and said that his sister should help him. She couldn't help him and told him to go to the police and ask for a more lenient sentence. He began to beg his sister for help and was afraid that their family would fall apart. The police arrived in time and ordered no one to move. The director was horrified when he noticed that the police had already arrived. They said that the director, wife, and brother should go to the station for questioning. Jan was already at home and, having set up his easel, was busy with his painting. Julia carried the teapot and said that his work looked very wonderful. The system told Jan that his subordinate's attitude had improved again. The taxi driver said that he had many talents and that she would soon get to know them. She said that then he would have to watch forever and offered him her soup. His aunt and niece came to visit Jan and asked how he was doing. He thanked them for their visit and said that he was doing very well. The niece said that she had prepared soup for a speedy recovery. The girl noticed the taxi driver's new work and was very surprised. Jan said that he was bored and he painted pictures to pass the time. Auntie said that she spoke with the master, and Jan's works are rising in price. He needs to finish the cycle of the seasons. The niece heard this and stood in a stupor, not believing that this was possible. She told Jan that she bought winter, but now she wants the other seasons. He said he really wanted the seasons as they would be highly valued. The girl hoped that Mr. Yang would be able to fulfill her cherished wish. The taxi driver said her soup was excellent and promised to sell the paintings. He asked his assistant Yulia to write any necessary amount on the check. The girl confirmed that the amount could indeed be anything. She remembered the price of the first painting and decided that these were worth much more. She signed a check for 25 million and handed it to the girl. She said that this price was too low, but she was ready to buy these paintings at it. Yulia smiled broadly and said that she was glad that they were able to come to an agreement. The taxi driver once again thanked me from the bottom of his heart for the delicious and healthy soup. The director spoke with a lawyer, and Jan will leave them on the condition that they get only 1%. The director was horrified when he heard the phrase 1% will remain. The wife said it was just a hit with an ashtray and it was nothing serious. The lawyer said there was no way to leave the court unscathed. The wife slammed the table and said that they could not accept such conditions. The director said to forget and agree to these conditions for safety. The wife did not understand why the director agreed to this deal. Jan was a shareholder in a security company, and if they agreed, they would remain free. The wife was horrified when she learned such details of the situation. The lawyer said that if their side agreed to the terms, he would pass it on. The director put his arm around his wife and told the lawyer that they agreed. The head of security greeted him and said that he had come to pick up the taxi driver from the hospital. The man said that the director and his family returned to their hometown. Jan said to forget about them and not remember them until they start bothering him again. The chief heard him and said that he would make sure that he was not disturbed. Jan said it was time to go, as he had missed many days and passengers. The boss appreciated his aspirations and said that if he had become rich, he would not have worked as a taxi driver. Jan asked if he had met the right passenger at this parking lot. The girl asked to go as quickly as possible. Otherwise, she would be late for the art exhibition at the museum. Jan heard the girl and asked her to fasten her belt and hold on. She begged him to go even faster as the exhibition might end. Jan asked why the girl hadn't left earlier. She said that she hadn't wanted to go there in the first place, but her friends said that there would be a very beautiful exhibition of paintings of the seasons there. The taxi driver wondered if it was his paintings of the seasons that were on display at this exhibition. He drove the girl to the museum and began to park his car near it. The girl quickly started running towards the museum and said goodbye to the taxi driver. Jan decided that since he was here, it was worth looking at the exhibition. He entered the museum and saw a large number of people looking at the paintings. Jan came closer and, taking a closer look, realized that it was his paintings that were on display at the exhibition. People discussed the paintings and called them works of a very high standard. They discussed how much something like this might cost, and Yana really enjoyed listening to them. The passenger the taxi driver brought asked him not to push her. She saw Jan and asked if he also wanted to come to this exhibition. Jan said that she told about them very interestingly, and he came to make sure that the girl continued to talk about them. The taxi driver reported that the seasons were wonderful, but the fisherman did not make an impression. The people who were in the hall suddenly fell silent and looked at our taxi driver. The old man said that the seasons are the pearl of modern painting. Jan apologized and asked how he could address the old man. The old man said that he could call him the Old Wind's Hermit. The people standing nearby recognized the artist, but he said that today the glory would go to the paintings. The old man said that these were excellent works, and they were even better than his works. He regretted that he could not meet the artist in person and talk about his craft. Jan continued to talk about the painting of the fisherman and spoke about its shortcomings and the artist's inexperience. The man asked the taxi driver what he did and whether he was a professional artist. Jan shrugged and said that he was actually the most ordinary taxi driver. Everyone in the room started laughing at our hero's profession. The man said that there was no point in pretending to be an expert when there was a hermit here. The hermit noticed the painting of the fisherman and said that Jan had a good eye. He noticed that the old man's fingers were indeed a little crooked. Everyone in the hall fell silent when they heard such loud words from the hermit master. He noted that this was done on purpose, and the taxi driver did not understand the essence of the picture. Everyone began to clap at the words of the hermit master and rejoice. The old man said that to understand the painting you need experience, which comes with age. The guy gave a thumbs up and said that the master was absolutely right. Jan grimaced and realized that it could indeed be interpreted that way. He didn't want to reveal himself even after the painting was sold. The hermit asked why the taxi driver was already getting ready to leave somewhere. He asked Jan for his phone number so that they could admire the painting together someday. He said that he was just a taxi driver and that he wouldn't be interested in him. Ian walked to his parked car and disarmed it. The passenger asked him to take her to the local art institute. She asked how Jan was able to spot the painting's flaws in the museum. The taxi driver said that the driver must have a keen eye to drive. The girl introduced herself as Elena, and Jan said that her sister's name was most likely Alina. The passenger asked him how he guessed that her sister's name was exactly that. The taxi driver just laughed and said he had said the name at random. The girl said that she really does have a sister, but she writes poetry. Jan brought the girl and asked if he could use the toilet. The girl said that it was possible and offered to show me where there was parking. They drove through the arch and entered the institute's grounds. The girl showed our taxi driver a parking lot where he conveniently parked his car. A girl called out to the passenger and called her her little sister. She thought her sister had found a boyfriend, but it was just a taxi driver. Jan said goodbye to his sisters and said that he would simply go about his business. The sisters suggested that there was a passage on the floor that led to the restroom. The sisters started discussing the handsome taxi driver, and the blonde asked him to give in. The blonde asked for help in dealing with her colleague who was sending her letters. She said that she had already asked him many times not to bother her, but he did not listen. The sisters decided to come to him personally and explain everything that had been simmering within them. They came to a curly-haired boy who was painting a picture on an easel. He drooled and assumed they had come to watch him paint. The girl said that as soon as he finished drawing, she would wait at the entrance. The sisters, holding hands, walked, as they had promised the artist, to the entrance. Jan was sitting on a bench and reciting some beautiful poem. The sisters, hearing him read the message, began to quietly laugh at him. Jan opened his eyes slightly and, squinting, began to look in their direction. He asked how they were able to sneak up behind him so silently. The blonde said that the last lines of the poem were a masterpiece. They sat down on a bench, and Jan began to tell them that he was a man with a deep inner world. He said that the inner world is inner and cannot be put on display. The blonde asked why he wasn't going to the next order. Didn't he need the money? Jan said that life is poetry and began to talk about how he enjoyed the leaves. The girls, hearing such reasoning, began to laugh merrily at him. The artist heard girls calling someone funny and became jealous. He went outside and started asking what their new acquaintance was doing. The girls said that he was the taxi driver who brought her here and asked if he had finished the painting. He said that the conversation was disturbing him and asked to join the conversation. Jan said that if they wanted to chat, they should go to the side, but he needed to rest. The guy said that there was no need to disturb him and that there was probably nothing to talk about with the taxi driver. The girl noticed that it was very rude and told about the incident at the exhibition. The blonde told how he masterfully composed a couple of poems in front of her. The artist listened to them tell him nonsense and began to get angry. Jan said there was no need to exaggerate and said that it was time for him to go to work. The guy roughly grabbed our taxi driver by the arm, but didn't expect such a turn of events. He asked to help the guy with the leaves and show how good he was at painting. The guy decided to use this method to put the taxi driver in a very awkward position. Jan refused and said that he really had to get to work. The artist started asking how much he earned, and Jan, as usual, said 50. The guy took out a shovel and invited Jan to draw with him for a couple of hours. The taxi driver said that this was no longer funny and that he did not provide such services. The artist needed to discuss painting issues, so he bought a taxi driver until the evening.